There we go. Oh, she hasn't got camera. Okay, now put the headset on.
Good morning everyone and welcome to day 3 of BUCS Regatta 2022. We are almost ready to get underway with side-by-side racing. As you can see, our first race of the day is lined up and attached to the stake boats. My name is Will Horrocks and I'm joined here by Grace Duffy here in the commentary box. We're going to be bringing you racing all the way through today up until we finish around about 6 PM. We've had morning full of time trials. We're then going to be going on to the semi-finals now and repêchages for those top crews. Then the A and B finals where we'll get the medals handed out. And then finishing off the day with the minor finals. The first race you can see lined up on the course is the men's beginner doubles, a brand new event for BUCS Regatta this year. So the lineup for this first semi-final, we've got Surrey in lane number 1, Strathclyde in 2, University of the West of England in 3, Edinburgh B in 4, Harper Adams in 5 and Heriot Watt in lane number 6. And it'll be the first 3 crews going through to the A final and the rest going through to the B final. And so off we go. Our first side-by-side race of the day is underway, and it looked as though it was the crew just to the right of centre, the University of Edinburgh's B crew, who went flying out of the blocks. Probably no surprise, they've had a fantastic regatta so far, and that crew was the fastest in the time trial. That's a University of Edinburgh crew of William Lithgow and Evan Smith. They won the time trial by around about 10 seconds over their compatriots who we'll see in the second time trial. Edinburgh beginners picked up a gold in the beginner quad on Saturday, and then those 4 athletes came first, second, third and fourth in the beginner singles yesterday, and I wouldn't bet against them picking up maybe a gold and a silver again today. So Noah Kirkman and Thomas King in the Surrey crew. Over to the right hand side of your picture, Andrew Gorey and Grant Murray of Strathclyde University. In lane 3, the University of West of England, represented by Hendrik Dromenek and Joseph Myatt. In lane 4, Edinburgh University B, William Lithgow and Evan Smith. In lane 5, Harper Adams University, represented by Tyler Robinson and Hugh Borman. And last but not least, Heriot Watt University, Will Redmayne and Nathaniel Fishburn in that crew. We're through the 1,000 metres, and it is the University of Edinburgh who went through in first. They were around about 4 seconds ahead of Harper Adams University, with Heriot Watt in third. You can see the splits there on the side of your screen. bit of a surprise. University of the West of England, who were 4th fastest in the time trial, they should be the 2nd fastest crew in this semi-final. Currently sitting in 6th. It looks as though they maybe didn't quite get off the start super smoothly, so maybe they'll pick it up as we move into the middle stage of the race.
So just now approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and that is Edinburgh. You can see to the left-hand side of your screen there, leading by quite a considerable distance, followed by Harper Adams University.
Yeah, so tight there between Harper Adams and Harriet Watt, I think. And the University of the West of England crew in lane 4, they definitely have recovered, and they have moved up the field. I don't think they're in 6th position anymore. You can see them just on the right of your shot there with the red, white and black striped blades. The second semi-final, the men's beginner doubles, down at the bottom right of your screen. You can see hopefully getting started very shortly. As our umpires launch just comes into view. Each of these races followed by an umpire with a driver. Oh yes, as the lanes come through to the 1,000 metres, it was the University of West of England. Fantastic second 500 metres from them. They've gone all the way from 6th up into 2nd, so definitely looks like just didn't quite execute the start, but they've really moved up in the second 500 metres as the second semi-final is underway.
So all these crews are now approaching the 500 metres to go mark, and it looks as though it is still the University of Edinburgh leading as they come through that 500 metres left, and they'll really be trying to take up that rate and really give it everything they've got to secure their place in the A final this afternoon.
Yeah, so a 10-second advantage for the University of Edinburgh. Looks as though they've taken the rating right down. They're not going to force themselves and waste too much energy when they're going to have an A final coming up in a few hours' time. It's a slightly more compressed day today. We've got fewer events, or maybe not even fewer events, but just events not with quite as many athletes in. So we're rattling through today. So it does mean that your time trial, semi-final, A final, a little bit closer together than in previous days, and it looks like the Edinburgh University crew very well aware of that and not expending more energy than they need to. But the battle behind is going to be fierce. Only 2 more crews behind Edinburgh can get into the A final. University of the West of England in lane number 3 had a 1.9 second lead over Harriet Watt, and Surrey in lane number 1. Surrey looked really impressive in the time trial, so I was surprised to see them quite so far down in the results. Not sure if they had a bit of an issue, but they're now sprinting really hard in lane number 1. You can see them on the right of your shot, and they're trying to get up into the top 3 spaces.
So it's the University of Edinburgh just approaching those red boys now into that last 150 metres to come through that finish line. And it's Harriet Watt University now just approaching the last 150 metres to go, looking like they might secure that second place in the A final.
Yeah, University of the West of England and Harriet Watt locked together, but coming up to the line, very impressive double here from Edinburgh, just looking very cool, calm and relaxed. Going to be close for second between Harriet Watt and UE. Harriet Watt on the far side, Harriet Watt closer to the camera, all very close over the line, with Strathclyde, Surrey and Harper Adams rounding out the field in that one. So it looks as though it should be Edinburgh, Harriet Watt and University of the West of England going through. But I think we might need to check the photo finish, have a look at the replay to say which of Harriet Watt and University of the West of England crossed over the line in first. Provisionally we've got Harriet Watt just ahead of the University of the West of England. So the replay coming up on our screen just now. Harriet Watt on the top. Oh, very, very tight indeed. Looks as though it may have just been the crew up on the far side. Harriet Watt will wait for the official confirmation to come through when our officials have checked the photo finish. But both of those crews will be going through to the A final, just fighting out for the lane order. So we've already got the second semi-final of the men's beginner doubles coming through the 1,000 metres.
So just over there in lane number 1, that is the University of Lincoln, followed by Harriet Watt in lane 2, Queen's University Belfast in lane number 3, Edinburgh University again really showing some dominance in this category in lanes 4 and 5, and the University of Durham over in lane number 6.
Yeah, so there are two crews in the centre of the course, Edinburgh and Queen's Belfast, really not separated by much. Just 0.1 of a second separating them in the time trial. You can see Edinburgh on the right and Queen's Belfast just to the left. And they were very, very close as they went through the 1,000 metres. As they went through the 1,000, it was Edinburgh who were ahead of Queen's Belfast, but just by a second. So I remind you that this Edinburgh quad made up of the athletes that Edinburgh double, made up of the athletes that won the quad on the Saturday, and then came first, second, third and fourth in the singles yesterday. Queen's University Belfast, you can just see in your shot now, they picked up a gold in the beginner 8 yesterday, a fantastic result for them. And a nice little quirk is that the Queen's University Belfast beginners, now coached by the former Edinburgh University beginner coach, Megan Hunter, now doing a fantastic job with the Queen's University Belfast squad.
All these crews now just coming through that 500 metre left, 500 metres to go, and it was the University of Edinburgh A leading, followed closely by Queen's University Belfast and the other University of Edinburgh crew holding on for that third spot into the A final this afternoon.
Yeah, the third Edinburgh crew, Edinburgh C, you can see on the left of your shot, they're trying to challenge Queen's University Belfast. They're sitting around about 3 seconds behind, so that may be too much to try and close, but they are sitting 4 seconds ahead of the other Scottish crew, Harriet Watt University, Durham in 5th and Lincoln in 6th. So at the moment I think that Edinburgh C crew will be going through to the A final over Harriet Watt. Fantastic shot there of our leading 3 crews, Edinburgh, Queen's Belfast and Edinburgh.
So we are now just coming into the last 200 metres to go, and it's still being led by the University of Edinburgh, and it looks like we might have an Edinburgh dominated A final today with potentially 3 Edinburgh crews.
Yeah, really strong all-round performance from these men beginners from Edinburgh, and actually their women. They picked up a gold in the women's beginner quads as well, so especially on the sculling side, now that we've got 3 sculling events, singles, doubles and quads for the beginners to take part in. Edinburgh really milking that, and it's been very useful for them because they're currently sitting at the top of the Victor Ludorum going into the final day. I know that's been a big target for them, as the Edinburgh crew does come across the line now just ahead of Queen's Belfast, with Edinburgh C in 3rd, and it looks like they have dropped the rest of the field. So Harriet Watt coming through in 4th position. They are going to miss out. So as we see a quick replay of our leading crews coming across the finish line, was Edinburgh A over Queen's University Belfast, with Edinburgh C coming through next. Our next event is going to be the women's intermediate lightweight pairs semi-final. We've got 5 crews racing in this one.
So over in lane number 1 we have Imperial College London, followed by the Cambridge B boat in lane number 2. De Montfort University right there in the centre, followed by the University of Oxford in lane number 4 and Warwick University in lane number 5.
Yeah, so already moving through the 1,000 metre marker, rowing up towards 500 metres to go. As you can see, all of the gazebos, spectators, boats parked up on the north bank, as we see the 1,000 metre times, and it is Oxford University in lane number 4 who are dominating this one. Well out in front, 9-second advantage over Cambridge in second, De Montfort in third. Oxford and Cambridge, the classic rivals. It was Cambridge who beat Oxford at the women's lightweight university boat race held on the Tideway just a couple of weeks before the heavyweight boat races. But Oxford overturning it here. They are currently sitting out in front. If I just take a quick look at the time trial results from this event, it was the Oxford University pair who were by far the quickest. They were 8 seconds quicker than second, and they were 23 seconds faster than the next fastest boat in this semi-final. So no surprise to see them out in front. But Cambridge and De Montfort currently sitting in second and third.
So all these crews now have come through that 500 metres to go mark, and it was still the University of Oxford in the lead, followed by the University of Cambridge crew, and in third position is De Montfort University, holding on for that space into this afternoon's A final.
Yeah, and a bit of a gap then from De Montfort back to Imperial College London, who are in fourth, with the University of Warwick in fifth. So it looks like our top 3 fairly set going into the last 500 metres: Oxford, Cambridge and De Montfort.
So as they're approaching the 200 metres to go, it looks as though the Oxford crew are really taking that rate down to conserve energy for their final this afternoon.
Yeah, and just as we see the second semi-final going through the 1,000 metre marker, a bit of a change with this event this year. It's previously both the intermediate lightweight pairs and the intermediate lightweight quads with championship events. They have now been changed to intermediate events, and I think that's been done to try and encourage a few more entries, people that were maybe a little bit reticent about wanting to enter a championship lightweight event and the standard that they might come up against. And I think we have seen more entries in these lightweight pairs than we would have done in years past. But a fantastic performance here by this Oxford University women's intermediate lightweight pair. Just cruising away from the rest of the field and across the line, as we have the Cambridge University pair coming through in second and De Montfort in third. So those should be our 3 crews going through to the A final later on today.
So here on your screens now we have the second semi-final for the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. So over in lane number 2 we have the University of Newcastle, followed by Durham University in lane number 3, Cambridge A boat in lane number 4 and a Durham B boat in lane number 5.
Indeed, they're well advanced in this race already. You can see they're already well past 1,000 metres and coming up towards 500 metres to go. And there is a bit of a split in this race. We've got the three crews you can see on your screen at the moment. That's Newcastle, Durham and Cambridge going from left to right. But it's the Durham B crew in lane number 5 who are a bit off the pace in this one. When they went through the 1,000 metre marker, Durham were sitting around about 20 seconds off the pace. So going through 500 metres to go, it was Cambridge out in front, Durham sitting in second, Newcastle in third, and Durham were in fourth. Only 2 seconds though separating the top two crews, Cambridge and Durham. But it'll be interesting to see, as you see those two leading crews, Durham and Cambridge, on your screen at the moment. Cambridge on the left, Durham on the right. We're interesting to see how much they sprinted out in these last 500 metres to get the preferential lane draw for the final.
So just on your screen there, you can see the splits for all the crews as they came through that 500 metres to go mark. So that's Cambridge leading, followed by Durham and then Newcastle University in those top three spots for the A final this afternoon. The crews are now just approaching that 250 metres to go, just this final stretch of their semi-final.
Yeah, it looks as though Cambridge University still holding a bit of a lead over Durham as we come into the closing stages. Newcastle University just getting dropped slightly from these leading two, but will still be going through to the A final to fight out for medals this afternoon.
So we can see Cambridge and Durham there just coming through those final red buoys and approaching that finish line there. And it looks as though it is going to be Cambridge coming through first, followed closely by the University of Durham.
So that Cambridge University pair of Bridget Kennedy and Rosa Millard looking pretty relaxed. Newcastle coming across the line in third to take the final spot in the A final, and they'll then meet Durham B to round out the field of the women's intermediate pairs. But our next event already coming up to the 1,000 metre marker, the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. 5 crews in this one: Loughborough, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Aberdeen and Edinburgh B. And no getting to see that it's Edinburgh A who are well out in front as they go through 1,000 metres here.
So we can see that is Edinburgh out in front, but being chased by Glasgow University. And just coming into your shot now, we can see Loughborough University.
Yeah, so very Scottish heavy affair, this semi-final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. We've got Edinburgh, Glasgow, Aberdeen and then the second Edinburgh crew, all from Scotland here. Edinburgh with a comfortable 5-second margin over Glasgow. This Edinburgh crew of Aidan Matthews and Ben Froberg leading over the Glasgow crew of Ethan Matthews and Archie Innes, with Aberdeen's Jakob Spikowski and Dean Porter sitting in third. Loughborough in fourth on the left of your shot at the moment. They're sitting around about 2.5 seconds shy of the A final places at the moment. They're going to need a big second half if they want to progress through to that A final.
So these crews are now just pulling through the 500 metres to go mark, and it was the University of Edinburgh A in the lead there, followed by University of Glasgow, and they've got about a 4-second lead on Glasgow as they came through that 1500 metre mark. And it's the University of Aberdeen which are pulling into that third spot to secure a place in the A final this afternoon.
Yeah, so Loughborough still sitting in second. Just under 2 seconds though now separating Aberdeen and Loughborough, so I don't think it's over yet. The margin between Edinburgh and Glasgow has stayed pretty consistent. I think it's probably just over a length in favour of the East of Scotland crew from their western rivals. The annual boat race held on the Clyde between these two storied Scottish institutions. Edinburgh have had slightly more luck of it in previous years, their strength over the last few years, but Glasgow University not wanting to let Edinburgh go without a fight in this one, sprinting hard in their black kit and black boat, trying to close up on the Baby Blues as we go into the last 250 metres. But Aberdeen and Loughborough fighting for third place, and I think Loughborough just out of shot on the right in lane number 2 are sprinting really, really hard. They're just getting close to the buoys at the moment, which is going to make things a little bit tricky for them. Their stroke side blades clipping the buoy line, steering going a little bit off into the closing stages. But Aberdeen or Loughborough fighting for that last spot into the A final.
So just coming into this last 150 metres, taking their last few strokes of their semi-final. It looks as though it's going to be the University of Edinburgh A boat. Just you can see on your screen there coming across the line first, followed very closely by the University of Glasgow. Aberdeen are still holding on to secure that third spot. As you can see, they've just pulled away from Loughborough to ensure that they get into the A final, this afternoon.
So very composed performance there by Edinburgh. They were fastest in the time trial, and we're seeing that shown there with their performance in this semi-final. Though very, very tight between the top few crews in this one. We should see two more very fast boats coming up in just a second as Edinburgh and Glasgow cross the line there. So straight back to the 1,000 metre marker, we've got our next race on the course, which is the second semi-final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. Got Cambridge University in 1, Queen's Belfast in 2, Newcastle B in 3, Oxford in 4, Newcastle A in 5, and Leeds in lane number 6. Just going through the 1,000, it looks as though it's Oxford and Newcastle, separated by around about half length in favour of the dark blues from Oxford. 1.4 second lead as they go through the 1,000 metre marker. So you can see our leading crew, Oxford there. Yes, we've got some interesting steering going on in this race. The Queen's University Belfast pair, who are supposed to be in lane 2, and they're currently following the Oxford crew down in lane 4. They're getting very close to the umpire's launch as well. So this Queen's crew unfortunately struggling a bit with their steering, which is going to make life tricky for them. Because the athlete who has the foot plate is having to think a bit too much about steering rather than working on their race and moving the boat fast, but also you're just taking a much longer route. You can see the times there from the 1,000 metres. So it was Oxford, Newcastle, and then the second Newcastle crew in lane number 5, who was in the final qualifying position here. So you can see that Queen's University Belfast crew just in front of the umpire's launch, still continuing to struggle a bit with their steering. They drift over towards the crew in lane 6 from Leeds. But we've got Oxford with their dark blue lycras and pink base layers in the middle of your shot. And then they're in a bit of a Newcastle sandwich. They've got Newcastle to both to their right and left, currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd. I think Oxford have consolidated their lead a bit in the 3rd 500 of this race. Don't quite have the splits for the 3rd 500 up on our screens just yet, but Oxford definitely pulling away from the field, with Newcastle B in lane number 3 and Newcastle A in lane number 4 in 3rd.
So all these crews now just approaching the 250 metres left, 250 metres to go, and it is still the University of Oxford pulling in front, and it looks as though Newcastle B are just ahead of Newcastle A as they approach their last 150 and enter into these red buoys.
So yes, the fantastically named Oxford University pair of Agamemnon Crumpton and Oliver Featherstone, with around about 2 lengths lead over Newcastle crew of Rory Mainland and Alex Millard. Rory, the brother of one of our commentators, Fergus. I'm sure Fergus will be giving him a bit of a cheer. Coming up to the finish line now, and Oxford do cross the line in 1st position ahead of the Newcastle B crew, with Newcastle A coming through in 3rd position. Those should be the 3 crews going through to the A final. Then over on the far side we'll have Leeds coming through in 4th, as we see Oxford just paddling away there from the finish area. So Leeds through in 4th, Cambridge in 5th, and unfortunately struggling a bit with the steering in the second half of the race, the Queen's University Belfast crew coming through in 6th position.
So just on your screen there we can see the first semi-final for the women's intermediate 4s. So in lane number 1 we have the University of Bristol A, Edinburgh University in lane number 2, and Oxford University A right in the centre there, and Cambridge University A in lane number 4, followed by London in lane number 5 and St Andrews over there in lane number 6.
Going through the 500 metre mark, it was the University of Cambridge in the centre of the course, leading ahead of Edinburgh and Oxford. You see the light blues of Cambridge coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker, with the University of London and St Andrews just over their left shoulders. And Cambridge coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker. I think they are going to go through in 1st position, but the University of Edinburgh in lane number 2, not too far behind. It's going to be pretty much neck and neck between those two. In fact, Edinburgh may have just poked their bow ball in front going through the K, with Oxford sitting in 3rd. So those are the splits as they go through the 1,000 metres, and it was Edinburgh with just a half-second advantage over Cambridge, and Oxford sitting in 3rd. University of London, Bristol and St Andrews currently looking like they're going to be missing out, but It's 3 seconds separating Oxford and the University of London. UL had a strong performance yesterday in their Championship 8s, their Intermediate 8. Not quite up to the same level, the high standards that University of London would usually set themselves. Edinburgh University managed to pick up a fantastic silver in the women's intermediate 8 yesterday. They rode through the field, having sat in 6th position going through 500, and they were 5th going through the K. So we know that this is a crew that maybe not the fastest starters, but they ramp it up through the course, and I think we're seeing that now with those 3 crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4, Edinburgh, Cambridge and Oxford, leading the way in this first semi-final of the women's intermediate 4s. Just having a quick look down to the start line now in the bottom right of your screen. You can see the second of our semi-finals, which is due to be starting in 2 minutes' time. Coming up towards 500 metres to go now in this first semi-final of the women's intermediate 4s.
So just coming up to that 500 metres to go, and it looks as though the University of Cambridge have actually pulled it back away from Edinburgh there into first position. So Edinburgh are following behind, and in that third spot into the A final, at the moment it is the University of Oxford.
Yeah, this has been a great ding-dong battle between the baby blues and the light blues, with the dark blues in the middle trying to get into the party. But this is just a really, really tight race all across the field. Even Bristol in lane 1 still sprinting hard, as are the University of London. But I think the top 3 crews are going to be those in the middle, Edinburgh, Oxford and Cambridge. I think Cambridge may be slightly dropping back now in the last 500 metres of this race. I think Oxford may have come through them. Can Bristol or UL sprint up to try and take one of these final 3 spots? But it is the University of Edinburgh crew in lane number 2 who, as they come into the red boys, are just about in front of this race, maybe a canvas quarter of a length over Oxford. Cambridge, they were so strong, they led through 500, they led through 500 metres to go, but they're dropping back now. Can they hold on to a qualifying position? And into the closing metres, and it is Edinburgh with around about a third of a length over Oxford and Cambridge. Bristol and UL very, very tight on the line. And over on the far side, St Andrews, brilliant racing there in the women's intermediate 4s. It's as though it was Edinburgh, Oxford and Cambridge that took that one very tight between Bristol and UL for 4th and 5th. It's tentatively Bristol showing ahead of the University of London and St Andrews in 6th, but we'll wait for the official results for that one.
So just there on your screen, there it is again, that win from the University of Edinburgh, followed by Oxford and Cambridge, all 3 securing their spots in the A final this afternoon. So there on your screen, just waiting to start, we can see the next round of the semi-finals for the women's intermediate 4s. So over in lane 1, we have Newcastle University B, followed by the University of Durham, and in the centre there, that's the University of Surrey A, and in lane number 4, it's Newcastle A, followed by Warwick A and Oxford University C over in lane at number 6.
So off we go with the second semi-final of the women's intermediate fours. Just a couple of minutes behind schedule, but we're doing a pretty good job today so far of running to time. So thank you to all of our athletes for making sure they're turning up on time at the start, so we can get racing underway promptly. It means that at the end of the day we shouldn't have any delays, and we can all get home and on the road a little bit quicker after what's been a very, very long 3 days of racing. But second semi-final of the women's intermediate fours underway. Once again, 3 crews will be going through into the A final. Newcastle, Durham, Surrey, Newcastle, Warwick and Oxford. A reminder of the start order here, as you can just see the next race are just making their way onto the stake boats now. So on the right hand side of your screen there is the lane that all of the athletes use to row up to the start. So they've got to stay out of the way of the racing crews. They row up to the start, where they then get grouped into their sort of groups of 6 for their race. All races are designated by a letter, and then they then get their lane number. So this race we've got on the course at the moment is race H. So all of the 6 crews in this will have a bound number on the front of their boats that says H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, which means that the umpires, marshals, etc. can get the 6 crews together. Then as soon as the previous race has gone off, those 6 crews will then make their way onto the start, make sure they're pointing in the right direction. I think we have had a couple of crews this week that have turned up onto the start pointing in the wrong direction. So unless you want to back down the whole course, I'd definitely recommend that you get your bows pointing towards the finish line.
So just coming up on your screen there, we can see all the crews coming through that 500 metre mark. And it was Newcastle University leading there, followed very closely by the University of Durham and Surrey in third, holding on at the moment for those 3 spots into the A final. That it is quite close there for that third position between Newcastle and Surrey.
You can just see one of our umpires' boats there in the orange boat at the bottom of the screen, making their way up to the start line. But it is Newcastle there, the blue star on their blades. The Newcastle University and Durham University, the 2 northeastern rivals. They'll be having their university boat race, the boat race to the north, in just a couple of weeks. They go through in first and second position, not too much separating them, and I think Surrey were in third, but really not a huge amount separating this field.
So just on your screen you can see the times as all the crews came through that 1,000 metre mark. So this is halfway for them now. So it was Newcastle leading there just by a second or so ahead of Durham, and it's the University of Surrey clinging on just ahead of the other Newcastle crew for that third position into the A final. But with another kilometre left to go, it's still all to play for.
Great shot of all 6 of our forwards. Maybe slightly more open field in this second semi-final of the women's intermediate fours than we had in the first semi-final. But like still a good race at the front between Newcastle and Durham.
So we're just getting some times through now as all the crews pass through that 1,500 metre mark into their final 500 metres. So just on your screen you can see it is still Newcastle leading by around 2 seconds ahead of Durham, and Surrey are still keeping up there, holding on to that third spot and pulling away from the other Newcastle crew in order to secure their spot in the A final.
What was interesting as well is I just thought I'd take a quick look at the results from the previous race, and this Newcastle crew probably going through 500 metres to go around about 4 seconds quicker than the Edinburgh crew that won the previous semi-final. So this Newcastle crew looking like if they can pull out the win here, they might be in a really good position to take home some gold medals at the end of today's racing. But into the last 250 metres now, Newcastle and Durham. Durham definitely not letting Newcastle go. These mentioned these two universities, big rivals, train on the same river, on the River Tyne, just as their boathouses separated by a few hundred metres.
So Newcastle University and Durham both just approaching the Red Boys for their last 150 metres, and it's really hard to tell at this moment who's going to come across that line first, and it's looking like a real battle between the University of Surrey and Newcastle B as they come through them Red Boys, but I think University of Surrey just pulling ahead there to ensure their just to ensure their spot in the A final, it looks like.
Great sprint by Durham though, and I think Durham have just poked themselves ahead of Newcastle on the line the last 500. Fantastic sprint. Surrey do come through in third ahead of the second Newcastle crew. Then Oxford over on the far side in fifth. Durham look absolutely stoked with that. I think they're really happy with that row. Great maturity to row through Newcastle in the last 500 metres, not letting the Blue Star crew have an inch. As we just have a quick look at Durham University there, coming through around about a canvas ahead of Newcastle, who looked a little bit deflated by the end, stopping just as they come across the line. Surrey through in third, and then Newcastle B through in fourth.
So just next on your screen there we can see the men's intermediate pairs. So over in lane number 1 we have Edinburgh B, and next to them is Edinburgh A in lane number 2, followed by Durham C in the centre and Durham A over in lane number 4. Lane number 5 we have Imperial College London, followed by Newcastle B in lane number 6.
So just waiting for those 1,000 metre times to come through. I can say that at the 500 metres it was Durham University who led over Edinburgh University A, with Imperial College London sitting in third. But we're coming up towards 500 metres to go now, so we should hopefully get some times as they come through there.
So we're just seeing some times appearing on the screen now for 1,500 metres. So the crews are now entering into that last 500 metres of their 2K race, and it was Durham University just in the lead, followed by the University of Edinburgh. There's around about a 2-second difference there, so we'll see what happens in this last 500 metres.
Yeah, we got some very talented athletes here from Durham and Edinburgh. I don't remember if it's the exact same ones, but we had Durham who picked up a bronze medal in the championship coxless fours, I believe, yesterday, and then Edinburgh, who picked up a bronze medal in the championship coxed fours. They're going head to head, but I'd say the Durham pair, who's still out in front, but Edinburgh sprinting hard into the closing stages, but it's going to be really, really tight for third between the Durham crew in lane number 3 and the Imperial crew in lane number 5. I'd say that the Durham crew's steering just going off a bit now, just in the worst possible time. Just drifting into lane 4. Now as they come back, they're going to have to watch their blades to make sure they don't hit any buoys. But Edinburgh versus Durham for the lead. I think it is still Durham University that have it over Edinburgh as we come into the closing stages. And I think Imperial have opened up a bit of an advantage now over the second Durham crew, but into the closing stages, and it is going to be Durham that come through just ahead of the University of Edinburgh, with Imperial in third and about half a length behind the second Durham boat, perhaps let down by their steering a bit. Newcastle through in 5th, and then Edinburgh through in 6th.
So just on your screen there we can see the Durham crew, the winner of this semi-final.
So the second semi-final of the men's intermediate pairs underway. We got these semi-finals coming thick and fast, and all staying absolutely bang on time, if not a bit ahead, which is fantastic. And we got the 2 Bristol pairs going out in front. So Newcastle, Surrey, Bristol, Strathclyde and Durham is the lineup here, and it's Bristol A, Bristol B and Surrey who are currently leading this one. Bristol had a fantastic regatta so far. They took home gold in the intermediate 8s on Saturday, and then a gold in the intermediate 4s yesterday. Now, can these athletes, presumably taken from those same boats, make it a hat-trick of gold medals here in the men's intermediate pairs? It's looking pretty good, because the 2 Bristol pairs and Surrey are out in front at the moment.
So with these crews passing through the 1,000 metre mark, they're halfway, and it was the University of Bristol leading, followed by the other Bristol crew in second, and the University of Surrey in third. You can see the split times just appeared on your screen there for the 1,000 metre mark.
Fantastic shot there of our pairs as they row away from the 1,000 metres, quickly coming up towards 500 metres to go. Will we see Bristol still in that 1-2 position, or will the Surrey pair of Sydney Bernard and Jamie Gamble be able to push up at all? And it is the Bristol crew in lane number 4, Robbie Prosser and John Davis, who go through in first position. The Bristol B crew, Harry Stroud and Robert Davis, just under 3 seconds behind. Only 0.4 though separating Bristol and Surrey. Durham agonisingly sitting about 3.7 seconds behind in 4th position. So probably just over a length. They're going to have to really, really give it some in the last 500 metres if they want to place in the A final. But the Bristol crew, third from left, lane 4, just coming towards 250 metres to go now, looking really, really impressive here. The time that the Bristol pair set through 500 metres to go just around about a second slower than the Durham University pair in our last semi-final. So I think we could be on for a really, really tight race in the A final later. See if any of these pairs have got any room to step on. They'll go away at the end of this race, reassess, see if there's anything that they think they could improve. Make sure they try and recover, get some good nutrition, some good hydration in, rest the legs. But into the last 100 metres, it is Bristol A in lane number 4, ahead of Bristol B and Surrey, who are still fighting for that second spot. I think Bristol B still have a little bit of an advantage over the Surrey crew. But coming into the closing stages, it is Bristol A who cross just ahead of Bristol B, Surrey in third. It's then going to be Durham, Strathclyde, and then finally Newcastle just to round out the field in this men's intermediate pairs. There's the Bristol A crew just taking a little bit of a break and then paddling back into the stake boats as we have a look at the replay of the Bristol A crew finishing their semi-final just around about a length ahead of Bristol B, with Surrey half a length behind. Durham just missing out, just over a length behind there in fourth.
So just on your screens there, we have the women's intermediate lightweight quads. So in lane number 2, it's the University of Surrey, followed by the University of Bath in lane number 3, and Queen's University Belfast in lane number 4, and the University of Exeter over in lane number 5. So this is their first semi-final for the women's intermediate lightweight quads, and 3 of these crews will go through to the A final this afternoon.
So this is another event that previously was a championship event, has been moved to intermediate to try and encourage a few more entries. And I think we do have maybe a few more entries in the lightweight quads than we would have done in previous years. And coming up towards 1,000 metres, and it is the Surrey crew in lane number 2 who are going to go through in first position. They've got Clearwater over Bath in second, with it looks like Queen's in third and Exeter just a little bit off the pace in fourth. So I think these leading 3 crews should be pretty well set to go into the A final, with Exeter over on the far side just missing out as it currently stands. So Surrey with a 4-second advantage as they went through the 1,000 metres. Oh no, my apologies. I was doing the Queen's University Belfast crew down there. So it's actually it's the Surrey crew that is a little bit off the pace in lane number 2. So it's Queen's Belfast and Exeter who are in those second and third positions as it currently stands.
So all the crews just coming through that 1,500 metre mark. and it was the University of Surrey holding on to that first spot, followed by Queen's University Belfast and the University of Exeter in that third place.
Yeah, I've been absolutely at 6s and 7s with the lane order in this one. I think I've been getting confused by the lack of a crew in lane 1. So it's Bath in lane 3 who are a bit off the pace. They are currently sitting in 4th position. And our top 3, Surrey, Queen's and Exeter, looking set to be the top 3 and going through to the A final. So into the closing 200 metres, and Surrey still controlling the race. With Queen's and Exeter fighting hard behind. So into the closing stages, and Surrey just holding on. Exeter pushing through Queen's Belfast. So they're going to have Surrey coming across the line now with Exeter in second, Queen's Belfast in third, and Bath just missing out in this one. As we see the Surrey crew there just coming across the line around about 2/3 of a length ahead of Exeter, with Queen's a further half a length behind in that first semi-final, my apologies, of the women's intermediate lightweight quads. So our second semi-final already on the course, coming up towards 1,000 metres. 4 boats again, 3 of them going through to the A final. We've got Oxford in 2, Cardiff in 3, Cambridge in 4 and Nottingham in lane number 5. Going through the 500 metre marker, Cambridge had opened up a lead of a second over Oxford, with Cardiff in 3rd and Nottingham in 4th. But we're just coming up towards 1,000 metres now. I'd say Cambridge still looking like they are in the lead. So through the 1,000 metres then for this second semi-final of the women's intermediate lightweight quads. And Cambridge still out in front. They've extended their lead now from 1 second up to 4 seconds over Oxford, who are in second, Cardiff in third. And we've got the University of Nottingham in lane 5, just a little bit adrift in this one, trailing by around 7 seconds on the top 3. Grace has stepped out of the commentary box. She'll be back on the live stream in around about an hour's time, and we've got Alex Darby back. Alex, you ready for BUCS Day 3?
Born ready, Will. Born ready. I feel like, the 38 plus years of my life have been building up for this one moment here, the Monday of BUCS Regatta 2022. So looking forward to bringing some races to you guys. Starting off with this women's inter lightweight quad. What we got here? 3 to the A final. So 3 from 4 means that just one of these is going to miss out. So it looks like the 3 from 4 are going to be the ones in lanes 2, 3 and 4, Oxford, Cardiff, Cambridge. And at this point in time, Nottingham racing the umpire's launch, unfortunately, at the moment.
So into the closing stages of this one, and Cambridge continuing to row away from the field. Very, very impressive here. Cambridge have really come strong here on the women's side. Plenty of athletes across all the disciplines: lightweight, open weight, sweep and sculling. They are up over their usual rivals, the Dark Blues of Oxford, who are in second, with Cardiff in third, and Nottingham just a little bit behind these three. So I think we've got our A finalists fairly set: Cambridge, Oxford and Cardiff, as we come into the last 100 metres of this second semi-final of the women's intermediate quads.
So just crossing the line, you would have seen there Cambridge, followed by Oxford and Cardiff. So like we said, those will be the 3 crews that proceed through to the A final of the women's inter lightweight quad. So Cambridge not even hanging around, just straight over to the landing stage to rest, refuel and get ready for their final.
Replay there of Cambridge crossing the line with a comfortable margin over Oxford and Cardiff in that semi-final. So coming up towards 1,000 metres now with our next race, which is the first semi-final of the Women's Championship coxless fours. This is the first repechage of the day we've had. So for those of you that don't know, a repechage means that the top crews from the time trial went through automatically, and then everyone else gets a second chance or a do-over to try and get into the A final. So we've got 4 crews here, and the top 2 will go through. So we've got Durham, Liverpool, Edinburgh and LSE racing in this one. And coming up to 1,000 metres, we got Edinburgh and Durham leading this one. Edinburgh really attacked the time trial hard and just missed out on getting one of the top 2 spots, which I think would have been a bit gutting for them. It looked like they really went at it, finishing about 4 seconds behind University of Cambridge, which is no mean feat. Then this Durham crew, they didn't quite go absolutely 100% in the time trial this morning. Had a few debates over the merits of the time trials when there's been a sort of a smaller field, and sort of what your progression is going to be is fairly set. There has been some warnings handed out to crews over the way in which they've been approaching the time trial. Definitely not saying that in terms of any of these crews in particular, but you can definitely either go absolutely flat out, or you can just race it hard, but just use it as a bit of a preparation for later. Make sure you're moving well as a crew.
So just coming onto your shot there, you got the Edinburgh crew who have got a really nice rhythm going on, long rowing from our camera position here. That Edinburgh crew are the crew that's got a slight lead at the K. As we said, there's 3 coming through here. As we just sort of look down the course, it looks like the first 2 crews are pretty comfortable at the moment. So 4 in this race, 2 to go through. Edinburgh there looking pretty comfortable in lane 4. Durham as well looking pretty comfortable in lane 2. You don't have to high rate these little lines, you just have to control the race and just cross the line in the top 2 here. Liverpool and LSE, the other 2 crews in this, you can see, because we've got all 4 of our crews on the screen right now. From right to left you can see sort of Durham, Liverpool, then actually LSE on the screen, and then Edinburgh to the far left. But Edinburgh out in front of Durham, and who are out in front of Liverpool, and then after them is LSE.
Yeah, it's been a strong performance by the Edinburgh women so far this weekend. On the sweep side, they picked up a silver in the women's intermediate 8s yesterday, and the 4th in the Champ 8s. I think 4th in the Champ 8s, one of their best results for a while. Currently sitting 2nd in the women's Victor Ludorum, and their points helping Edinburgh sit at the top of the overall Victor Ludorum. So I think that's going to be one of the big focuses for the Baby Blues over the next few hours, is can they take home that Victor Ludorum. Cambridge currently sitting in 2nd, almost entirely on the back of their amazing performance from their women's squad. But into the closing stages now, and it is Edinburgh and Durham, the Baby Blues and the Platinets. They've got the leading 2 positions, so I think they're going to be our representatives in the A final. That'll be taking place in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, both these crews just put a little squeeze onto the line. Maybe Durham got a sniff of maybe we could get a better lane out of this. So both of these crews just expending a bit of energy. Always nice to sort of stretch the legs out as well, if you've been sort of paddling over a little bit. But it's Edinburgh going to take that by about two-thirds of a length, something like that. But Edinburgh and Durham will be the 2 crews to join the 2 from the time trial so far in the women's champ coxless floor final. And the next, there's your Edinburgh crew, in fact, similarly to the Cambridge crew you saw in the race before, just continuing their paddle over the line through to the finish line. Just want to show they haven't expended that much energy, so just paddling through to the line. It was Liverpool and LSE to round out that, and then we'll cut now to the next championship for coxless floor repechage, and it'll be 2 from this race to also go through to the A final.
Indeed it will. So we've got Newcastle, Imperial, Nottingham and Sheffield racing in this one, spread across lanes 2 to 5. Going through the 500 metre marker, it was Newcastle University who went through in first, ahead of Imperial by around about a second and a half, with Nottingham sitting in 3rd and Sheffield in 4th. You can see they're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now.
So yeah, our camera here at the 1,000-metre mark, just showing the crews approaching that point. On your screen, you can see Newcastle nearest us. You can see Imperial and Nottingham. They're the two crews on the other side, and then just going off shot with Sheffield. So as the camera swings past, you can see that Newcastle cross first, IC cross second, and Nottingham cross third. It's only 2 from these 3 that will be able to proceed through to the A final, and the remainder will be out, I assume.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any B finals for championship events this weekend. We have done in the past when we've had really, really high entry numbers, but here we've just got 10 total entries, so we don't have a B final for the 4 that are going to miss out on the A final. But looks like Nottingham clinging on to IC at the moment, just under 2 seconds, which is definitely closable in the second half, as long as they can really, really stay on top of it, and they haven't burnt too many matches in the first 1,000 metres of this race to hold on.
So yeah, working their way down. We've got a slightly different view from the from the tower to what you can see from the camera. So these are the shots going away. The athletes coming towards us. It looks like it is quite still close between the Nottingham and the IC crew. Definitely within touching distance and close enough to strike down this last part of the race.
So we've got our 3-4s neck and neck here, and I'd say that the Newcastle 4 in lane 2, who were in the lead, I think they're actually dropping off a little bit in the second half of this race. Yeah, so going through 500 metres to go, Imperial had moved into first, with Newcastle down into second, and only 1.6 seconds separating Newcastle and Nottingham. Sheffield still in fourth, unfortunately, but if Nottingham have got anything left in this last 500, they've got to go now, because Newcastle could be chopping back, but I think whatever had happened to Newcastle, they've now recovered from, because they now seem to be back moving very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, sometimes as a crew you just kind of got to hang around like a bit of a bad stink, but at some point then you got to open up the throttle and move. So this is going to be really exciting down this last stretch. You can see 3 crews going for just 2 places in the A final of the Women's Champ, coxless 4. So these are some big programs as well, really big pedigree in events like this. So Nottingham pushing hard, IC pushing hard, Newcastle pushing hard. Those 3 crews are still battling their way to the line. I'd say at the moment it looks like IC have their noses just out in front, so it's going to be between Newcastle and Nottingham and who can have the biggest flourish coming into the line. So you can see as our camera swings round, the boys will change colour. That's happening now. So it looks like actually Nottingham putting a big spurt in here, just trying to see what the boy line's saying. Might well be Newcastle just holding them off. IC, I'd say, have probably just done enough at this point. So as it swings round, this is the camera that's a little bit up from the line. Now we cut to the camera on the line. This is obviously not an official finish. Newcastle look like they put in a big spurt and have almost got on terms with IC, and it's just going to be Nottingham raced out of it slightly on home water. Didn't quite have the push at the back end they needed. They were sitting a little bit down, a few seconds, and sometimes it's just a little bit too much trying to find 3 or 4 seconds down that last 500 metres.
Yeah, so we've got it showing as IC just finishing ahead of Newcastle at the moment. I think those 2 are definitely the crews that will go through to the A final. As we see a replay, a reminder that yellow line is unofficial. Coming up to the line, oh yeah, look like IC maybe by about a barrel number, by an end plate, with Nottingham coming through in third and Sheffield in fourth. So that is the repêchages for the Women's Championship coxless 4s done. Our next event is the Men's Intermediate Quadruple Sculls, the first semi-final of which is on your screen now and coming up towards the 1,000 metres. So we got Bristol, University of the West of England, Nottingham A, Edinburgh A, Nottingham B and Imperial in this one. Edinburgh fastest from the time trial in this race, the Nottingham in 4th. Yeah, so really, really tight. Really, really tight in the time trial here. It was just 4 seconds separating the top 6 crews in this event. So that's only just over a length. So it's even just getting into the A final here is going to be tough. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and you could really not separate much between all 6 of these boats. Maybe lane 5, that would be Nottingham just slightly ahead, but the remainder of the crews, not much separating them at all. Great shot there of our 6 crews moving away from the 1,000 metre marker. Nottingham, Edinburgh, Nottingham, Imperial, UE, Bristol is the order, but only 3 seconds separating those 6 crews.
Yeah, this event was really tight through the time trial. If you look all the way from the first crew down to about the 25th crew, beyond that, down to about the 29th crew, there's no real big jumps. It's all like quarter of a second here, 0.2, half a second. So we're expecting some good racing. Now, these will be the top 12 crews split across 2 semi-finals. There's kind of a spiral shape if you drew it on a piece of paper as to who's in each semi-final. So this would feature the fastest, the 4th fastest, 5th fastest, 8th, 9th and 12th quickest crews from the time trial. That's who will be in here. So a bit of a spread expected in here, but it is still quite close together despite the fact there's supposed to be a bit of a spread. It's been over just over 3 seconds in it between first and last, and in the time trial between that first and last crew, which is a 1500, not a 2k, it was about 11-second gap. So the crew from Bristol, who was the last one into this AB semi-final set, they're really hanging on well at the K, and as we look down the course, and you can see none of these crews are really broken away. It's going to be really tight. It's such a competitive category, the old inter quads in this case. Inter rowing in general here has been phenomenally competitive across the weekend, and we're just seeing another brilliant inter race. Bristol obviously have done phenomenally well, winning the Inter Coxed 4 and the Inter 8 the last couple of days. You know, they've got a quad here as well. It's going to be that same kind of cohort of athlete training together. They're going to want to try and put themselves in yet another A final. They're going to have to do it from the outside in lane 1. It would look like the crews in the middle are starting to charge now, and also Nottingham's B crew putting a bit of a charge in lane 5 as well. So some phenomenal racing going on right now.
Yeah, really not much separating these crews at all. 200 metres to go now for all 6 of them. I'd say that Nottingham B crew in lane 5, maybe still out in front. Edinburgh in 2nd, and then Nottingham A and the University of the West of England and Imperial all the way over on the far side of the course, fighting for 6th. As they're waiting for them to come into the last 100 metres, who's got a bit more left to sprint? I think the Nottingham A crew in lane 3 establishing themselves over UE, but what have Imperial on the far side got to show for it? Nottingham B in lane 5, they've held on. They're going to take a scalp over their A crew here, but Imperial, I think they maybe gone through Nottingham A. Coming up to the line now, it is Nottingham over Edinburgh, and then I think just Imperial over Nottingham A, but we're going to have to wait for the replay and the photo finish on that one. UE coming through in 5th and Bristol in 6th, but as you can see from the times there, provisionally 1.6 seconds separating the top 4 crews. Really, really not much at all.
Yeah, that was another phenomenally close race. Like we said, Nottingham B through first, second, and I think maybe Nottingham A might have pipped it, but this is an unofficial line. It's not quite lined up exactly on the buoy line or the finish, so yeah, we can't really tell from that line at all.
Yeah, I think I think based on that, that did look like maybe Nottingham ahead of IC, and that's provisionally what it's been put as by the Finnish judges. We'll wait for the if we see the official result come through, we will let you know. But the second of those semi-finals is already well underway, coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker. So I'm going to bring you the lane order for this second semi-final of the men's intermediate quads. Durham University in 1, Surrey A in 2, Bath A in 3, Reading A in 4, Loughborough A in 5, and Reading B in lane number 6. Reading into quads, probably one of their most important events of the weekends alongside the championship quad, and going through the 1,000 they have got their bow balls around about a quarter of a length in front ahead of Bath.
Yeah, Reading a programme where fundamentally they just scull, so they can't necessarily compete at things like Head of the River, but this absolutely is going to be one of the key indicator races as to their speed. So having two crews in here is what they would have wanted. One's on the outside, so would have qualified through in about 11th place, but their A crew being in lane 4 tells us that they were probably the second or third quickest through the time trial.
Yeah, so we got Reading, Bath and Durham as the top 3. Surrey just sitting outside that at the moment. But I can also say after that incredibly tight last race that Imperial just missed out behind Nottingham A. I did call it wrong over the line, so it was the Nottingham A crew that held on for third. Only 0.08 of a second between third and fourth. That's some of these the intermediate race semi-finals have seen some incredibly tight races between third and fourth to make it into that A final. Think about the men's intermediate 8s, the women's intermediate 8s, and now the men's intermediate quads as well. But the second semi-final is also looking like it's going to be a humdinger as we come down towards 500 metres to go, with Reading University currently out in front, ahead of Bath, Durham and Surrey.
Yeah, just unfortunately for Reading B, it looks like they're the crew that's a little bit off the pace. They're the crew you can see far left of your screen. They seem to be a little bit behind at this point, but there are 3 to go through, and there's quite a lot of parity between lanes 1 to 5. Maybe lane 5 slightly a little bit off. That's Loughborough. But Durham, Surrey, Bath and Reading, those 4 crews are going to be charging hard for those 3 places. So it looks like the crew in lane 2 starting to put a little bit of a spurt in. That's the crew 1 from the right you can see at the moment. That's Surrey. Surrey have had a really, really strong weekend to this point, so they're going to add to their actual weekend success with some bank holiday Monday success as well. So they are charging pretty hard and trying to capitalise on maybe Bath not moving in that last couple of 100 metres. I think Bath maybe been slightly ahead, but Surrey definitely moving through. There's quite a hard charge as well from Durham coming in lane 1. I'd say Bath have responded and moving well. Bath and Reading in 3 and 4 are starting to charge, and Loughborough coming back into the mix over there in lane 5. Like we say, there's only 3 places for these 5 crews, and there's a lot changing right now. You can see on your screen there's a lot of change happening. Lane 4 Reading starting to move out to the front of the pack, and going with them is Bath, who seem to have seen off the Surrey charge. Surrey going backwards slightly, but holding on to about half a length behind Bath. If they can overhaul that half a length, that'll probably put them in the A final. We come back to the front of the race. You can see Reading just trying to stick their noses out. Loughborough charging really hard. They should have a lot of home support here. So Loughborough really kicking hard there over in lane 5. As they come up towards the line, you can see on our screens here, still Reading just seemed to maybe a bow ball or 2 out on Bath, who've really charged hard. Coming through to our Finnish camera, you'll see looks like Reading and then Bath, and then like we said Surrey went hard with it, just pushing Loughborough out on that far side. Durham there crossing the line, you can see, and then Reading. So some really good stuff. That Reading crew again not winding down, but trying to make it look like it was easy, but I really don't think it was.
Yeah, another fantastically tight race there, not surprising based on those time trial results. Provisionally on the left we've got Reading, Bath and Surrey as we see the replay now. Reading just over Bath, trying to squeeze in an extra stroke. Surrey and then Loughborough agonisingly missing out by just a couple of tenths of a second. Then Durham University coming through in 5th position, and then the Reading crew all the way over on the far side. So, looks like our next race is on the course. still a little bit away from the 1,000-metre marker, but we're moving now on to another one of our new events, the women's beginner doubles. So we've got... we thought that the Edinburgh doubles on the men's side was something like you're not going to be able to get all four of these through to the final. That's for sure. We got Edinburgh C, Edinburgh D, Derby A, Edinburgh A, Plymouth A, and Edinburgh B in the lineup for this race in the women's beginner doubles. Been a fantastic entry in the beginner doubles event, brand new for this year. Then we've seen pretty much four fields both on the men's and women's side, so we're going to have semi-finals and finals. And then our minor finals are going to be completely full of some fantastic beginner crews later on today. So we are coming up to we are through the 500 metres of this one. And it is the Edinburgh crew in lane number 6, ahead of the Edinburgh crew in lane 4, and the Edinburgh crew in lane 2, who are in the lead. That is Edinburgh B, Edinburgh A, Edinburgh C, leading over Plymouth, Derby, and the 6th Edinburgh crew, Edinburgh D.
So yeah, just by a quirk of where the time trial results did lie, 4 Edinburgh crews in this one and none in the other semi-final. So only 3 of these will be able to go through to the A final. Both the men's and the women's doubles brand new this year, so 2022 is the first year it's run. Often when they add an event, there's not too many entries in. I remember when they added the quads, there wasn't a huge number. You know, we were sort of just into the double figures, but we've got 45 and 48 entries into these, so huge number of programs taking advantage of the new event added to the regatta program. I think, you know, with doubles as well, there's a lot of smaller programs that can sort of access this too, because you might have a couple of scullers you think, oh, well, a couple of athletes, and okay, what can I do with these? Well, we can stick them in singles and doubles together. And actually, I think I learned to scull majority of the time in a double with one sitting us, the other rowing, and vice versa, just to sort of start the first few weeks. And I think doubles are boats that a lot of smaller programs, well, bigger programs of course have them as well, but being able to afford to buy a double is far easier than trying to buy an 8.
Yeah, I think it's a good sweet spot actually, because even if you're a big program and you've got lots of people, you may not, and that is changing a bit, but some clubs may not necessarily trust putting people out in singles and say you can be able to sit. So in the fact that we got Edinburgh here who've like spread their whole squad into doubles, and it is that crew all the way over on the far side who are well up in this one. Probably not the best time trial for them if they're all the way over in lane 6, but they're rectifying that here in the A-B semi-finals. And so going through the 1,000 metres, it is that Edinburgh crew all the way over on the far side who have the lead at the moment, just waiting for our lane order to update for those other crews. So we've got Edinburgh B in first, Edinburgh A in second, and Edinburgh D in third. Then Derby in fourth, Plymouth in fifth, and Edinburgh in sixth. So we can see our leading Edinburgh crew there. We also had the very impressive Edinburgh crews in the men's beginner doubles earlier. So Mike Hughes' programme continuing to churn out very fast scullers and sculling crews. The Edinburgh women won the beginner quads yesterday. So to date so far, I don't think they're going to be able to keep this up, but they've won all 4 of the quads events in the regatta, which is if they could add all the other ones today, that would be a pretty good full house. I think there's 6 more quads 4 more quads events today.
Yeah, always impressive when a program goes on the massive rise and does something like that. You know, we've seen Queens pick up a lot of the medals in the single events. So Edinburgh have obviously targeted quads and targeted it and been successful with it. And manifesting here into, doubles as well. Quads usually break down into doubles quite well. And on your screen, you can see 5 doubles. Like I say, this is a beginner event, but just looking at it, these are really accomplished scullers. They're sculling really, really well. I haven't checked the times, but some of these I would assume would have actually been quicker than the inter crews as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting some slightly dubious times coming through. I think the gaps between them are going to be correct. So I think there is a 9-second gap between our leading double and our second double. So I think it's definitely still the Edinburgh crew out in lane 6. What I would say is the Plymouth double in lane 5 looks to be pushing up, and maybe they've come through. Indeed they have. They've come through the Edinburgh D crew, and they're now in second. Plymouth picked up a silver medal in the women's beginner quads yesterday, a fantastic result for them. So I'd expect this is maybe 2 of the athletes from that double who are racing here. This in the Plymouth A crew, and they've moved themselves up currently into a qualifying position. Derby have also moved up ahead of the that third Edinburgh boat, which is just dropping back slightly now.
Yeah, so I was chatting to Steve Clark, the Plymouth coach, earlier, and he was obviously very proud of that silver medal. And if these are the same athletes from that boat, they've done a really good move to break up the Edinburgh monopoly through the middle of the race. He's borrowed a bike of mine, so I hope it's allowed him to follow down. It was not the best bike in the universe, but I'm sure he'll be cheering his crew on here, and that move in the middle would have been really impressed by it, because early on it did look like it was going to be Edinburgh, but it's all change here. Those 2 of the Edinburgh crews have just dropped off the pace, and it does look like on that far side it is going to be one of the Edinburgh crews through. The second Edinburgh crew you can see being put under a little bit of pressure by Plymouth, just to the right of the screen there. So Edinburgh looking good for 2 of the places in the final. And just coming to the finish camera, you can see one of the Edinburgh crews has come through there. The second Edinburgh crew just coming into shot will pick up the second of those final spots. And then Plymouth will also be able to compete for the gold medals in the A final of the women's beginner doubles. If we just stay on the finish camera as well, you see the next crew through. It was quite a good move through the middle from Derby. Didn't quite manage to break their way through into the top part of the race. But you can see that Edinburgh comfortably through with 2 of their crews. So at least 2 of the 6 crews will be Edinburgh in that final.
Yeah, for sure. And we are moving on to our second semi-final in the women's beginner quads now. Race number 433. In this one we've got UCL A, Bournemouth B, Durham A, Queen's A, Plymouth B and Queen's B. Plymouth, that looks like it may be the second half of that aforementioned quad. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker in this one. Going through the 500, it was Queen's University Belfast who had a lead over Durham University, with University College London sitting in third. And Queen's Belfast have stretched out that advantage now. Very dominant row from this Queen's Belfast double. Not another crew in shot as they've opened up a 9-second lead. As we see the crew in lane number 1 just coming into shot now. That's the double from UCL. Just waiting for our times to update, and it is Queen's Belfast followed by Durham and UCL. Brilliant shot there, looking all the way down the lake. You can see some of the buildings down just past the start line here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Queen's Belfast crew in lane number 4. Even from this shot here, where we're head on, it can normally be quite hard to see exactly which crew is ahead. But even from here, you can see that Queen's Belfast are just miles in front of the competition. They've even extended out their lead above the 9 seconds that it was originally going through the 1,000-metre marker.
Yeah, so Queen's really out in front, but quite a close race still between second, third and fourth. They're the 3 crews in there. I mean, I had to wade into the water earlier to help a UCL double out. I'm not sure if it's the one over here that were in third place over in lane 1. Maybe it was, and I helped them move into this position, and they can do something with it. It does look like it's the same Felipe that I had to go sort out at about 10 o'clock this morning. I was already in the lake, so it didn't matter. Just providing the Unibrain pit stop service. So in your shot right now, UCL on the far right, Bournemouth one in from them, Durham one across the one pretty much centre of the screen. It's then Queens, you can see the one sort of below in the 2 vertical crews, Queens and then Plymouth, who you can see there, and just out a shot to the left will be the other Queens Belfast crew, just coming in the shot now. So Queens still with a commanding lead. Those times aren't correct, but what we usually do is just look at the relative difference. So we'd say Queens probably have a 10-second gap on Durham. Durham in turn have about a 5-second gap on Plymouth, who have overhauled UCL. So UCL had been just a little bit ahead of Plymouth, but that's flipped around now. So Plymouth looking to be in the top 3 again, and that would give them 2 crews in the A final for this women's beginner double, which would stand them in great stead following that quad silver medal yesterday.
Yeah, that really would be super impressive. Queen's Belfast continuing to dominate. They haven't relaxed quite as much as they thought they might. We've seen some of the other races, even with beginners, crews that have got a big lead. They've been happy just to sit, lower the rating down slightly, not expend too much energy, because the finals are going to come around pretty quickly for these guys. At least, and they're going to have some pretty tired legs probably after 2, maybe even 3 days of racing. Durham University continue to sit in second position, but that battle for third continues between Plymouth in lane 5 and UCL in lane number 1. I'd say UCL maybe just have a bit of a lead over Plymouth at the moment and are going to push them out. But as we come into the closing stages, Queen's University Belfast just about allowing the other crews to stay in shot as we move into the last few metres now. Queen's University Belfast come across the line. Still a great race. UCL just having a bit of a disaster in their last few strokes. They stopped rowing for a couple of seconds there. We've got Durham coming through in second now, but who's going to take third between Plymouth and UCL? Plymouth on the top of your screen, UCL on the bottom, and Plymouth are going to take it over UCL. Queen's Belfast coming through in fifth, in fourth, Bournemouth in fifth, and Bournemouth in sixth. That was a bit gutting there for the UCL crew. I think they had third place, but just had a bit of a problem there in the last 50 metres.
Yeah, I was watching out the window. They were about a quarter to a half a length up coming into the red boys, but hit about the third red boy in, and again about the fifth and sixth one. They say they lost a few strokes, lost some momentum, and it was just enough for Plymouth to sneak through and claim a second place in the A final.
Yeah, we are now picking up the women's intermediate double sculls going through the 1,000 metres. We've got Durham, Reading B, Edinburgh A, Reading A, and Birmingham. So women's intermediate doubles semi-final. Again, 3 to go through. It's one of our last races in the semi-final and repechage stage. So we've got Edinburgh, who I'm not sure if it's the exact same athletes, but they picked up golds in both the women's champ and intermediate quads. So no surprise to see that their sculling here is also really strong. They have got the top 2 positions at the moment going through the 1,000 metre marker, with Reading University sitting in third. So that top Edinburgh University double of Anna Buchanan and Izzy Clements, ahead of the second Edinburgh double of Olivia Bell and Charlie Faint. with Reading sitting in third position, Finola Stratton and Lee Atkinson. But it's then the second Reading double currently sitting in fourth. But so the two Reading doubles trying to fight out for one remaining spot, with Birmingham in fifth and Durham in sixth.
Yeah, so the Birmingham stroke girl, Perrin House, her sister is actually in the York double that was the second quickest in the time trial and will be in the other semi-final. So she will definitely be wanting to find those few seconds to try and overhaul the two Reading doubles to join, hopefully, her sister in the A final. But at the moment, they're going to have to make up about 5 seconds, and that's a lot to ask for in the last K. But the race now approaching the last 500 metres. You can see there in the middle, we've got those Edinburgh crews looking very strong. Edinburgh have been sculling so well, of course, this weekend. Did you say they picked up the gold in this?
Yeah, they picked up the gold in both the women's champ and intermediate quads.
So, I mean, that's pretty strong going, and we'd assume it's similar athletes in these events here. So Edinburgh looking pretty good at the moment in the middle of the course. Reading, well, they're actually closed in there between the crew in second and third. It's about a second apart now.
Yeah, that Reading crew just closing in slightly. So we got 200 crews that would have been first and fourth in the time trial. Reading, who we believe would have been fifth in the time trial, trying to close in. But yeah, not too much, only 2.8 seconds separating second through fourth, and that's the last two spaces available. So you can see there the Edinburgh crew in lane 4. I think they're doing okay, but the Edinburgh crew in lane 3 maybe slipping back slightly, and they're getting into a bit of a tussle with the two Reading crews. They've got one Reading crew over their right shoulder, and they've got another Reading crew over their left shoulder, and they're going to have to hold off both of them if they want to go through to the A final. So I think that's where our race is definitely going to be, between the second Edinburgh boat and the two Reading crews into the closing stages of this first semi-final of the women's inter-doubles.
Yeah, so in fact, even the first Edinburgh crew's coming under a bit of pressure now as well, because all of these 4 crews are going hard to the line. There's only 3 of them that are going to go into the A final. Looks like the length and the power is still coming from the Edinburgh crews to the point where they should be able to hold off the charge of the two Reading crews. So it looks to me like Edinburgh are going to put 2 crews into the A final, and Reading are just going to put 1 rather than vice versa.
Yeah, although Reading still trying to push up the Reading crew on the top of the screen, trying to get into second, but I'm not sure they're quite going to do it. It's Edinburgh, followed by Edinburgh and Reading over the line, and then Reading B in lane 2 just missing out, gutting for them. Up on the top of the screen, we got the Birmingham University double that Alex was mentioning earlier, as we see our winning Edinburgh pair just paddling away from the finish line. And then Durham University just rounding out the field in the women's intermediate doubles, as we come to a replay of our finish, with Edinburgh A finishing just around about a length over Edinburgh B, with a canvas over Reading A, and then Reading B another length behind. But that is the length that matters. So we've got the second semi-final not quite on the course yet. We get an opportunity to go down to our camera on the start line. You can see what beautiful conditions it is at the National Water Sports Centre today. We really do not get this very often, and I think despite the wind over the last few days, there's been not too much at all, but if there was any wind, it was a very, very gentle headwind. Looking at the windsock that's opposite us now, it's actually moved to a slight tailwind, which you can see why it's so flat down at the start line. But we've gone off the start now with our second semi-final of the women's intermediate doubles.
Yeah, so competing this, we've got in this Cardiff, Newcastle, Leeds, York, London and Nottingham. And your 2 middle lanes there, York and Leeds, they were second and third in the time trial, very close together. I think it might have been 0.1 of a second. So in that little Yorkshire rivalry, York came out on top last time. See if they can do the same in this. So Can't really tell who's ahead from this camera angle, but it is a great camera angle showing you like what happens at the start and the crew's blasting off. But like we say, this is the women's inter doubles second semi-final. The top 3 will go to the A final, and then the remaining 3 will go to the B final a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's a good spot, Alex. Really not much separating these two crews in the middle of the course at all. Then you should have Newcastle and the University of London. They'll be in the crews in lanes 2 and 5, who are the next fastest. You can just see the next race, which will be the championship, women's championship doubles repechage, just getting itself onto the stake boats, as our second semi-final of the intermediate doubles comes up the course towards the 500 metre marker. Not quite sure what's happening with our clocks at the moment, our sort of automated clock systems. We're showing 7 minutes 11 down the bottom right. It's definitely not right. It'll take these doubles a bit less than 2 minutes to get to the 500 metre marker. There we go, 1:52.8 as they come through the 500 metre marker, with Leeds and the University of London and York sitting in the top 3 positions, but not too much separating them again. Newcastle only 0.6 of a second behind the qualifying spots, and 500 metres down means there's still 3/4 of the race to go.
So yeah, the middle lanes seem to be the quickest out. 2, 3, 4 and 5, those are the quickest lanes. Cardiff, we assume, must have had a bit of an issue at the top. I believe that time might well be correct just looking at the course. They do seem a ways back, unfortunately for them. So they qualified into this AB semi-final, and they might have had some kind of either crab or equipment failure potentially as they drop off the pace. But what you can see in your screen at the moment are the 4 crews. I mean, of course, 5 crews in here, but the 4 that were really competing at the front end of the race were Newcastle, Leeds, York and London. But of course, Nottingham on home water, they'll know this course well. They might not have gone out too hard because they know all the landmarks along the side, and maybe their strategy was to just sit in a little bit off the first 500 because they're only a couple of seconds off the pace, and then move through the middle part of this race.
Yeah, looking like a well set, well poised race as we come up towards the 1,000 metre marker here. It's the University of London, York and Leeds who look like they're in front here. Newcastle also in lane 2 coming up. So a fantastic example there of rowing echelons, where you get the chevrons, where you get the 2 crews in lanes 3 and 4 just a little bit in front, and then the 2 crews in lanes 2 and 5 just a little bit further behind. So our time trial's doing a good job of seeding these crews so far. Beautifully flat water. One of the best years for, while it's not been the sunniest and the warmest, in terms of good water for racing. One of the best that we've seen at the National Water Sports Centre for some time. Looking at those times, only 1.4 seconds separating the top 4 crews. So this is really going to be a great race as we go into the second half here. Only 3 spots available. So one of these 4 crews is unfortunately going to miss out on a space in the final.
Yeah, a shame that one is going to miss out, but it's too close to call who it's going to be because there are still 5 in the mix for those 3 places. The race is in the third 500. This is often where we see the big changes occur. York and Leeds still out in front, but London holding on to them. York just 0.2 of a second ahead of Leeds now. Leeds had been slightly ahead just by fractions of a second. So it's all pretty much parity. That can just be where you are within the stroke phase coming into that timing point. So pretty much we could say they're dead level at the front end there, with London just in behind. So Leeds, York and London, but Newcastle and Nottingham not off the pace either. But like we said, that third 500 is often where the race starts to break apart. And it looks like there's been a good charge from the crew in lane 2. That's Newcastle trying to take command of this race. from fourth they'd have to come up through to the front, but looks like they're putting a good charge on it, but a good move in the middle as well from lanes 3 and 4, Leeds and York. So that's what you can see on your screen at the moment. The Leeds crew just to the right, the York crew in the middle, and then to the left, that crew you can see there, London. But I'd say this one just coming into shot now, Newcastle, that seems to be, to me, the crew that's been really moving through the third 500.
Yeah, I think I agree, Alex. And I'd say maybe the University of London in lane 5, maybe the ones who are just dropping back ever so slightly. It's always hard to tell when the crews are so tight, but we've got less than 3 seconds, so probably a length separating the top 4 crews at the moment. It's spread out slightly from the kilometre marker. It was York, Newcastle going through 500 metres to go. Just waiting for the remainder of those lanes to get allocated. Leeds in 3rd, and yeah, University of London in 4th. So UL have got some work to do in the last 500. Those 2 crews on the right, sorry, the 3 crews on the right, my apologies. They are currently the 3 that are in the top 3 positions. University of London in their purple kit on the left. Can they do anything in these last 250 metres to book themselves a spot in the final later on? It's going to be really, really tough, because I don't see Newcastle, Leeds or York wanting to give any quarter to the University of London crew. Into the last 100 metres then, and I think it's York that are just going to have just poked their bow balls a bit further in front than anyone else. Newcastle, I think, are in 2nd, but the University of London and Leeds are locked in a battle for that 3rd and final qualifying position. We're coming into the final 50 metres now, and as they are pretty much about to hit the line, it is the University of York, but it's a blanket finish behind. York, Newcastle, Leeds and the University of London go across the line. We'll have to wait for the official photo finish. The University of London bow slumps back in their seat in frustration, in anguish, not entirely sure. In relief, I think the University of London were just behind the crew from Leeds in those final few strokes. That is indeed what our provisional... Sorry, no, we're still looking at the 1500 metre times, but we can look at the replay now. York coming over, followed by Newcastle, Leeds and the University of London. Yeah, that looks reasonably clear, with Nottingham in 5th position and Cardiff, who had that unfortunate problem at the start. Looking at their boat now, looks like their bow is actually their stern is very, very low in the water. So they maybe have had some kind of technical problem with their boat. But as we finish up the women's intermediate doubles, I am going to step off commentary for now and going to leave you in the very capable hands of Alex Darby, who is being joined by Grace Duffy.
So as we say goodbye to Will, I am indeed joined by the superb Grace Duffy, here for yet another commentary stint in the tower at Nottingham. How's your day been, Grace?
Yeah, it's been good so far, a lot warmer than it was yesterday, and the conditions looking great. So on the screens here we can see the Women's Championship doubles. So 5 of these crews will go through to the A final this afternoon. So over in lane 1 we have the University of Reading. In lane number 2, Glasgow University. In lane number 3 in the centre there, it's Royal Holloway, followed by the University of Durham and Nottingham in lane number 5, and then it's Newcastle over in lane number 6.
So like you're saying, Grace, only one to get eliminated. It's a very different feel, a race like that, you know. Often it's one person that gets the accolade, just the winner. You know, you go to any small regatta, all you get is the winner, that's it. Everyone else, go home, you don't get anything. Thanks for coming and paying your money. But here in this repechage, there's only one going to get put in the bin. So, how do you think it would feel in a race like that?
I think it would feel pretty brutal, knowing that it's all to play for 5 of them, and then one of you is, going to get dumped essentially. At that point, the pressure really would be on. And now coming through that 1,000-meter mark, they'll really be, trying to crank up that rate and put the pressure down to take them through this next 500 and see if they can pull away. At the moment, it does still look pretty tight. We just saw those 1,000-meter times, but we do have through at the 1,500-meter mark, it was the University of York leading, followed by Newcastle University. Oh, no, my apologies. So at the 1,000-meter mark, it was the University of Reading, followed by Royal Holloway, and then in that third spot was the University of Nottingham, followed by Durham University, and in that fifth and final position, it was Newcastle. So as it stands, it's looking like Glasgow may not be the ones to make it through to this final, but as we say, we are only just coming through that 500 metres to go mark.
See, a bit strange for commentators. The real focus is at the back end of this race. We could say as much as we want about Reading, and they just put a boat in the A final of the Inters there. And Royal Holloway haven't had much screen time or mic time, so Royal Holloway doing really well as well here. But it's going to be Glasgow that need to make the move. Really, they got to do or die. There's nothing left for them after this. You get eliminated, you're done. So Glasgow really got to find something, but at the moment, just off the pace, need to really crank it.
Yeah, it's looking from where we are now. There's maybe a boat length and a half between that final crew and Glasgow. So if they really want to make it into that final, they're going to have to pull it out of the bag pretty soon in this last 200 metres.
Yeah, I think Reading in one, who were cruising, are just cruising fine. Royal Holloway are the ones who are going to take this one to get one of the better seeded lanes in the final. Glasgow really do need to crank because they're going to run out of racetrack. Reading, as we say, have just cruised, and I can see there. Looks to me like it's a December UT2 paddle right now, which is absolutely fine. Just trying to do enough. You can see them in the bottom right corner of the screen. Just trying to do enough to hold off Durham and not drop back too far to be in an outside lane in the final.
So we're now just coming into that last 150 metres into those red boys, and it is looking like it's going to be Reading coming through that line first. Just there on the left of your screen, you can see now Reading coming through that line. And unfortunately for the University of Glasgow, it looks like it is going to be them who don't make it into this A final.
Good mix of boats in there as well. I see a Cobra, Stanley, Felipe, Hudson. A lot of big brands. No Empacker in there. This will be another Hudson on that far side there. But good mix. There's your winners. Royal Holloway. Not a massive program, but that's a massive, massive result there. I mean, this is champ doubles, winning that repechage to go into the final. And you win that repechage, you think, okay, could a medal be on the cards? That's what they'll be looking for.
So just on your screen, we have the next race, which is the men's beginner doubles. So all these athletes have only been rowing for about 10 months or so. So in the lineup today, we have Harper Adams University in lane number 6. In lane number 5, it's the University of Durham, followed by Strathclyde and Heriot Watt there in lane number 3, and the University of Surrey in lane number 1, and then it's Lincoln over in lane number 1.
So Grace, do these look like beginners to you?
I do have to say, I think they look pretty tidy for some beginners there. Really, really good effort, considering, like I said, they've only been rowing for 10 months or so. And for a lot of them, this might even be their first regatta.
Yeah, so big up to all the coaches of these athletes. Like I say, they don't look like beginners to me. These look like really accomplished scullers. We got a real range of crew in here. Heriot Watt, Harper Adams, Durham, Strathclyde, Surrey, Lincoln, all corners of the UK being represented here, and all of these scullers look fantastic. They've had to come through a hard time trial. There were over 40 crews competing in it. This is the cream of the crop. The top 12 are in these two semi-finals, and you can see why. This is some really, really good sculling. I know some of our beginner men, they could do it looking like this in a double.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree there. But also, I think it's important to mention, the amount of time and dedication it's taken all these crews over the last 10 months, having never rowed before, to get up to a standard as good as this in such a short period of time. It's really important to recognise the amount of time and effort that has gone into this.
So this is a B final, my bad, it's not a semi-final. But this is still the cream of the crop. This is the 7th to 12th crews in this competition. This is the first time that this event has ever been run. So whoever crosses the line here will have the kind of immortality of, I was the first men's beginner double to cross a finish line in one of the major finals at BUCS Regatta. Obviously the the B final at the regatta, not the A final. But there's a bit of an accolade there. The first crew to ever be 7th in the men's beginner double. So who does it look like from our position seems to be in charge of this race, Grace?
So I think at the moment, I'm definitely coming through that 1,000 metre mark. It was Heriot Watt University, so that's Joshua Kennell and Chris McIntyre for Heriot Watt. And coming again through that 1,500, they were still leading, followed by Andrew Gorry and Grant Murray for Strathclyde University, holding on to that second spot there. And we've just seen that it's the University of Durham's Tristan Lowe and Will Ryder in that 3rd position.
Nice one. And just for the parentals, Grace, you going to name drop the rest of those crews for us, the 4th, 5th, 6th?
Yeah, so in that 4th spot, we've got Harper Adams, Tyler Robinson and Hugh Borman, who have not long done their semi-final, so I'm sure they'll be feeling pretty tired at this point, all these guys. In that 5th position is Kieran Meyer and Jonathan Horngold for the University of Lincoln, and representing Surrey we have Noah Kirkman and Thomas King.
Now look at those times. Harper Adams, Lincoln and Surrey, they were only all of them were only within 4 seconds of the bronze the bronze place of this race. So I'd love to see a charge from all 3 of those crews to try and take the 3rd place in this. So as we come down to this finish line, it does look like Heriot Watt, who, another Scottish programme, and Scottish sculling has looked so good charging towards the line. Grace, do you want to call down this last sort of 200 metres of this race for us?
Yeah, so we're coming into this last 200 metres now, and these guys, they'll really be emptying the tank and giving this absolutely everything they've got. I can really, compensate with how they're feeling there. Their lungs will be burning, their legs will be burning, but they'll be giving it absolutely everything they've got. So it's Heriot Watt still leading the way there, I'd say by about a boat length or so ahead of the other crews. And just closely behind them there, we can see Strathclyde bringing up that 2nd spot, but very, very tight with Durham University, and also Harper Adams there. Really just pulling ahead of Durham in this last 150 metres. They've really just taken up that space, and Strathclyde are falling back. They're losing out on their first 3 positions. So just as you'll get a shot in the minute of the finish line coming into view, it looks like it's going to be Heriot Watt coming across that line first, followed by what looks like Harper Adams University and then Durham. So there we have it. That is Heriot Watt, Joshua Cannell and Chris McIntyre in that 1st spot of the B final for the men's beginner doubles. And there they are on the screen now.
Yeah, good on Heriot Watt, good on Harper Adams as well. That's another university that rose in the West Midlands. That it's just good to have more West Midlands unis competing and being down here. So it's good to see Keele have been around. Birmingham, who we're associated with, Worcester have been down here as well. Harper Adams, we just want this good competition. So you can see there, Harper Adams made a heck of a charge to push out Durham, and then some good racing in there between Lincoln and Strathclyde as well. These small gaps, this is what we want. This is why everyone's here. It's this competitive racing. So that was the B final, and so the first medal race of the final day of BUCS Regatta 2022 is going to be the men's beginner double, and I would say it's the first time this has ever been run. So whoever wins out of this, and there are 4 crews from north of the border, one from over the Irish Sea, and then UE as well, going to be competing for this. So Grace, you want to give us a little rundown of who's in this race?
Yeah, so in lane number 1 we have the University of Edinburgh, and that is Will Richards and James Hemingway Brunt, and then in lane number 2 it's Heriot Watt University with Will Redmayne, Nathaniel Fishburne, and then in lane number 3 it's another University of Edinburgh crew, and that's Lucas Lacazink, Cameron Baird. So Edinburgh have had a really great run this year with their beginners, and I think they had 3 or 4 of the men's singles yesterday in that final. And then we have another Edinburgh crew, which is William Lithgow and Evan Smith. That's in lane number 4. Queen's University Belfast, who have also had a really great run this weekend. That's Rory McCandless and Adam Smith in lane number 6. For the University of West of England, it's Hendrik Jeremake and Joseph Meyer.
Yeah, so some of those Edinburgh names you read there I definitely recognise from racing before, so as is the case with many of the athletes here, doubling up, some of them will be tripling up. If your name's Imogen Grant, you've done at least 5 races in the first 2 days and then jumped on some commentary. So got some real superhumans at BUCS Regatta, and a big shout out to everyone that's raced at some point across this weekend, or even if you haven't raced, if you've just turned up to help support, help carry boats, move blades, such important little jobs that get overlooked sometimes. But yeah, thanks to everyone who's been involved.
So we can see on the screen that coming through that 500 metre point, it was Edinburgh University leading there, followed by Queen's University Belfast, and then Edinburgh again going for that bronze medal in 3rd position. But we are only 500 metres in, and there's going to be some pacing going on here, so we'll see what they've all got up their sleeves as we come through that 1,000 metre point.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're putting in the water in Edinburgh, but four of these crews are from around there. Obviously we have Edinburgh A, Edinburgh B, Edinburgh C, but Heriot Watt are also in Edinburgh, so there's definitely some high caliber sculling happening up in the Edinburgh area, manifesting itself with 4 of the crews here in the A final of the men's beginner doubles. I say the first time it's ever been run. That race you've just seen on your screen passing through the 1K mark, it's Heriot Watt slightly off the pace. Other crew you can see to your right hand side in the red and white boat, so they're slightly off the pace unfortunately, but if they could find 5 seconds they would be, well, I say 5 seconds, that's at the start, we'll have to see what it says at the K, but if they can find themselves a little bit of time, they were still within touching distance at the 500, so we'll just wait for the times to pop up for the K and see how it's shook down and whether that Queen's Edinburgh top 3 is still intact.
So we're now just getting some time through for that 1,000 metre mark, and it is the University of Edinburgh A in that 1st position, followed by Queen's University Belfast in that silver position, and at the moment holding on to that 3rd spot is University of Edinburgh B. But as we say, we're only coming through the halfway point, so we've still got 1,000 metres to go.
Come on, Queens, put the pressure on. Push Edinburgh to the line. If Edinburgh win this, they need to earn it. So they've been earning it through to the K. They found 2 seconds. That's a split of 1 for anyone who's sat on an erg. It's a difference of 1 on the split to this point as they go into the 3rd 500. This is the make or break 500 for a lot of these crews. If you don't like sprinting to the line, you have to get your lead here. If you like sprinting to the line, well, then you've got to stay close and then utilise the sprint to the line. So still Edinburgh in 3 looking good for my money. Queen's over in 5, though, I would say still ahead of Edinburgh in 4. Those look to be the 3 crews that want to win these medals the most. But then there's a UE crew out in 6 that have been trying to push hard to get back on terms with the top 3.
So we're now just getting some times for that 1,500 metre mark. So now at this point they only have 500 metres of the race left. So it's still University of Edinburgh A holding on to that 1st position, just 4 seconds ahead of Queen's University Belfast in that silver position. And then still holding on to that bronze medal, it's the University of Edinburgh, around 10 seconds after the A crew.
Yeah, so UE unfortunately dropped off. But as I say, come on, Queens. Push them to the line. You only got to find a length. The Edinburgh crew sitting on that length. To be fair to them, they are working hard. There's good lift. I can see from here, and they're they're 250 meters from me by eye, and the lift on that boat every stroke has been phenomenal. The coaches at Edinburgh have obviously developed these athletes fantastically. Queens are definitely trying to charge. I'd still say they're a length down. So a length down as they approach about 150 meters to go. You can see that lift every single stroke. The lift of the Edinburgh boat through the drive, how it stays high up in the bows, and then it drops down a little bit through the finish. That's just inevitable when you lose the lift. So Grace, take us to the line.
So we're now just coming into these final red buoys. So there's 150 metres left to go, and I can see Edinburgh really taking that rate up to pull away from Queen's University Belfast. They're really putting the distance. I think there's even some water between them now as they just come in front of us here, just coming into shot on your screen. So that's Edinburgh A just coming across that finish line, followed by Queen's University Belfast, and just there coming into shot, that is Edinburgh B.
Yeah, so we hope that these athletes that have probably won some medals before, you can see the elation there, Cameron Baird and Lucas Laczynski. Yeah, those are two of the scullers I recognise the names of. Well, I can actually see, yeah, they're spinning now. They know to turn to come over to the landing stages at this side to pick up their medals. You know, I think sometimes the crews just row back to the landing stage and don't realise to go get their hardware. But just seeing the replay there's Edinburgh taking a historic first ever gold medal in the men's double. We also have Queens taking a historic silver medal, and then it would have been Edinburgh again taking the bronze. But those are the three medal winners in the first ever men's beginner doubles here at BUCS Regatta.
So just on your screen now we can see the start of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. So we only have 3 boats in this final, so this is the B final, so there are no medals available here, just, you know, the glory. So it's Warwick University in lane number 2, and in the centre we have the University of Durham's B crew and Imperial College London over in lane number 4.
Yeah, pairs, love it, pairs. They're so graceful when they're going well. So this is the, I would say, inter lightweight pairs. I don't want to say declassified, but dechampified, I suppose, to just invent a word. So some of the champ events of previous years for the lightweights have been dropped to just being intermediate events. And I know there's been a little bit of pseudo controversy, especially amongst the coaches of lightweight events, but I think it has led to much bigger entries in some of these categories. So, for example, if I just have a quick look at how many entries there were in some of these events, in fact, Grace, talk to them a sec while I find these numbers.
So we're just getting some times on the screen here for the 500 metre mark. So this is 500 metres of the race now gone. So it's Durham University leading there by about 2 seconds or so. But really, with only 500 metres gone, it's still all to play for, and it's all down to how good that start is when they set off in those pontoons. And it's Warwick University bringing up the rear there in that 3rd spot. But there's only a second or so between Imperial and Warwick.
So yeah, in this inter lightweight pairs event, there were 11 initial entries, which I assume have dropped to 9 by the time we got here. And what we'll see after the men's inter lightweight pairs, there were 14. Those are higher numbers than when it's just been champ only. Sometimes in champ only you get sort of 4 to 6 entries. So much more entries, a lot more institutions have decided to have a go at entering, which I think was the whole point of this. We still have those championship events in some categories for the athletes, and of course those athletes can enter the inter as well. They're not precluded from it. We don't have a criteria system of, you know, if you've achieved this you can't do inter. There's just kind of more of a feel of who should be in champ and who should be in inter, rather than it being really strict criteria. So all 3 of these crews, it's a close race here. You know, sometimes you only have 3 crews in a race and it really breaks apart, but Durham, IC and Warwick were only separated by 3 seconds at the 500 metre. And from this 1K camera you can see that the crews are all pretty much side by side. So Warwick, IC and Durham competing really hard, and as you see in the photo, in the shot here, you can we'll see as it swings across who has the lead.
So we're steadily approaching that 1,000-metre mark, and these crews will really be pushing off each other and using each other to try and, you know, build that extra bit of pressure they need. So just on your screen, we can see it looks as though Durham are just advancing ever so slightly on Imperial College London, and it actually looks like they're going to take them. They're just sticking their bow ball out there, and they're really pulling through as they come through that 1,000-metre point. So will they be able to put some water between themselves and Imperial?
Yeah, so Durham had moved in their way through in front of IC, and Warwick were probably about a length down on that. So you can see there only half a second separating the top two crews, and then 5 seconds. We know the 36 is incredible. We're just looking at the difference in the seconds sometimes. That's the important thing. So about half a second between Durham and IC in this event, with Warwick just a little bit off the pace. But anything can happen in pairs when a charge comes. Sometimes the crews don't always go in the straightest line. So you can see here, just like I was saying, that there was a push through the middle, and that Durham crew had just sort of moved from the left of their lane to the right. They've straightened up now. The Imperial crew is a similar thing. They were coming slightly towards the camera for a moment, and Durham again, you can see they're coming straight for us. That means they're going to have to straighten up. If you watch that stroke side blade on the right, getting very near the buoy line. And I think actually it looks like Durham might even have their blades rowing slightly in Warwick's lane right now. Warwick not quite up there. I mean, in fact, Warwick seem a little bit Durham-phobic because they've gone over to the other side of their lane as well. Crew's now making a bit of an adjustment. IC, I think, probably just straightest line through there. So Durham had moved on IC, but maybe a few of those steering changes are going to mean that next time check we get at the 1500, those crews probably, I'd say, going to hit that in about a minute's time or so. We'll see how that's changed in this last 500 metres here from the 1K through to the 1500.
So just coming up to this 1,500 metre mark, so they've probably got about 600 metres or so left to go of this race. So they're really going to be trying to, you know, give it everything they've got, and it's so difficult. It really becomes a mental game at this point of, you know, who can hang on there and who can keep pushing through the pain at this particular point. So we're about to get some splits on the screen for the 1,500 metre times, I think. So it's looking as though in third position we have the University of Warwick. In second position we have Durham University, and it appears to be Imperial College London which are leading at the moment.
Yeah, like we say, a lot of steering has been required from the Durham pair. A lot of stroke side additional power needed. Sometimes it can get a bit tetchy in the boat when you keep asking the other side for more power, but that's what you need sometimes to go in a straight line. So Durham seem to be now flying down the centre of the lane, but they had to make about 3 or 4 steering corrections in that last 500 metres. So they've gone from about a second up on IC to a second down. So that's what's been happening through that last little bit. So for us, the screen seems to have frozen, but I can tell you live what's happening, and that it's still a very close race happening here between Durham and IC, coming down towards the last 250 metres.
So we're just coming into this last 200 metres and approaching the red boys. So it's Imperial College London who are pulling ahead of Durham there. I'd say they're maybe a boat length or so ahead, and it is the University of Warwick bringing up in that bronze medal position in this B final. So there's no medals up for grabs, but you know, in that third spot there. So now just approaching the last 150 metres, Imperial are going to be, you know, pushing for that quicker time and taking their last 10 strokes, 15 strokes towards the finish line.
Yeah, and when you sprint pairs, sometimes they end up getting a little bit close together, but these have been excellently steered down this final flourish. IC still rowing long and strong, rowing really nicely to the line, still coming under increased pressure from Durham, who have been so close to them the whole race, been neck and neck nearly the whole way down. But it will be IC. Quick little hand slap over the finish line between those two, just holding off Durham and never losing contact throughout the whole race was Warwick. Sometimes when you're just off the pace the whole time, you can fall behind even further. But Warwick hung on to their rhythm and their speed really, really well. And that was well done from those athletes there. Those 6 athletes competing really, really well. Fionn Llewellyn and Mona Elizadeh will take the B final of the women's lightweight inter pairs. I think that might be the first time that's been run, because it was champ before. So that'll be the first time that B final's been run, and it was IC over Durham over Warwick.
So now we have the A final for the women's intermediate lightweight doubles. So in lane number 1 we have Newcastle University, followed by Cambridge University B and Cambridge University A in lanes 2 and 3. And then over in lane number 4 it's the University of Oxford, followed by Durham A and then De Montfort over in lane 6. So a lot of the big clubs here in this A final, so it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. So all these crews are now just coming through the 1,000 metre point, so this is halfway for them now. And it is Durham who's leading the pack here, so they're very, very close with Cambridge, followed by Oxford in that 3rd medal position. So they are fighting for gold, silver and bronze medals here, and just as they come through that 1,500 metre mark, we're seeing it's changed now, and we've got Cambridge again in 1st and 2nd, and Durham down to that 3rd spot, followed by Oxford bringing up 4th.
So I think Gemma King actually won this equivalent event but the champ last year with a twin sister, but is with a new doubles pairs partner today. But that's not the Cambridge crew in front. Grace, can you just give us a quick rundown as to who's in these crews up in the medal positions right now?
So in Cambridge A, we have Bridget Kennedy and Rosa Millard in that 1st position. And then in Cambridge B, it's Olivia Elliott and Gemma King. And then for Durham University, we have Caroline Rajinski, followed by Beatrice Richmond, and that's for Durham University in that 3rd position.
So those are the 6 athletes that are looking to pick up the gold medal. I believe it'll be the first ever inter-women's lightweight pair medal with this event having switched down from champ, so sort of a history could be made here. Cambridge really winding it up like a pair at a high rate. It's quality to see if they can just bang it in a straight line like they can. So you're seeing here the Cambridge crew in lane 3, they're really driving hard. They were holding off the Cambridge crew in lane 2 just to the right of the shot, but coming under pressure are Cambridge B from Durham A over on that far side. So they enter the last 100 metres or so. Grace, which way is this going?
Yeah, Dab, so it's really hard to tell there. Coming through these red boys into this last 150, it's very, very tight, but it looks as though it is going to be Cambridge just pulling away and taking that gold medal position. We'll just see the line now coming on your screen. So there you can see that's Cambridge University, and now between Cambridge B and Durham, that was very, very tight. I think maybe Durham just snuck it in there, but we'll wait for confirmation of that. We can see now just coming across the line, that's Oxford University.
Yeah, I think that was a do or die move, and it was the do, not the die there from Durham. Durham really went hard to the line, and I think maybe even by half a second knocking Cambridge B down into a bronze medal position. I'm guessing those Cambridge B athletes have some more racing to go do, because they're rowing straight over to the landing stage rather than getting their medals. But Cambridge A seem to be starting their turn, and hopefully Durham also turn. So you can see through the replay, there's Cambridge A. They crossed the line. They also pointed to their compatriots over on the lane 2 side. But like I say, Cambridge B, despite being medalists, seem to have rowed straight back to the landing stage. Cambridge A picked up the gold. Cambridge C with the bronze, and Durham in that Cambridge sandwich picked up the silver.
So just on your screens now, we have the next race starting. So this is the B final for the men's intermediate lightweight doubles. So again, there are no medals available here, but it's still really important to give this race absolutely everything they've got. So we have in lane number 1 Queen's University Belfast, and this is Daniel Lasagna. Sorry, what's that?
I'd say Lalanza.
And Harry Matthews. And then in lane number 2, the University of Edinburgh's Matthew Hodge and Andrew Hodge. So I'm presuming that these might be brothers from the University of Edinburgh, potentially. And then in lane number 3, we have University of Leeds, and it's Patrick Wasteling. And I only actually have one name here, unfortunately. And then in lane number 4, it's Loughborough University, Jamie Anthony and Morgan Mutteray. And in lane number 5, we have the University of Cambridge. We actually don't have a crew in lane number 6.
I'll tell you what, Grace, I bet Tomo Priestley would be able to tell us if those two are brothers or not. That guy seems to know everything about rowing.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. He'll be on Instagram giving them a look up, seeing if he can figure that one out. So just there we can see the 1,000 metres to go, and it's Queen's University Belfast who have had a really successful weekend this weekend, actually, with a lot of medals and a lot of wins and a lot of finals, followed by Edinburgh University, and in third place it's the University of Leeds.
So yeah, Leeds coached by Dan Grant, another performance coming from them, putting them in a major final. I mean, of course, there were only about 11 crews, so it was going to be a major final, but you're still going to come in and do it. So, you know, these athletes, being lightweights, probably got up with the number 5 on the clock this morning, got over to weigh in as early as possible in the main, and as soon as that's done, it's about refueling, getting the liquid back in, rehydrating, and being ready to compete, especially with the new format, 3 times in quick succession. It's hard for any athlete to pull that off, but these have all done it. So they're in the B final here. You know, they weren't eliminated earlier from the semi-finals. They got to come race again. And these 5 crews, Queen's, Edinburgh, Leeds, Loughborough and Cambridge, have come back to do it again. And it to me, it looks almost like it's in that order, lane 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 at this point in time. So that would suggest that Queen's are ahead of Edinburgh, who are ahead of Leeds, who are ahead of Loughborough, who are then ahead of Cambridge. But it might actually be Cambridge just ahead of Loughborough between lanes 4 and 5. But I definitely think it looks like sneaking up on this inside, Queen's Belfast ahead of Edinburgh would be the first 2, and then in third place Leeds. That's what it's looking like from the camera shots here. But like I say, I think Cambridge maybe have jumped Loughborough in lane 4 there.
So just coming through that 1,500 metre mark, so there's 500 metres left of this race, and for a lot of these crews this might be the last race of the day, and they'll be absolutely giving this everything they've got, really emptying that tank and pushing through the pain they'll be feeling at this point. So the crews are really kind of pretty uniform there, no one's really pulling away massively, so still in this last 500 metres, you know, it could go any way really if one of them decides to pull it out the bag and give a big spurt of power coming into this last 250. So just coming now through that 200 metre mark, and I don't know about you, Dobbs, but I think it's really quite tight between Queen's, Edinburgh and Leeds there.
So Grace, I reckon Queen's have gone for the wind because the rate just went up. They went, had enough of this, too close for us. Let's just get legs to the deck. At this point, that's all that matters. It's not about efficiency necessarily. It's not about a sustainable rhythm. It's about blade in, legs to the deck, smash it down, bang the finishes.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic to see there from Queen's. This is such an amazing race to watch because they're all so close as they come through these red buoys towards the finish. So now just on your screen you can see there it's Queen's University Belfast over first, and it's very, very tight between Edinburgh and Leeds, but I think it was Edinburgh who might have just snuck over that line first.
So yeah, Queen's put the wind on and just held on to a few feet. I'm sure we'll get the replay in a minute. These are the 2 Queen's athletes. Who did you say that was? Harry Mathers and...
So that's Daniel Lalanza and Harry Mathers.
The classic Lalanza. Look at that. Look at the effort from Lalanza and Mathers. They're the 2 athletes from Queen's. So that was a phenomenal wind to the line, and I think you're right, it might well have been Edinburgh just holding off leads to that finish line.
So there it is again, that great finish from Queen's University Belfast. And I think it's just important to recognise what it takes when you're on the water to give it that last bit of power at that last distance. It takes a lot of, digging deep and really pushing through to be able to do that. So just on the screen now we have the A final for the men's intermediate lightweight doubles. So here there are 3 medals to play for. So in lane number 1 we have Newcastle A, followed by Glasgow in lane number 2, Oxford University in lane number 3, Edinburgh again, Edinburgh A over in lane number 4, Newcastle B in lane number 5, and Aberdeen University in lane number 6.
So I would be astonished if this is the only race that these guys have done this weekend. If they have been racing all 3 days, they've been having to maintain their lightweight status throughout the weekend. Grace, if you were a lightweight and you'd race 3 days in a row, would your priority straight after be eating or sleeping?
I would definitely eat. I know our own Erin Meredith yesterday, who came bronze in the women's intermediate lightweight, she went straight for that Domino's on the car ride home, and I can't say that I blame her. I think I'd be right in there having something to eat.
Yeah, you go from lightweight Sunday to open weight Monday, you might as well drop a Domino's, Why wouldn't you? So was it all gone by the time you got back? It's not a long drive to Birmingham.
Yeah, I think she had that all gone in the car on the way home, and I really don't blame her. And today she's really going for it while she's in her double.
So yeah, this race, the A final here, again, similar to the women's one, it's been de-champified. That means it's an intermediate level event, not the champ event anymore. It's featuring Newcastle, Glasgow, Oxford, Edinburgh, Newcastle and Aberdeen. You can see on your shot all 6 of the crews here. Edinburgh at the K had the lead over Glasgow, but just by a fraction, with Oxford a couple of seconds behind them. So those are the 3 crews trying to poke their way out of the front of the pack to sustain the medal charge in the second half. So Grace, what can you tell us about some of these splits and some of these athletes?
Yeah, so coming through that 1,000 metre mark, it was Edinburgh there leading, not so far ahead of Glasgow. There's only a few milliseconds there separating them, and Oxford are about 3 seconds behind. So leading there for the University of Edinburgh, we have Aidan Matthews and Ben Fauberg. So that's Edinburgh A, followed by the University of Glasgow's Ethan Matthews and Archie Ines. And for Oxford in that 3rd position, we have Crumpton and Featherstone for the University of Oxford. So we're now just getting some times through for the 1,500 metres. So this is 500 metres left, and it's still Edinburgh followed by Glasgow, and then Oxford University fighting for that 3rd bronze medal.
Crumpton and Featherstone sounds like a high quality silky lotion that you'd maybe use. And can they be silky down this last 500 metres and move up from a bronze medal to a silver medal? I'd say it's going to be a hard ask, but it's pairs racing. Pairs racing doesn't always go the way you expect. So some big watts being dropped in here. The Edinburgh boys, Froberg, on there kicking hard, and the Bowman trying to just keep this in a straight line. So Edinburgh and Glasgow, I don't think I need to highlight how much of a rivalry this is going to be. Like, Edinburgh have seemed to have been the big brother of the kind of rowing relationship recently, and Glasgow would love nothing more to just do one over on Edinburgh here. So Glasgow winding up. I think Glasgow are moving. Glasgow moving big. Edinburgh might have a fraction of a lead, but Glasgow in the black boat and the black kit, they're just trying to put a big charge on. Let's see what happens.
So they're now approaching this last 150 metres, and if Glasgow have really paced this right, they might just have that little bit extra to pull out the bag and, do that sprint finish and make it over that finish line first. So just seeing on your screen there, that's Edinburgh still leading the way, but Glasgow are really taking up that pace, but I think it might be in the bag for Edinburgh in that gold medal. So just about to come into shot on your screen, you'll be able to see the finish line and see Edinburgh just clearing over it first, followed by Glasgow. Absolutely amazing performance from them, and Newcastle there, followed by Oxford.
That was a monster finish there. Edinburgh pulled out open water in the last 150 metres. That was a monster truck 150 there. And you know what? Oxford, heads are down, and I'm not surprised, because where did Newcastle come from? How far behind were Newcastle at the K and at the 1500?
So Newcastle were 5 seconds behind Edinburgh at the 1500 mark. So that's a really big, shift from Newcastle to come forward that much there. So we have our gold medalists there from the University of Edinburgh, Aidan Matthews and Ben Fauberg.
Yeah, so the open water, like I said, they cut a rug there, didn't they? Moving out. Glasgow crossing second, and then you can see that Newcastle charge. We hadn't even spoken about them. I don't think we even said who they were, but they absolutely motored through the last part of the race again. Who were those Newcastle sweep rowers picking up that bronze?
So that was Rory Mainland and Alex Millard for Newcastle University there. So that was in the B crew, and then for Newcastle A we had Anthony Buchanan and Alexander Davies.
So Rory Mainland, I think that's Fergus's brother, possibly. Yeah, I might be totally making that up, but the face and voice of junior rowing nudes, and one of the big stalwarts of Newcastle. You see him around, and part of our commentary team as well. I believe that's him. So well done for putting that one on the shelf there with that charge for that bronze medal.
So on your screen now we can see the beginning of the women's intermediate fours. Now, am I right in saying, Dobbs, that in this category there was a lot of entries this year? Was it around 60 entries? So we have in lane number 6 St Andrews, and then in lane number 5 Oxford University, in lane number 4 Bristol, in 3 Newcastle, in 2 University of London, and Warwick over in lane number 1.
I think initially there were maybe 61, which is a huge number of entries for what ends up only being about 36 going through. So we cut about half of the crews, and so we're left over with these. Now these are probably going to be quite disappointed to not be competing in the A final, but at the same time you've got two options. You can either just slink off into the distance, or you can go, okay, we get one more chance to show how fast we are and that we should have been in that A final. So looking as we swing through this next part, Newcastle, who have been a powerhouse of rowing for the last 15 years or so, maybe even a little bit longer. Probably that Nathan O'Reilly PA4 in about 06, 07, something like that. Winning at Henley was one of the real indicators of the rise of Newcastle. So they're in this race about half a second ahead of Warwick A crew. So they had more than one crew in this, so some depth at Warwick being displayed. So, Grace, what can you tell us from the computer for this race here?
So, for the University of Warwick, it's Isabel Jones, Elizabeth Knight, Charlotte Lewis, James, and it's important not to forget the coxes in these fours. So this is Edwina Chan. So the coxes now will be steering their way through the course.
Yes, of course, coxes are people too. So, yeah, important to have coxes in boats. A lot of clubs do struggle for having enough to get all their boats out with coxes in that aren't just rowers missing a session. So really important to shout them out. And there are some phenomenally high caliber coxes here at the championships. And to be in this B final of the women's Inter 4, which is such a competitive event in itself, these are going to be coxes that have demonstrated the ability to motivate their crews and drive them down the course. So where is this race looking up? Looks like it's about halfway between the 500 and the 750. So it's getting down into its last sort of 3 minutes, this race.
So just now approaching the 1500 metre mark. We should have some times appearing on your screen soon. And as you can see on that image there, that really great image of all 6 crews. So that is St Andrews on your left and Warwick on your right. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of distance between them at the moment.
So yeah, not much distance between them at all. From the time trials, the spread in this Inter 4s was so tight. It was such fractions of a second between one crew and the next. And obviously you get the kind of stripping down process of time trial into semi-final into this. These should have been very equivalent speed crews and they are very equivalent speed crews, with, if you take the top 4 crews here, only being separated by 7 seconds at this point, and even tighter gaps if you strip that off to the top 4 being separated by literally 4 seconds. This is going to be a heck of a race coming down. You can see in the middle lanes, it seems to be lanes 4 and 3. That's Bristol, who've had a phenomenal championship, and Newcastle. Those are the 2 crews pushing out. I'd say probably Newcastle maybe just out in front of Bristol, and of course London in 2 also looking very, very strong. In fact, I'd probably say London are the crew closest to challenging Newcastle for the win. So London and Newcastle really battling hard there, with Bristol just in behind. So Grace, take us through the last portion of this race.
So we're now coming across that 200 metres to go mark, and it is still Newcastle University leading there. So this is really where they're going to give it everything that they've got left. They'll get to the finish and they will be absolutely destroyed, but it'll all be worth it. So it looks like London might just be creeping on Newcastle, and they might be able to stick their bow ball out ahead of Newcastle in these last few moments.
Yeah, come on, at this point you want the Coxes screaming foot plate, foot plate, foot plate. Just deck it down. Coming to the line. Oh, it's so close. You see it here. Bang! Straight through the line there. Maybe just this side. That's London over Newcastle, but it's 0.1 of a second on the timing on the screen. It's not official, but it was such a tight race. So London and Newcastle battling literally to the very last stroke. 2,000 metres of aggression required on that. London, you see on the shot right now, there's your names. You can read them quickly. You can just see top of shot Newcastle. They were really close. They probably don't know who won at this point. You can see the Coxes both looking around. They're trying to get any kind of indicator of what's going on. I've been in races that are this close, and you just don't know who's finished first. Looks to us like on the surge, London will have pushed it out past Newcastle, but I can see there's no cheer or scream yet. I mean, I know it's not a medal race, it's a B final, but there's no celebration yet because they just don't know. Coming through third there, Bristol rounding out their strong intermediate championship there, and then just over on that far side you can see Oxford or St Andrews just pushing past Oxford, but some great racing there in the B final of the women's Inter 4s.
So just starting to come down the course now, we have the women's intermediate 4, and this is the A final. So we have a bronze, silver and gold medal up for grabs here. So we have Surrey University A in lane number 1, followed by the University of Oxford A in lane number 2, Durham right there in the centre in lane number 3, and Edinburgh in lane number 4, followed by Newcastle A in 5 and Cambridge A in lane number 6.
I think the surprising thing here is that Cambridge are in lane number 6. They were the clear-cut best crew in there. I say it was very tight in the inter time trials, but they finished 7 seconds clear of the second place. They were the quickest by 7 seconds over the next place crew, who were from Newcastle, who you just saw in the last race. Who were also in this race in 5. So Cambridge must have had something going on in their semi, or maybe they just controlled it, but you know, it's going to form here. It looked like they had the quickest start in the first 500 despite being in lane 6.
Yeah, so as we were coming through the first 500 there, it was Cambridge followed by Newcastle and then Durham in those first 3 spots. But like we've said earlier, you know, we are only 500 metres in here, so you know, you could have a really great start and not maintain it throughout the rest of the race, or you could have a really bad start and then bring it back as you get through that 1,000 metre point. So it's quite hard to call at this moment. We are just getting some 1,000 metre times now up on the screen. So it is still Cambridge leading the way, followed by Newcastle and Durham.
So yeah, Cambridge have definitely not gone and found 7 seconds or even the 4 seconds that their speed suggests that they could have got in the first K. Newcastle have just not let that happen. Newcastle, within just over a second of Cambridge, will be wanting to claim this gold medal. But there was also a heck of a race happening between 3rd and 4th in this race as well. So none of the medals have names being etched on just yet. It's all to change in this second K. So they're moving now hard. You can see all 6 crews moving hard through this next section of the race. No one's been dropped off the back end. No one's ended up in the bin yet. I'd say there were some more likely people to claim the medals. It was Cambridge in 6 who had the lead. Maybe it was tactical. Maybe they wanted to be over there so the coaches can shout at them the easiest. Doubt it, though. I really doubt it. Maybe they just wanted to conserve as much energy as possible because they knew they'd need it here. But Newcastle are not going to let them have it their way. Newcastle are in the lane next to them, and they're like, well, if you want to sit out in 6, fine, we'll take lane 5 and we'll challenge you from lane 5. So those crews now getting towards the 500 metres to go mark. Looks like it's still really close between Cambridge and Newcastle. You can see that on your screen on the left hand side, but the challenge for that third medal, the bronze medal, is coming more from the middle lanes 2 and 3. So those crews in 2 and 3 are Oxford and Durham.
Just appearing on your screen, you'll be able to see the split times for the 1500 metres. So we now have 500 metres left, and it's still Cambridge leading there by around 2 seconds ahead of Newcastle, and Durham still in that bronze medal position. And then it's Edinburgh in 4th, followed by Surrey and the University of Oxford.
Yeah, my apologies, Oxford just dropped off the pace. It looks like Edinburgh actually the ones challenging Durham, so that's lane 4 and lane 3. That's right in the middle of the course, so it's a big battle between 4 and 3 for that, and Newcastle are going to be charging hard now. Cambridge, I think, have already gone for the line at about 300 out. They seem to be moving. The rate's really gone up. There's a big surge on it. Newcastle are still slightly lower rate at this point. They cross the buoy line now. That's different colour. That's a 250 metre mark buoy line. Durham are still trying to get that 3rd place, pushing off Edinburgh, but it's looking really tight. The noise goes up. There's a lot of sound coming from all the fans here at the National Water Sports Centre as they watch this phenomenal charge to the line.
So we're going to be coming into the last 150 metres, and like we saw in the previous race, it can all change even in this last 150, but it looks as though Cambridge are pulling into these red buoys ahead of Newcastle, trying to put a bit of water between Newcastle and Cambridge there. They're really gunning for it in these last few moments. So just coming onto your screen, you'll be able to see the finish line in a moment.
And look at Edinburgh go. Edinburgh, like, well, they want that medal. Durham have been sitting there wanting it, but it looks to me like Edinburgh have made the massive charge. It is going to be Cambridge over Newcastle, but watch this coming to the line. Keep an eye on it. Yes, it does indeed look like Edinburgh came from shame into the flame and took the bronze. What a charge. It's half a second. It's all that matters. You only need 0.1. But they came from down to up. So what a charge from Edinburgh to go claim the last medal in that. The bronze medal. Phenomenal move from them. Durham will be disappointed. It's been a solid championship from Durham, and they'll be really disappointed to not to add another medal to their solid championship. Oxford and Surrey rounding that out. 2 other places. Good championships, great programs. But it will be Cambridge claiming another medal. They've claimed so many medals so far this weekend. They're adding another one there. Newcastle will add to their tally and their VL points. But indeed, it was Edinburgh charging hard to the line to pick up the 3rd medal and snatching it away from Durham, who probably felt like they were in the driving seat for quite a way down. But sometimes when push comes to shove, one crew just has a little bit left in the bank.
So next we have the A final for the Women's Championship 4s. So coming down the course now, we only have 4 crews in this A final, and it's Edinburgh University in lane number 2, followed by the University of London in lane 3, Durham right there next to them in lane number 4, and the University of Cambridge again in lane number 5. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen here, because there's a lot of big names in these 4.
So yeah, like you say, some massive names are going to be in this. This is it's a shame there's only 4 crews in the Champ 4, but these are going to be some of the best athletes here at the regatta. So this race is still quite a ways away. It's probably only about around the K mark. So Grace, do you want to run us through some of the names in here? Do we have some of the crew names on that sheet there?
Yeah, so the University of Edinburgh, we have Claudia Rossington, Lucy McCoy, Hannah Supple and Alice Ives, and coxing them is Isabel Knott. And for the University of London, it's Rhianna Morgan, Amber Pearce, Iona Dixon, Georgie Banton and Darcy Burkett. They're coxing them. And then for Durham, it's Millie Warren, Florence Snelling, Charlotte Williams, Isabel Raper, and it's Matthew Moran in the cox seat. Then for Cambridge University, Paige Bandenhorst, Gemma King, again, who I think has just been racing, followed by Kamoni Dempsey, Millie Hopkins and Jasper Parrish in the cox seat. And we're just getting some times through for the 1,000 metre mark. and it was Durham University holding on to that gold medal, followed by Cambridge in the second and University of Edinburgh in the bronze.
I mean, if that is indeed Gemma King in that boat, it would suggest why, instead of going to go get their medals in the women's inter lightweight pairs, they just rode straight on down, because that race was only 5 races ago, and it's about 6 minutes a race. So half an hour ago was the start time of that. So if you've done your race, get up to the start, jump back in and compete for another medal. And it is just 0.2 of a second between Durham and Cambridge up there. So Gemma King, along with the rest of her crew, looking to score some more hardware. So it's not just about those two crews. There's obviously 3 medals on the line here, and all 4 of these crews are separated by a very small margin, about a length. So this is, despite the small fields, a really, really, really tight pack, really comparable crews. And it looks like it's going to be a barnstormer down this last 500 metres. So phenomenal stuff from all 4 of these crews, and not one of them is out of it yet.
We're just getting some times through now for the 1500 metre mark, and University of Cambridge have managed to pull in front of Durham there. So it's Cambridge holding on to the gold medal, followed by Durham in that second spot, and University of Edinburgh still holding on tight to that third place.
Yeah, Gemma King, Cleaver Dempsey, Millie Hopkins, Jasper Parrish and Paige Badenhorst, part of this massive Cambridge contingent that's come down. I think it's brilliant to have so many Cambridge athletes down here, athletes that competed in the boat race down on the Tideway just a few weeks ago coming to BUCS. I think that's a wonderful thing. So we can see the charge coming down. It's quite possibly London that might be missing out. Georgie Banton in the strokes, he's going to want to wind that up to try and get on terms with the other crews in here. Durham and Cambridge, there to their left, to their right Edinburgh. So it looks like London might just be getting pushed out of this a bit, but it's still overlap everywhere. It's going to be who can wind the hardest, which Cox can drive their crew to the line the hardest. We just saw a heck of a charge from Edinburgh in the last race to pit Durham. Can it be the same again here? Edinburgh looking to try and jump over Durham. Looks to me like Cambridge are coming to the last 150 metres first, last 100 metres soon. It looks to me like Cambridge, then Durham, then Edinburgh. But in that last race, Edinburgh had the bigger sprint. Does this Edinburgh crew have a slightly bigger sprint than the Durham crew? Durham have gone up, Cambridge have gone up. The sharpness, the blade catches in the 2-seater there at Cambridge. How's this going over the line there, Grace?
So just approaching the finish line there, you can see just now on your screen, so that is Cambridge coming across first, followed just by I think Durham, and then Edinburgh and London rounding out that race.
But for such a high caliber, and it doesn't get any higher than champ events, to have all 4 crews overlapping in the way they were, what a phenomenal charge. You can see there the gold medalists, they are just taking a few wind down strokes just to finish that off. You know, this is open weights and light weights in a mixture there. Coming to the line, it was Cambridge that wound it the highest, pumped it down, every stroke hard on the legs. Through the line they went. They held off Durham, who this time, this Durham crew didn't succumb to the charge from Edinburgh. Edinburgh pushing hard. And then it was London just unfortunately missing out. But that was another phenomenal medal race here at BUCS Regatta 2022.
Just coming on your screen now is the B final for the men's intermediate pairs. So today we have Newcastle University A in lane number 1, and right there next to them their teammates Newcastle University B. In the centre we have 2 Durham crews, which is Durham B and Durham C in lanes 3 and 4, followed by Strathclyde over there, that's their A crew in lane number 5, followed by Edinburgh University B in lane number 6.
Yeah, the men's inter pairs, or as it looks like on the board, the minty pairs we've got here. B final again. Some of these boys are going to be disappointed not to be in that A final. Of course, you know, if you're an A boat rower, you probably want to be in there. You know, both of the Newcastle crews missed out on the A final, whereas Bristol stuck 2 crews in the A final. You know, Newcastle are going to want to show their class in this minty final. So the B final here of the Minty pairs, featuring, like we say, 2 Newcastle crews, 2 Durham crews, Strathclyde and Edinburgh. Still quite a ways to go, so maybe we can just name drop some of these crew members for these different institutions.
Yeah, so for Newcastle A, it's Edward Sanderson and George Thompson. For Newcastle B, it's George Pryor and Benjamin Brockway. And then it's Gus John and Dominic Newton representing Durham University B, Guy Drake and Jacob Tutt for Durham University C. And for Strathclyde University, it's Alexander Beeson and Matthew Hewson. And then representing Edinburgh, it's Dan Johnston and Harvey Toms.
Nice one. So these athletes have now passed through the 1K mark. You know, it's a high caliber field here, high caliber athletes. You can see in the middle of your screen there the distinctive polka dots of Strathclyde. I don't know if they technically have a name for it, if it's maroon, burgundy or a deep red, but Strathclyde's polka dots would just zoom out from them. That's who you can see there in lane 5. To their left, of the shot, is Edinburgh. Strathclyde and Edinburgh actually do a lot of their training together over on the lake there near Glasgow. So Edinburgh having to travel across to the lake at Strathclyde to do their training there in the main. So maybe these crews have competed against each other informally many times before. Just sort of moving across their lanes a little bit, but straightening up now. The Strathclyde crew who are moving towards Durham C. And then over to the right hand side of your shot, you've got Durham B and Newcastle B on the shot right there. So can't quite see the Newcastle A crew that as they swung through the K mark, we had a nice shot of them rowing through really nicely. And in fact, that Newcastle A crew just off a shot right now are one of the crews that's moving decently through here. Maybe not quite on terms with the crews up at the front there up in lanes 4 and 5. So maybe it's Durham C and Strathclyde just out in front. You can just see him coming into shot now. But from the split times at the 1500 that they're about to go through should give us a good idea of what's happening just in the last portion of this race.
So coming into this last 500 metres, it's Durham still leading there for that first position in this B final, followed by Strathclyde University, and in that third spot is Newcastle A. So that's George Thompson and Edward Sanderson in third position for Newcastle. It's Alexander Beeson and Matthew Hewson for Strathclyde University, and in that first spot at the moment for Durham University we have Guy Drake and Jacob Tutt.
Yeah, so it does look like a pretty good battle there between the two crews in 4 and 5. That's Durham and Strathclyde. They're close together. Like obviously you've got your own lanes, but if you're to the left of your lane and the crew to your left is in the right hand side of their lane, you can get quite close together. So in terms of physical distance side by side, they're not that far apart at all. Good lines being rowed by both of those crews from Strathclyde and Durham. You know, these are intermediate men. They're quite possibly going to be competing against each other in maybe events like the PA or the Temple at Henley and all the precursor events that kind of have their position in the run, like Met Regatta and Marlow. So it's always good to try and take the early scalp at BUCS Regatta, obviously being a month earlier than those kind of events. So really big charges to the line. Strathclyde working hard and Durham working hard. Grace, which way is this going to go?
So in this last 150 metres, it looks as though Strathclyde have really pulled ahead there, ahead of Durham, and are giving it absolutely everything they've got. You can really see these crews standing up on that foot plate as they pull across this finish line now. So it looks, if you can just see on your screen there, that Strathclyde have done it, and they've secured that first place, followed by Durham University.
Yeah, and another kind of subplot that goes on. We've been looking at how Durham have been doing compared to Newcastle and how Newcastle have been doing compared to Durham. There were 2 Newcastle and 2 Durham crews in there, and the order went Durham, then Newcastle, then Durham, then Newcastle in terms of that. So Durham getting slightly better of the matchup that time. But like I say, just a little bit of a subplot going on in these races. Durham do, of course, have another pair that we're going to see in the next race, but just coming through the line there, just confirmation that wine from Strathclyde was enough to win by about 1.5 seconds over Durham. And then the next crews across the line were Newcastle, Durham, Edinburgh and Newcastle again. So that'll round out the B final of the men's, or the Minty pairs as I like to call them, and for the B final, and then we're going to go up to the A final next. So Grace, can you introduce who we're going to have in this next race.
So for the men's intermediate pairs, we have Surrey University in lane number 1, followed by Edinburgh A, and then Bristol A right there in the centre, and Durham A in lane number 4, and another Bristol crew here in this A final in lane number 5, and Imperial rounding out over there in lane number 6.
Yeah, so big up Ed, and I believe Holly might well be over there as well. And talking to Ed earlier, and he was glad that he was getting the kudos for what Bristol have been doing on the commentary, and I just think it's only right and just that Bristol get shouted out for what they've done. They won the Inter 8, they won the Inter 4. Can they add the Inter pair to that? That'll be what we're looking for. If they could do that triple, the sweet triple of the pair, the 4 and the 8, that would be a phenomenal collection of wins for Bristol. So are Bristol in position to do that in this race, Grace?
So you can see at the 500s there, it was Durham just slightly ahead of both those Bristol crews. But like we've said before, you know, a good start doesn't necessarily mean a strong win at the end. So for Durham there leading the way, we have Andrew Metrick and Callum Betley. And for the University of Bristol, we have Harry Stroud and Robert Davies in the B crew, followed by Robbie Prosser and John Davies in the A. So we'll see what happens when they pass through that 1 kilometre mark.
Absolute monsters, I bet the Erg scores are huge. I'm just absolutely speculating, but you don't go this fast without having big watts. So this is going to be a big watt race. At the moment, like you say, they weren't having it their own way, Bristol, but it was only half a second, really tight at the top. Anything can happen in a race like that. It seems to split out a little bit between first and second, moving out to about just near 2 seconds, but still really tight between second, third, fourth. So has anyone burnt the wick a bit too quick in the second 500? We're not really sure, because obviously we got another K to go, but there's been a little bit of change between the 500 and the K. It is Bristol that have made that move. I mean, they were sitting second and third, now they're first and fourth. But it is really close. But have Bristol burnt the candle a bit too brightly in the middle, or have they not? I mean, I would love for that Bristol triple to happen. You know, we're UBBC, but the other UBBC, right? So it's always good to have the UBBCs of the country going really, really fast. So in this case, Bristol looking to add to their medal tally with yet another piece of gold. And as I say, I would love to see it.
Yeah, so coming through that 1,000 metre, it was Robbie Prosser and John Davies leading the way for the University of Bristol, and we're just getting some 1,500 metre times now. So coming into that last 500 metres, and it is still the Bristol A team leading the way there, followed by Durham University in that second spot. There's about a 2-second difference between Bristol and Durham now, and it is still it's Edinburgh University who have snuck into that third spot.
So come on, Bristol, keep moving. In the immortal words of the O'Donovans, just pull like a dog. Just keep going. We got 500 metres for immortality. Can Bristol do the sweep treble? Can they back up the 8 and the 4 with the pair? Looks like they're on course for it, but it was 2 seconds, which isn't enough in the pair. So just keep digging deep, boys. Keep pushing hard. They're coming under pressure from Durham. Durham in the lane immediately to the left. I mean, it's a good thing about rowing. You can see your opposition. They're a little bit close to the buoy line as well. Both of these crews, they don't want to clip these buoys and cost the momentum, because Durham are on the wine. They didn't wait for the red buoys. They've gone up beyond 250 out, 300 metres out, and Durham are winding. But Bristol, can it be 3 golds, or are they going to come up just a little bit short?
So they're now approaching this final 200 metres, and it really is neck and neck between Durham and Bristol. But will Bristol be able to pull it out of the bag in these last few moments? They'll really be digging deep and absolutely emptying those tanks, standing up on that footplate and giving everything they can to get this gold medal for Bristol.
Bristol waited to 150 and went, now's the time, now's the time. They got a little bit of jump on Durham in the first couple of strokes of the charge, but Durham are coming back hard. Durham, who want to add another gold medal to their championship. It's going to come down to these last few strokes. You can see this, our penultimate camera position. It's going to swing around. It looks like, to me, Bristol are going to go for the 3rd gold in inter sweep events. They're going to add the pair. If they cross the line there, they do. They cross the line ahead of a hard charging Durham. I think they do the treble. They add the sweep pair to the 4, the Cox 4 in the Inter, and the 8. The power man lays down. The arms are in the air. They don't like him sitting down. They want to flip the boat over. Get your blade back, lads. But my gosh. So who were those two guys adding that gold medal there?
So there you have it, your gold, Robbie Prosser and John Davies for the University of Bristol, looking absolutely exhausted at the finish, but I'm not surprised.
And the way that boat's tipping, it's just like Andrea and Roland. I've mentioned them a couple of times, but the French pair, they won the Olympic gold and nearly fell in about 4 times after the end. But what a charge. Durham didn't let them have it. They just went, you know what, we want the gold too. Bristol, though, held on to it. And in the end, it was a second and a half. I don't know, when you're in a race that close, sometimes you think it's closer than it is, but, you know, 3/4 of a length. I think if you'd offered that at the start, they'd have took it. Edinburgh pick up the bronze medal in there. So Bristol don't pick up 2, they just pick up the gold. But to add to their previous results, that's phenomenal. So we move past the men's inter pairs, and we move now to the men's champ pairs. And we hope for another race just as exciting as that. And it does feature Durham. So Durham, who got silver in the last race, they're going to be looking to go one better in this next race.
So here we have in lane number 1, the University of Cambridge, followed by Newcastle University in lane number 2, lane number 3 in the it's University of Durham, followed by Imperial College London, and then Edinburgh over there in lane number 5. So again, a lot of the bigger clubs in these finals today. So they're just about to move through. I think that's the 500 metre mark, so we'll see some split times on our screen in just a moment. So just coming through the first 500, we had Edinburgh in the lead, followed by Durham. Just about a second difference there, which at 500 metres really, you know, isn't so much. And then Imperial just bringing up that bronze position.
So yeah, you can see from the 1,000, these are the pairs coming through. Always such a graceful, elegant boat, the pairs when it's going well. These crews flowing through here. Like Durham at really high rate of striking there. So a really punchy rate. They're unfortunately about 3 seconds off the pace right now, so it's moved out even further. So Durham, who claims silver in the men's inter pair just now. Obviously these are going to be 2 different athletes, but still in silver medal position here. Edinburgh were bronze in the last race and are currently in the gold medal position here. But like I said, that Durham crew, they're pushing hard. Their rate's up. You know, sometimes when you go for gold, you end up with a bronze or nothing from that silver position. But we'll see if they can keep their 3-second advantage over the IC crew in lane 4. But, you know, luckily being in lane 3, you've got lane 4 right next to you. You can watch what they're doing. But the same with Edinburgh being in 5, they can see what's happening in 4. So the crews near them, the ones that might be challenging IC, they're comfortable over IC, and as long as they can stay up in front of IC, who are challenging Durham and challenging them quite hard right now, I think Edinburgh will be happy with their position over there on that far side of the lake.
So now just coming up to that 1,500 metre mark, coming into the last 500 metres of this race. So we'll see how things can change. As we've seen just in previous races, anything can change at any moment, even in that last 150. So we'll expect to see some split times on the screen in just a moment to see where all these crews are sitting in that final 500.
So yeah, the IC just whipped up a cheeky little chicane in the middle of the race. Doesn't really add to your boat speed, but had a little swing to stroke side and then back to bow side, and now straightened up again. So got a little bit towards the Durham crew. I'm sure it wouldn't have unsettled the Durham crew's rhythm at all, but if anything, it's upset the IC rhythm just a touch, and it's allowing Newcastle, who you can see to your right-hand side, to come back into it. So if we look at these splits here, Newcastle and Cambridge starting to challenge back at IC here. So this is, of course, a medal race. This is the A final of men's champ pairs. There's only 5 of them in it. It's 3 medals to be taken home. So Grace, what was going on at the 1500? How close was that?
So at that 1500 mark, it was the University of Edinburgh leading by around about 6 seconds actually ahead of Durham University, and then followed in that 3rd spot by Imperial. So there's about 3 seconds there between Imperial and Durham, and then another 6 seconds or so between Edinburgh and Durham. So at the moment, Edinburgh are doing really well at pulling away from the rest of the group, but we'll see how that goes coming into this final 250.
Yeah, when you stick it down this back end and it's chonky like they are, it's going to be good. They're cruising big. They're not having a whine. Edinburgh, I don't even think, need to finish with a flourish. They can just do what they're doing, row long, row powerfully. They had a 6-second gap at the 1500. Their split was better, but the real race that we got to watch now, we got Camilla behind me now. She's really going to want this Durham crew to hold off this late charge from that icy crew that were a little bit swervy before. Noam Muele is driving up. You can see the icy rate's gone up. They're challenging hard on Durham. It's going to swing to the line. You'll see crossing the line first. It's going to be Edinburgh, but we're keeping eyes on what's happening in second and third for the silver and the bronze. Edinburgh will take a comfortable win without anyone even in the shot, but Durham do hold off. The late charging Imperial maybe cost, now it's 2/3 of a length, 3/4 of a length, maybe cost themselves a little with a bit of steering in the middle of the race. Newcastle couldn't quite get back on terms when the final sprint happened. Cambridge you'll see come through, but Edinburgh punch in the water. I mean, he had plenty of energy. Probably they could have stuck another 112 metres on that, they would have been fine, I think.
So there you have them on the screen now. University of Edinburgh, James Doran and Matthew Morgan in that first position for the men's championship pairs final. So just on your screen we can see the next race, and this is the women's intermediate lightweight quads. It's the B final, and we only have 2 crews here, so they're really going to be pushing off against each other. So it's the University of Nottingham in lane number 3 and the University of Bath over there in lane number 4. So from what we can see on our screens just now, they've just not long set off and they're really kind of neck and neck at this moment. So you can see the names appearing on the screen there. So it's Anna Bradley, Imogen Bantic, Rachel Ellinger and Caitlin Wright for Bath University. The University of Nottingham is Tegan Lessie, Izzy Newton, Amelia McCabe and Lottie Toogood there for the University of Nottingham. Just coming through that 500 metre mark, it's Nottingham just holding them off by about 2 seconds, but like we've said before, it can all be down to the start just at this 500 metre point.
Lottie Toogood is the best name I've ever seen. Like, you know, if she pulls a fat score, you can just be like, that was just too good. Like, unreal. What a name. So yeah, we only got one in each. We got Bath and Nottingham, but yeah, you know what? Pretty close race, this. Pretty close race. 2 seconds. Go on, all right. This is worth a Twix bar, Grace. Who's your money on?
I think it's going to be Bath. I mean, I am backing them a little bit just because their tent's next to ours today, so you've just got to show some neighbourly support, but I think money's on Bath at this point for the win.
I am going to be a Nottingham Lottie Toogood fanboy and the Hudson. My Twix bar is on Nottingham on home water, saying no rubber ducks, not having it.
Well, we can actually see that Nottingham just putting down that shift and pulling right past Bath at this 1,000 metre mark. So Nottingham have overtaken them there by about a second. So we're just coming through the halfway point and they seem to be pulling away quite considerably, maybe even potentially putting some water between themselves and the Bath crew. So
yeah, as I say, Lottie Toogood, the new favourite of uni rowing, pushing through here in the women's inter lightweight quad B final, trying to take down the Bath quad, but it's going to be a close race. It's only swung by a second or so through that second 500, so it's really tight racing, side by side racing. You got 6 lanes, but we don't need them. We just need the 2 in the middle, lanes 3, lanes 4, and it's such a good battle between these 2 very evenly matched quads from 2 pretty solid programs. Bath, good pedigree of sculling, and Nottingham's women, the the calibre of results Nottingham's women's had over the last 10 years or so has been fantastic. So some really strong racing from these programs in the past and manifesting itself with yet more strong racing in the B final of this inter lightweight quad today.
So we should soon be seeing some 1500 metre splits on the screen, and these two crews will be coming into the last 500. Now there only being two crews here, you know, it's really hard to, you know, work with others, and they'll be pushing against each other and really trying to, you know, catch each other there. So we're just waiting for some scores on the screen. It looks like maybe Bath might have come back and snuck back up there, but we'll have to see when we get some times on the screen. So just seeing there now that it is Bath who have pulled back into that first position, 3 seconds ahead of the University of Nottingham at the 1500 metre mark. So Bath are really putting their foot down. They're saying no to Nottingham at this point, and they're pushing through.
Come on, who's in this crew of Lottie Toogood? We've got Amelia McCabe, Izzy Newton, Tegan Leslie. Come on, guys, this is going to cost me a Twix. You got to press on now, you know. Move it on in this last 500. Bartho, who are those scholars again? It's Imi Bantek. Oh, Imi Bantek has been back in Uni Rome for ages. I might have to switch. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't there some indoor thing she said? Yeah, I reckon. All right, maybe I'm flipping to the other side. I don't know. Rachel Ellington, Caitlin Wright, and Anna Bradley. Do you know what? It's University Rowing. I support both of these crews. But there's still a Twix on the line. Grace, there's a Twix on the line for you if Lottie Toogood can't wind this up for me.
So Bath are just approaching their supporters now, just going to pass their tent. Will the shouts and the support of their teammates spur them on even further and put more water between themselves and Nottingham? So we can hear the Bath supporters from where we are now, cheering them on, spurring them on. These girls will be giving it everything they've got, coming through this last 200, standing on that footplate to get through this line first. It looks like they're leaving Nottingham there in the dust.
Yeah, fair play. It's been a big third 500 into the fourth 500 from Bath. Bath just pushing out, they're cruising to the line. It's really accomplished. Like, those catches are really clean and sharp. There's some nice angles being created there. I'd say the Nottingham crew also pretty together, but maybe a little less sharp into the water at the front end, a little bit of hang. Whereas this Bath crew, those blades and those spoons are so thirsty for the lake. In they go, backsplash, in they go, backsplash. The relentless consistency you'll see of that Bath crew has put paid to the Nottingham charge. And so, Grace, at some point, Twix bar coming your way.
So there you have it. That's Anna Bradley, Imogen Bantic, Rachel Ellingham and Caitlin Wright for the University of Bath in that first position of the women's lightweight intermediate B final. So just coming on your screen there, we can see the women's intermediate lightweight quads, and this is the A final. So we have 3 medals at stake here. A gold, a silver and a bronze. In lane number 1 we have Cardiff University. In lane 2 it's Exeter, and in the centre it's Cambridge University in lane 3. Surrey in lane 4, Oxford in lane 5 and Queen's University Belfast over in that far lane, lane 6.
So yeah, as you say, we've gone from a 2-boat race to a 6-boat race. Quite a different dynamic here, Grace, for these lightweight intermediate quadruple sculls.
Yeah, so going from 2 boats to 6 boats obviously makes a massive difference. There's more people to push off against and measure you there.
So a big thank you there to Alex Darby for taking you through the last couple of hours here on the live stream. I'm now joining Grace. My name's Camilla Hadland. I'm back in the commentary seat now for another couple of hours here on the live stream before Fergus, Main London, Imogen Grant will take you through the final hour of today's racing. But we're back jumping in with this medal race here at the 1,000 metre marker in the women's intermediate lightweight quadruple sculls. And it's been a great start so far for the crew in the centre of your screen. The University of Cambridge, a really well developed lightweight programme, and I know a lot of these athletes here have been doubling up today. Certainly Bridget Kennedy, who sits in this crew, has already picked up one gold medal today, and certainly after another one now.
She has, yeah. So we can see just at that 1,000 metre mark, it's the University of Surrey just ever so slightly ahead of Cambridge there, and Queen's University Belfast, who have had a really exceptional performance all weekend, bringing up that bronze position. So, you know, we're only halfway through, it's still all to play for, but we'll see how this pans out through the next 500 metres.
Yeah, it's lots of familiar names here on the call sheets for each of these leading crews in gold, silver and bronze. In the gold medal position at the moment, the University of Surrey, Lois Caitlin Hall, Leonie Kennedy, Sasha Kennedy and Freya Sperling. The Kennedys in the centre of that boat. They've been picking up a lot of silverware this weekend and looking to try and go for gold in this one. They were just about holding out over the University of Cambridge, but it's turned again. They're swapping places. Cambridge now back out in the lead through that 1,500 metre marker, and well, I don't know what's going to be going through the Surrey girls' heads at this point here, Grace.
Yeah, so Cambridge have really just taken it back there, and I can imagine that these girls from Surrey are thinking that they're going to have none of that. So we'll see whether they can step on that footplate and really put that power down. You know, it'll be a massive effort for them coming through. You know, this will be really like physically and mentally demanding in this last 250 metres.
Yeah, and another change to make you aware of, it was Queen's Belfast sat in bronze medal position, but again, Exeter University are having none of that nonsense. They've crept up from lane number 2. You can see them on the right hand side of your picture. Bow girl there for Exeter. Hannah Wilkinson just takes a look across to her left, and it's all the way over in lane number 6 that they're going to have that fight for bronze. It's going to be a tough one from either side of the lake there. Exeter versus Queen's Belfast for the bronze. Surrey versus Cambridge for the gold. This really is one of the closest races we've seen all day for the podium places.
So as they're coming through at that last 200, approaching these red boys, we can hear from where we are here at Nottingham, these crowds going wild.
Exeter with a huge late resurgence here, and they've picked off Queen's Belfast, and Surrey are collapsing. They're falling apart here, and I think Surrey's early charge at the 1,000 metre is going to cost them, because Queen's Belfast has rode through them, Exeter has rode through them, and as we come into the line, Cambridge with more and more energy. They've just built off Surrey falling apart here, and they are going to go on to get gold here in the final of the lightweight intermediate women's quadruple sculls. It's then going to be Exeter with that massive finish ahead of Queen's Belfast. They went from 4th to 2nd, 4th to silver most importantly, and it looked like Queen's Belfast bringing home the bronze.
That's absolutely fantastic from Exeter, and you can see them on the screen there. That's your gold medalists. University of Cambridge, Bridget Kennedy, Freya Sutcliffe, Rosa Millard and Jodie Cameron for the University of Cambridge. Absolutely great performance today.
What a wonderful finish there from the University of Cambridge. So much confidence after they managed to shake off Surrey. 3/4 of a length it was in the end to Exeter, and look how close this is between Belfast and Surrey. And that just goes to show you pacing is everything in these medal finals.
So just coming through on your screen now, you will be able to see the men's intermediate lightweight quads, and this is the A final. So we only have 4 crews in this A final, and they are Newcastle University in lane number 2, Strathclyde University in lane number 3, and Queen's University Belfast again in lane number 4, and Oxford over there in lane number 5. So you can see on the screen there that Oxford and Queen's are battling it out at the moment for that first position, looking really tidy, both crews, and it looks as though they're about to pass through that 500 metre mark.
So we're halfway now, and Queen's University Belfast are leading the charge here for this gold medal. They've broken clear water, but look at this silver medal fight here, Grace. Who's your money on?
I think it's got to be Queen's there, just as they come through that 1,000 metre point. They're really pulling ahead, putting some water between themselves and Strathclyde. Yeah, they'll really be going for it at this point, and we can see the times coming up on the screen there, and it's Queen's University Belfast leading by around 3 seconds ahead of Strathclyde, who have really, pushed through ahead of Oxford from where they were initially in that third position.
Yeah, it's a difficult race here. Just 4 boats here, 3 medals at stake. So Newcastle's on the left of your picture, just in a disappointing position, and they're going to have to do some really tough work here. 5 seconds to make up to try and reach the podium. It's doable, but it's very hard. Just to give you a bit of context, 3 seconds is around about 1 boat length, so they're over a boat length away from Oxford University, who sit in bronze medal position. But look at that. Do you think Oxford are in with an opportunity here to come back on Strathclyde?
I mean, I think as we've seen before at earlier stage in all the other races, you can bring it back within that last 150 metres. It's still all to play for. So Oxford might just be conserving their energy, and they might really go for it at that last 200 metre point. You just can't really say at this moment. It's quite a brutal race, really. 3 of these crews will medal, leaving 1 crew in that last place with, no medal at all, really.
I know Newcastle University, though. They're on the right hand side of your picture, and lane 1, a great place for them. So all of their supporters are on that right hand bank of the lake here at the National Water Sports Centre, so they're going to hit a wall of noise as they come into the final 500 metres, and they are still within sprinting distance. It's going to be, as I say, a tough ask for them against Oxford on the far left hand side of your screen, and it seems, I think that gap's actually stayed about the same. Still about 5 seconds between Newcastle and Oxford. No one touching Queen's here in gold medal position, and Strathclyde, almost dead level here with Oxford. It's going to be to the wire for the silver medal.
I think you're right. So we can see out the window now all the Newcastle fans gathering, ready to cheer on their crew, and the support of your team can really make all that difference to spur you on for a sprint finish. So it's not over yet for Newcastle, but we can see Queen's University Belfast spurring ahead, putting distance between themselves and Oxford and Strathclyde. It looks like they're clearing Oxford there by a boat length, maybe even more.
Yeah, lovely sprint here coming from the spots of Strathclyde University. They're really getting their hands away, quickly getting on to the next stroke, and I think they've caught Oxford napping at the top of your picture. It's all on the line for a silver medal. Oxford has suddenly woken up and started raising the rating, but Queen's Belfast are long gone for that gold medal. This is going to be a lead from start to finish here for the Queen's University Belfast.
What a fantastic race there. Strathclyde really just taking up that rate and putting their foot down to push their bow over that line before Oxford, and they've just done it. It looks like Oxford through there, and Newcastle coming into shot for a strong finish from them. Absolutely fantastic race.
Yeah, full 2,000 metres worth of lake, and it comes down to half a boat canvas in the end. Well, it wasn't that close for the Queen's University Belfast crew. More success here for Dominic Murtagh, Hugh Moore, James Foley and Kieran Purdy. Plenty of medals picked up between these 4 boys throughout the weekend, and this will be a great end to their BUCS campaign. I don't think any of them are racing again, so a sensational finish here for Queen's University Belfast lightweight men.
So just on your screen we can see the beginning of the Women's Championship coxless fours, and this is the A final, so 3 medals up for grabs here, bronze, silver and gold. In lane number 1 we have the University of Durham, followed by Imperial College London in lane 2, University of London in lane number 3. Over there in lane number 4 we have Cambridge, Edinburgh in lane 5 and Newcastle in lane number 6.
So the two leaders from the time trial, the University of London, the quickest to record this morning. They've had a long old rest between now and their time trial this morning. The same for the University of Cambridge, who came second in that time trial. These two crews with a big old break. They didn't have to race the repechage, the reward for doing well in the time trial, Grace, and certainly we're seeing them sprinting out the blocks. All those fresh legs that they've got, having not gone through that repechage, seems to be doing them well in this first 500 metres.
Yeah, it's amazing what that extra rest can do, really give them a recharge chance to refuel, maybe sleep, eat some food. So we're now coming through that 500 metre mark, and when we did, it was the University of London leading there in first place, followed by Cambridge, just ever so slightly half a second behind, and it was Edinburgh University in that third spot.
Yeah, I know that this has been one I've been looking forward to all day. The University of London silver medalists in yesterday's Championship 8s events. This is 4 of those girls here in this crew. Olivia Cassidy, Madeline Frank, Selena Jones and Amelia Croker for the University of London out of the 8, that silver medal winning 8, and into this 4. They managed to beat Cambridge yesterday into bronze medal position, but who can forget in that Cambridge crew we've got the pedigree of the boat race winning quartet of Imogen Grant in the stroke seat, Adriana Perez Rotundo in the 3 seat, Quiva Dempsey in the 2 seat and Bronya Sykes at bow, and I think they've just pulled level here with the University of London side by side. Such a different game. Then over on the far side it looks to me like the University of Edinburgh in bronze medal position ahead of Imperial, but my eyes are firmly on the fight for the gold medal, and look, you can see there through the 1,000 just how close it is, 0.4 of a second to Cambridge.
That's really tight for that silver and gold, but like we've just seen before, it can all change in that last 250 metres. So they are now approaching the 1,500 metre mark. So we're quite in the thick of the race really in this big middle section, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this third 500 is going to be quite a teller for these crews. I know that the guys from Cambridge, they've not been training too much since their victorious campaign for along the Tideway Championship course back at the end of beginning of April rather, but they've come to race the British University Championships to demonstrate what they can do against the wider student population, and certainly the University of London, the top of their game. They were finalists in last year's new student event, the Island Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, and they'll be on the march for that campaign once again. They lost to Oxford Brookes in that final of the new event, and here now wanting to put down a marker in the Championship 4s, an event that they've won at Henley Women's Regatta in the past. Cambridge not as familiar with the 4s, more of a scratch crew this, but 4 really impressive talented individuals there to go head to head. I think from this shot that we've got, Cambridge are just pulling out a little bit more. You can see there through the 1,500 metres, a second and a half, almost 2 seconds now. Cambridge have decided to use that third 500 to try and push as much distance between themselves and UL.
Yeah, so it's London still hanging on to that silver medal there, and Edinburgh in third, just a second and a half between University of London and Edinburgh University as they come into this last final 500 metres. They're now approaching all the marquees and their supporters. They'll be greeted by the cheers of their teammates to spur them on in this last 250 metres of the race.
It's going to be a huge finish for Cambridge University. They've just gone from strength to strength. Every stroke they row, more and more cohesive. Imogen Grant wanting to round off her campaign of 7 different events across the course of this weekend with a gold medal. And who's going to try and stop her? And it is the University of London that's trying to stop her. Look at this from UL on the right of your picture. Are they going to get beaten to the line by the more cohesive unit of the University of London, less of a Strax crew. It's going to be right down to this sprint. Cambridge have responded now. They're winding through their gears into the red boys. UL looked like they were coming back, but Cambridge with every stroke seemed to just push and push away, and I think it's going to be the University of Cambridge who end up victorious in this championship coxless fours event by just under half a length. What a gladiatorial tussle the whole way down the course. So amazing. What a finish there for Cambridge. University of London will get silver. I think they'll be disappointed with that, having led the race for a large portion, and a close race for the bronze there as well, Grace.
And there you have them there on your screen, your gold medalists, the University of Cambridge. But like we say, an exceptional performance from the University of London today. Great effort and great competition there for Cambridge University. And there it is again. What a great last 150 metres. That's Cambridge over the line, followed by the University of London. And there in that third position we can see the baby blue of Edinburgh University.
Well, that one didn't disappoint. I was certainly looking forward to that all of today, and it was great to have Imogen in the commentary box with us earlier, and she'll be back fresh from winning her gold medal. She'll be here on the live stream for the last hour of racing tonight, so keep tuning in with us. The commentary will be with Imogen and Fergus later on this evening for the final part of the day. But we're back now with the B final of the men's intermediate quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Reading B. In lane 2, UE. In lane 3, Loughborough A. In lane 4, Imperial. In lane 5, Durham. And in lane 6, Bristol.
So yeah, like you just said, this is the men's intermediate fours, and they're off from the start. Pass through that 500 metre mark, and we can see them times there on the screen. So it's Loughborough leading just at that moment, followed by UWE and Durham in that third position. But like we said earlier, you know, it can all be down to how you start based on that first 500 metres, but a bad start doesn't necessarily mean a bad race. Lots of crews can bring it back once they pass over that 1,000 metre mark, so we'll see when we see some times up on the screen in just a moment. So just on your screen there we can see UWE just pulling ahead, and just at the front you can see Reading University putting up a good fight and really looking quite tidy as they come down the course through this 1,000 metre marker.
Yeah, great to see overlap between all of these crews at the 1,000 metre marker. In the big boats, that's what you want. It's going to cause good, strong competition in the final quarter of this race. But getting the better of the first half, the first 50%. UE, their time trial this morning was super strong, and I think they'd have been disappointed to end up in this B final, but such a competitive event, the men's intermediate quads. This is defining places 7 to 12, and they've got a 2-second lead over Durham University over in lane number 5. You can just see Durham creeping into shot there on the right hand side of your screen. But nothing much to separate Durham and Loughborough. Loughborough, they're in lane number 3 on home water. They obviously scull and row here on the National Water Sports Centre Lake here in Nottingham. And IC also very close, just a nudge back to the Imperial College London crew. So lots of overlap here between all of these quads. And if the last race was anything to go by, I think we're going to have another really strong finish here.
So they're now just approaching the 500 metres to go mark, and as seen in the previous race, you know, this is where it can all change. This is where the real, you know, fight comes into it, and where they'll really be stepping on that foot plate, absolutely taking up that rate and doing everything they can to get into them top 3 positions coming through the 500 metre mark. We can see it's still UWE leading there by about a second, followed by Durham and Loughborough University. Slightly more of a gap there between Durham and Loughborough than at the 1,000 metre mark. Like we said before, it can all still change.
Yeah, lots of time still to change. 500 metres doesn't sound like a lot, but here on the water, it's another couple of minutes to try your very best every single stroke to try and put more water between you and the crew behind you. And as they wind through now, UE, such a strong quad here from start to finish, and they just seem to be gaining speed as they come through this last quarter rather than losing it, leaving everyone else to fight for the minor places. Durham also finding some additional energy here to try and fend off Loughborough, but Loughborough, look how sharp those blades are going in the water. They've really raised the rating in a desperate attempt to try and pick up places.
And as they pass through the marquees, we can hear all the supporters cheering them on. And it's still UWE just holding out there. It's very close with Durham. They're really battling it out in this last 150. I'd say at the moment it's really impossible to tell.
Yeah, this push from Durham to try and get past Loughborough has brought them back up into overlap with UE, but it's not going to be enough. And Loughborough also on the line. It's going to be a surge from them. So close in this B final. UE, I think, then Loughborough, then Durham. We'll wait for the confirmation of results. Then the remainder of the crews trickle through. You'll see those on the screen populating in just a second, and there they are, Bristol, Icy, Reading in the final 3 slots, but just 0.6 of a second separating second and third there, so 8th and 9th overall here at the British University Championships in the men's intermediate quads.
So there you have it, just one more time, the UWE crew crossing through that line just ahead of Loughborough and Durham.
So that was the B final. We move now to the A final of the men's intermediate quad sculls. This is Surrey in A, Surrey A in 1, Edinburgh A in 2, Reading A in 3, Nottingham B in 4, Bath A in 5, and Nottingham A in 6. And great to see a couple of crews here from Nottingham contesting this final here, Grace.
Yeah, and we're just getting some splits through for the 500 metre mark. So we have University of Reading there leading the way, followed by Nottingham University on home water here in second position, and Nottingham University B holding on to that bronze spot, just coming through that 500 metre mark. So we'll see how things go through the next 500.
So a great start for Reading. They tended to put all of their eggs in one basket. A few years ago they decided that they were going to completely scrap their sweep programme. They don't do any sweep rowing at all at Reading University, and they just solely focus on perfecting the art of sculling, and it's done them well. They've managed to pick up medals in all of these events in years gone by, championship and intermediate, and currently they lead out this intermediate final of the men's quadruple sculls. However, Nottingham looking to make some upsets here. Can they overturn the giants of the sculling programme of Reading? They certainly look very relaxed. They're floating up the slide at the top of your picture there. That's Nottingham University. Very different styles to Reading, who are just slipping back through the pack here. And Edinburgh have come from nowhere. This is Edinburgh in the centre of your screen here. They went from being down in 5th position to right up there contesting for the medals. That second 500, wow, I think they must have attached a rocket to the boat or something.
Yeah, Edinburgh, they're really just deciding that they want this first place, and they've absolutely gone for it, coming through that 1,000 metre mark, really doing Edinburgh proud there. And Edinburgh have had a really great weekend as well, taking home a fair few medals in a lot of finals.
So yeah, what a storming middle section there for Edinburgh University, building on the confidence of the other crews that have gone before them today. So many championship, intermediate and beginner medals for the University of Edinburgh. They are aiming for that Victor Ludorum, and with every single race I know that they are motivated to beat Queen's University Belfast to the men's Victor Ludorum. So this is an especially important race. They need everything to go to plan, and that certainly will be pressing them down this course. So that's them there on the right hand side of your screen in the baby blue. They've come through Reading University, they've come through the rest of the field, and wow, they've just gained lengths in, I think they just must have had a really bad start, because they now sit right up at the front of the field in gold medal position. How astounding.
Yeah, this has been a greatly paced race for Edinburgh at this moment. So we're just getting some splits through for the 1,000 metre mark. And it was Edinburgh leading there, and closely followed in second place by Nottingham University. And we're also just seeing the 1,500 metre splits, and it's still Edinburgh there in first, University of Reading, coming through in second, and Nottingham in that bronze medal position.
So Edinburgh here now, just gliding through the water. We've just had such stunning conditions here in the last 3 days here at the British University Championships, and this will be nothing like the water at Strathclyde Park where Edinburgh train. In this final 250 metres they will be making the most of every single stroke. Stunning stuff here from the Baby Blues to really put themselves in the fire and press themselves into a gold medal. They've left Reading wondering what's going on, and Reading now having to be in the bun fight for a medal, because Nottingham University still coming in from the far side. You can see them at the top of your picture. They're still in the fight for bronze. I think Reading are moving more and more into silver medal position, but no one is going to touch Edinburgh University. What an amazing last 1,500 metres from them.
What an absolutely fantastic finish there. Incredible to watch. So that's Edinburgh over the line there. Absolutely. Really, they look absolutely made up there. The boys, their arms in the air. One of them standing up in the boat, cheering. He looks absolutely ecstatic.
Well, that's how much it means to win a medal here at the British University Championships. That crew of Harry Fletcher, Harry Guy, Philip Garnier and Lawrence Ellis are delighted with that. I don't know if Edinburgh have ever won the intermediate quadruple sculls before in their history, but even if they have, they can be very proud of that performance. Reading, you can see the slumps there over the line in the replay. They are devastated to lose out, and Nottingham University will go over in bronze medal position.
So just on your screen we can see the men's championship quad. This is the A final, so 3 medals up for grabs here. And again we have Edinburgh in lane number 1, followed by another Reading boat in lane number 2. Queen's University Belfast making another appearance in lane number 3. Durham University over there in lane 4, and Newcastle in lane number 5, and no crew in lane number 6 for this race.
Now, I have my money, if I was a betting person, firmly on one crew in this championship final, and that is Queen's University Belfast in the centre of your picture. Now, we already talked about the fight that is currently going on between Queen's and Edinburgh for that men's Victor Ludorum, the most successful men's programme here of this weekend, and Queen's now wanting to go one up in this championship event to take the gold medal. This crew made up of 4 athletes that have had a round of success. Ross Corrigan and Nathan Hull, both medalists in the championship single sculls. They came together yesterday for the championship double sculls to win the gold medal. Can they make the full sculling set here for Queen's University Belfast? I certainly think they can, and look at how beautifully relaxed they are here in gold medal position as they come through to our camera here at the 1,000. In second place, well, Durham University in silver medal position. position. I know that, again, previous form in this event from about 10 years ago or so, medals picked up in this championship quads event. And Reading, well, look, as I say, a sculling focus programme, currently sat in joint silver medal position with Durham. Anything but gold for them, I think, is a disappointment.
Yeah, it just seems that Reading might have just stuck their bow out over Durham, which is really great for them, putting down a spurt, coming up to this 1,000 metre point. But yeah, absolutely exceptional performance this weekend, I'd say, from all the boys at Queen's University Belfast with all their sculling. So we're just getting some split times through now for the 1,000 metre mark, and it is still, unsurprisingly, Queen's University Belfast in that first spot, with Durham holding on just 3 seconds behind, not giving up, still fighting for that top spot. And University of Reading just a few seconds behind University of Durham there, milliseconds behind, so it's still all to play for at this halfway point.
Yeah, I think the fight for the silver medal is going to be the one to watch here. I doubt Queens will be rattled by anything at all that's going on either side of them. They should know they have the pedigree to take home this gold today, to complete that set of medals in men's sculling. It would be a huge performance, and they've really brought the big guns here over from Belfast. Ross Corrigan, the Irish international at under 23 level, now here representing his university, leading his men down the track along with Nathan Hull. These guys from the championship double scull yesterday are really the linchpin of this crew. And look at the speed that they are motoring down this track at. They've got a full 3 seconds in this championship event. And as we've seen from the course of the rest of today, and in fact the rest of the weekend, 3 seconds in a championship event as a margin is fairly comfortable, to say the least. So it's Queens now over Reading, who have just won that internal fight between themselves and Durham for the silver medal at the 1,500 metre marker. But we know Durham have got a pretty savage sprint in the tank should they need it.
Well, like we've just seen before, even at that 150 metre mark, all it takes is a big spurt to get your bow across that finish line first. So we're now coming into this last 250 metres, and all the crews will be greeted by the supporters on the bank, spurring them on.
Well, just out of shot here, Edinburgh University have absolutely ratcheted the rating up. Dale Flockhart in the stroke seat, the lightweight singles champion, can certainly get the rating high, and they're trying to hunt down Durham University for the bronze medal. It's whether they've left it too late, because Durham have seen them from across the lake. They know the rating needs to come up to hold on to a podium. Queen's University Belfast are going to have clear water as they go through these red buoys. What a nice feeling for them to know that if there's no blips, there's no trip-ups, they're going to be the champions here at the British University Championships in men's quadruple championship sculls. Reading University a quarter of a length of clear water behind, and a disaster for Durham University as they catch a crab 2 strokes out from the line, allowing Edinburgh to move through into bronze.
Great result there for Queen's University Belfast, and absolutely devastating for Durham University there, catching that crab at the last moment. But great for the University of Edinburgh, the Baby Blues. I can see them with their arms in the air at static with their position.
An outstanding result there, and good to see Ross Corrigan celebrating that from the 3 seat. An important victory, on the cherry on top of the cake of a wonderful weekend of racing here for Queen's University Belfast. They will go home and celebrate tonight in Belfast, I'm sure. But next up, we're down the track to the B finals. This is the B final of the women's beginner double sculls. In lane 1, Bournemouth B. In lane 2, Edinburgh D. In lane 3, UCL A. In lane 4, Derby A. In lane 5, Queens B. And in lane 6, Edinburgh C.
Yeah, so this would be a really great one to watch. So this is the these are the beginner doubles. So again, let's just remind you that these beginners have only been rowing for about 10 months or so. So to get to a standard where, you know, you can compete at a place like this in 10 months really takes a lot of dedication, a lot of commitment, a lot of drive. and an awful lot of fuel in food and training practice. So we have Edinburgh, Queen's, Derby, UCL, Edinburgh again showing their dominance in this beginner in the beginner programs, and Bournemouth over in lane number 1. So you're just about to see on your screen there the 500 metre splits coming through. So they're just passing through the first 500 of this race. So we'll see in a moment who's leading. So we're just seeing there that through that 500 metre mark, I'm not surprised to see that it was Edinburgh there leading the way. They've had a very strong weekend for all their scullers really. UCL in that second spot, and Bournemouth holding on to that bronze medal there for this women's beginner double A final. So we can see on the screen there all the crews coming through. So just a reminder again that these are beginner crews, so it's absolutely exceptional to see so many of them in this category and coming out this weekend. So we're just approaching the 1,000 metre point, and this is midway, so we'll be seeing some splits on the screen just as they come through the halfway point.
So we've seen a couple of great performances from Edinburgh University in the last few races, and I know head coach Colin Williamson is sat at home with new baby girl tuning in, and we'll be delighted to see Edinburgh leading the way once again here in this B final of the women's beginner double sculls. This is the D Edinburgh double. Huge amount of talent in the Edinburgh beginner programme, enough to put out a number of these doubles in this new category, and they've got 6 seconds of lead over the University College London crew in the lane next to them in lane 3. Bournemouth go through the 1,000, almost identical timings to UCL there. We could be on for a fight in the middle of this batch of scullers. Queen's, Belfast, Derby and Edinburgh again rounding off this B final, but it's going to be a great tussle for, well, second and third and fourth. If you look at the timings there, top left hand side of our picture, it's points of seconds that separate even at the beginner level.
I mean, what an absolutely fantastic way to be rounding up, your first year of rowing at university, being in this final. I'm sure it feels so rewarding, and it makes all the hard work and all that training absolutely worth it to, come this far. So we'll soon be approaching the 1,500 metre mark. You can see all the crews just on the screen there, and we'll be seeing some splits in just a moment as they come into this final 500 metres. And as we've seen before, it's still all to play for in these final stages. So we'll just wait and see these splits on the screen in a moment now. So leading there for the University of Edinburgh, we have Alicia Bain and Meg Newbury, and that's in first position, coming through that 1,000 metre mark for the University of Edinburgh.
Yeah, it's great actually that the University of Edinburgh out in front, but it's great to see all of these, you know, head-to-head battles for all of the minor places. I think the athletes will really appreciate having that side-by-side competition and almost having the time trials at the beginning of the day. It really creates great racing later on in the day. So all of these guys will have gone through A and B semi-finals to get their places in the side-by-side racing. But I think the time trials really set out a stand. You perform well in the time trial, it means that you race crews that are really close in speed and really close in quality to you, which creates this kind of finish here, look, where we've got crews from Bournemouth through to Edinburgh only separated by 4 seconds. This is going to be an astounding finish.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing as well, like how much side-by-side racing can really spur you on compared to just being there, you know, by yourself. It's really great to be able to push off another crew, really stand on that footplate and push them away. And it's also such a fantastic feeling when you can see, you know, that for these Edinburgh crews right now, that they're just out in front with clear water there.
Yeah, and Edinburgh will be in the next race as well, which is our A final. They've got 2 crews contending for the medals. So once again, wanting to display their dominance in this B final with a Clearwater win, when you can see how close the rest of the field is. Only 1 crew slipping off the pace here, and in fact it looks to me like that is the crew from UCLA, have just slipped up a little bit, allowing for the rest of the field to get away from them. Queen's University Belfast now surging through from lane number 5 to move into second place, along with Derby in lane number 4. What a great finish here for Queen's. Another really strong beginner programme. We're going to see their crews in the A final as well.
And just on your screen you can see the University of Edinburgh, Alicia Bain and Meg Newbury coming across that line first. What a fantastic feeling that must be for them, and what a rewarding, you know, end to all their training.
And a great finish there for Bournemouth in second place. Gosh, I didn't even see them because they were in lane number 1, all the way closest to us. They really took the last 100 metres by the scruff of the neck and moved into second place ahead of Edinburgh, ahead of Queen's Belfast even. And there are your winners of the B final. No medals to be awarded for this B final, but 7th place overall in this new event, this hugely competitive event in fact, and they will be really chuffed with that, I'm sure.
And there they come now, Bournemouth University. That's Morgan Callaghan and Lizzie Price for Bournemouth University, securing that 2nd spot. Really great race today.
So the A final next. So the medals on the table to be won, and in this A final we've got Plymouth in 6, Durham A in 5, Edinburgh B in 4, Queen's A in 3, Edinburgh A in 2, and Plymouth B in lane number 1. And look at this, 2 Plymouth crews, 2 Edinburgh crews, a Queen's and a Durham crew. Great to see 2 Plymouth crews firstly in the final. Their beginner programme has had a really sort of strong run of success this weekend. They'll be enjoying racing out here on the lake at Nottingham, but a great start for the University of Edinburgh. I think having 2 crews currently sat in the medals, they're sitting gold and bronze as we go through the 1,000. And Queen's University Belfast sandwich for silver in the middle. It's the same old story that we've seen for the last few days here at BUCS.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely great to see. I'm really, really impressed by all the beginners this week. I think they're all absolutely at a fantastic standard. It's really unbelievable. And we can just see the split times on the screen there for the 1,000 metre mark, and that's Edinburgh again, it's so unsurprisingly, followed by Queen's University Belfast and Durham in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Durham sneaking into bronze medal at the moment by not very much. A strong pairing here from Durham University, Ellen Fordham and Beth Coxon, looking to write history, these medalists in this event. The first time that the women's beginner doubles have ever run, and these will be the first ever medals awarded. So if there wasn't enough motivation already, Grace, to get yourself on the podium, to be called the first ever gold medalist in this event, that's a pretty cool story to tell.
Yeah, what an absolutely fantastic feeling that would be. So we're getting very close now to the 1500 metre mark. So they're coming in to their final 500 metres. So they'll be able to, they know the end is near, but they've got to keep on pushing through, keep on going, putting down more power, taking that rate up, doing absolutely everything they can to secure themselves a medal in this race.
Still overlap between the leading 4 crews, and if there's one thing that I've learnt watching small boat racing is that if you were to try and take a measure now, you would 9 times out of 10 be wrong, because the last 500 metres establishes a lot, and even at this sort of beginner level, not so experienced at racing, as long as they can move together and they can sprint together, big things can happen, and you can go from being fourth to first, or first down to sixth in a matter of strokes, because these boats are just so much lighter, they pick up so much more quickly, so you can respond really well. And Durham, it looks like at the moment, slipping back into 4th place potentially. We'll wait for the times to come through from the 1500 metre marker. Still Edinburgh and Queen's knocking punches out of one another at the head of this race, and I feel like it is the sort of battle we've seen all weekend. Edinburgh's beginner programme versus Queen's beginner programme versus Durham's beginner programme, and there it is, Durham still holding on by the skin of their teeth over the second Edinburgh crew for a bronze medal.
So that's just 2 seconds differences there between Queen's and Edinburgh University battling out for that gold medal. And yeah, like you say, Durham doing very well and just holding in there, holding on for this last 250, just hanging in there and putting down all the power they can.
Into the sprinting stages now, and this is the really difficult part as a beginner athlete, is you need to be able to move up through the ratings, put lots of pressure on, but not lose your technique, lose your blades, which is so difficult to do when the pressure is on to try and fight for the podium. And Edinburgh University, well, these guys could be an intermediate double. They just look so collected here at the front of the field, sprinting well, no dramas whatsoever. They're a little bit close to the buoy line, so they will have to watch out as they come through the final few strokes, but I think they've done enough to hold on here in head of Queen's University Belfast by Clearwater. Queen's will come through for the silver medal, and Durham are going to be victorious over the other Edinburgh crew. Edinburgh A in lane number 2 for bronze. Edinburgh A there coming over the line in 4th position in this inaugural event for the women's beginner double sculls. A little handshake there for Edinburgh B, victors in this event, Olivia Padwick and Emma Ramsey.
And there we have it just again. So that's Olivia Padwick and Emma Ramsey taking the gold medal there for the University of Edinburgh, followed by Queen's University Belfast and Durham University. So just on your screen now we have the women's intermediate doubles, and this is the B final. So we have Cardiff University in lane number 1, followed by the University of Birmingham in lane number 2. In the centre there, it's the University of London, Reading in lane number 4, Nottingham in lane number 5, and in lane number 6 we have the University of Durham. So we have some 500 metre times now, and leading at that first 500 metres was Durham University. So that's Lydia Heath and Rosa Luciana, but closely on their heels by barely anything in it is the University of Birmingham, Elizabeth Dashley and Perrin House, really close. They'll be pushing off these two girls. They'll really be wanting this gold position for the B final. No medals here, but they'll be wanting that top spot. In third is the University of Reading, Flora Robinson and Alex Grcock in that third place. And you can see them there on your screen. So in the red, you can see the gold, the red and the blue of the University of Birmingham. And right there next to them is Cardiff University in that first lane there. So they're really battling against each other as they come into this next 500 metres. So we're just getting some times through now for the 1,000 metre mark. Reading still holding ahead there, just over a second ahead of the University of Birmingham, and Durham a second behind Birmingham now in that third spot. But like we've seen, it can all change at this sprint finish as they come through this 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, it could all change here, and we saw how close the racing has been in the small boats all weekend. And I must say, I'm still so impressed, the quality all the way through the field. So we're going from beginner doubles all the way through to champ doubles, and it's great to see what progression there is here at the British University Champs, right? We've gone from that beginner A final straight into the inters, which will be the next step for a lot of those beginners, right? Is they'll come into this level of event. And so, yeah, the competition hots up as we go through the day. But what a performance so far here from Birmingham University. Must be great to see this, Grace.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to watch. And Lizzie and Perrin have both only actually been sculling for 10 months. They've not been sculling for very long at all. So we're really excited over at Birmingham to see how they do today. And they both train so intensively and work so hard, as do all of the other girls in this category. So we're just coming through that 1,500 metre mark now, and we'll see how they're doing with 500 metres left to go.
Yeah, just 500 metres left to go, and Birmingham are going to have to watch out here for lane number 5, Nottingham University. Sorry, my apologies. Reading B are the ones actually at the moment in lane number 4 that are mounting the challenge. And in fact, I think Reading go through 500 metres to go with their noses in front.
Yeah, Reading University are really pulling ahead there. You can see them, we've got clear water on Birmingham, but they might be able to bring it back. Birmingham steaming down the course in boat, smoke on the water as they come up to this final 250. They'll be in line with the supporters. I can see the Birmingham supporters on the bank absolutely screaming for their two girls to come and pull against Reading's. Two girls there, Flora Robinson and Alex Grcock, absolutely gunning for it in this last 250.
And look, coming into the mix as well, we've got more challenges from the lane in the middle of the University of London. Want a piece of the action too here in the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. They are sliding right up in there next to Birmingham. Who's got the sprint? Well, Reading University certainly have had an excellent final 500 metres to establish that lead ahead of the University of Birmingham. But look at this, head for head, bow ball for bow ball into the line between Birmingham and the University of London, who were late charging. I'm going to leave Grace to take it into the line.
So we've got Reading coming over first, and it looks like Lizzie Dashley, Big Liz of the University of Birmingham, just may have done it with Perrin Haltz there just ahead, but we'll have to wait and see these final results. So exciting, such a fantastic race.
And there they are, your winners of the B final of the women's intermediate doubles. Just 2 finals to go, and they're both medal finals here at the British University Championships, full stop. These will be the final medals awarded here this weekend. After our next 2 races, it will be minor finals for the rest of the day from 3:30 p.m. But yeah, just 2 finals left, both of them A finals, and it will be the women's intermediate double sculls up first. And in this race, we've got Leeds in 1, Edinburgh B in 2, York in 3, Edinburgh A in 4, Newcastle A in 5, and Reading A in 6.
So just coming up to the 500 metre mark there, we can see it's Edinburgh leading over Reading by just a few seconds, 3 seconds there, and then Edinburgh hanging on to that third spot. So again, Edinburgh really dominating these sculling events this week, doing absolutely fantastic, but Reading putting up a really, really good fight in all these previous few races.
Yeah, this is where Reading really come into their own. Like we said earlier, a very sculling-focused university programme. They sit in second place, though, at the moment, silver medal position. But look at that, you could throw a blanket across the rest of the field for the medals, and lots of people here wanting to step up onto that podium in this, the penultimate final for medals here at the British University Championships. And Edinburgh making another storming effort here for gold from lane number 4. Nice crew of Anna Buchanan and Izzy Clements wanting to just ride on this success wave that Edinburgh have had all weekend. Their clubs come here in force, and this would be just, again, a really exemplary finish here to their season, to their British University Championships. They've got one crew in the championship doubles in the next race as well, so plenty to contend for. And they've managed to establish themselves quite the gap over Reading University. Great to see York currently in bronze medal position by a whisker ahead of the second crew from Edinburgh. Let's see if they can hold on to that through the centre of this race.
Yeah, York there just a second behind, so that's Lily Wolfson and Bethan House, who is sister of Perrin, who's just come before her in the B final for Birmingham. And I know that both their parents are here today. They'll be very proud of both their daughters making it into the A and B final for this category. They'll be so proud of both of them, and York will really be gunning for it. I know they really desperately want that gold medal in this category.
Yeah, they've got lots of crews to fend off, though. Look at those split times going through the 1,000 metre markers. You could barely slide a piece of paper in between York, Edinburgh and Leeds. It's going to be tooth for tooth as they come into the last quarter of this race. I think nobody's going to come for Edinburgh A at this point in time. That crew of Clements and Buchanan just got out in front early and used that advantage to sit back and look at the rest of the field, and they're going to hear the roars of the Edinburgh University supporters who have camped out on the finish line here at Nottingham to cheer through their crews. Reading still sandwiched themselves in the middle there. They've managed to get a little bit of a buffer, 2 seconds now over Leeds, who they've come from nowhere over in lane number 1. Their steering just going a little bit awry, which could cost them when it's only points of a second in between yourself and a bronze medal here. It's going to be tough all the way to the end.
Yeah, so we can see Edinburgh still leading there. So that's Rosanna Crabley and Sophie Bonner for the University of Leeds, just there in lane number 1. And for University of Edinburgh, we have Olivia Bell and Charlie Faint in that first spot. And for the University of Reading, representing today, is Fenoma Stratton and Leah Atkinson. So it's really interesting to see York just dropping back behind Leeds there.
Well, I don't know if you can hear it here on the stream, but the noise at the Water Sports Centre has just picked up dramatically because everyone can see how close a race this is going to be for silver and bronze. No one touching the baby blues once again. I feel like I've said that so many times today, but I'm saying it once again. Edinburgh University out in front. Then over in lane 6, silver for Reading University looks fairly nailed on, but the bronze is going to come from the centre of the lake. Will it be York? Will it be Edinburgh again? Is it going to be Leeds? And they fight for the line. It's a look across there from the University of York. They know Edinburgh will do everything they can to haul themselves onto the podium, but it's an Edinburgh gold in this women's intermediate double sculls event. Reading will come home for the silver, and Edinburgh University make it 2 boats on the podium. They did everything in their power to wrestle off York and Leeds, and my word, we were just saying this day gets better and better for Edinburgh University.
And there they are on the screen there, the winners looking absolutely ecstatic. So that's Anna Buchanan and Izzy Clements for the University of Edinburgh, looking absolutely knackered, but I'm not surprised. I'm sure they'll be absolutely ecstatic.
There you go, you can see how much of a gap that A crew from Edinburgh had over the rest of the field. They've been preparing for so long for this event, Edinburgh University. And there is second place for Reading, and there you go, Edinburgh University B with the bronze medal. 4 girls receiving medals here from Edinburgh for the women's intermediate double sculls. And this, the final A-final of the day, of the weekend here at the British University Championships. This, the Championship Women's Double event. You can see the lineup there on your screen. Newcastle in 6, Nottingham in 5, Royal Holloway in 4, Edinburgh in 3, Durham in 2, and Reading in lane number 1. And, well, look who it is once again in lane number 3, middle of your screen. They won't know what's just happened in the race before them, but Edinburgh University are looking to put the cherry on the top of the cake of this event as they just well, dominate this field, to be quite frank. We're almost at halfway and they've taken the bull by the horns and they want to win this in style.
So at the 500 metre mark, they were already 4 seconds ahead of second place Reading, which is really great to see for Edinburgh. They're really putting some water between themselves and the rest of the crews. And just coming over there, you can see Reading in their black boat really putting some shift down, taking that rate up, absolutely having none of it, really battling for that first spot.
Yeah, Perry McCluskey, Lily Young here in the double for Edinburgh University out in front, and Perry McCluskey, who suffered the worst finish position, 4th in the Championship Women's Single Sculls back on Saturday. She's come back with a bit between her teeth here to team up with Lily Young, and she won't want to suffer that fate again. She really wants a medal round her neck, and they've got a really clean cushion between themselves and Reading University. A very handy Reading crew as well. Laura Britton, Lauren Madison here for Reading on the left of your picture. Well, silver medal currently if we were to award at 1500, but it's long before it's over yet. But Edinburgh University doing the best they can to guarantee a win in the final event of the regatta. Exactly the fairy tale ending that them and the club would want from such an incredible weekend of racing. Durham University were in bronze medal position. It's fantastic to see this crew of Izzy Sellers and Ellie Cushion, a lightweight double that picked up a medal in the championship lightweight event on Saturday, back here racing in the open weight event in a medal position. I mean, that would be quite phenomenal if they can hang on to this ahead of some of the open weight crews to their left, but still a long way to go yet. 500 metres just approaching here in this final A-final of the day.
So just now coming through that 500 metres left point, and we'll be seeing something. There we go on the screen now, some 1500 metre splits. So it looks as though it's still going to be Edinburgh in the lead there, but we'll just see in just a second. Yeah, so we've got Edinburgh leading by 4 seconds ahead of Reading, with Royal Holloway very close behind, just less than a second difference there. So they might be able to bring it back, as we've seen before in this last 150. That extra spurt from Royal Holloway might push them into that silver position.
Yeah, and they've got the championship single gold medalist in the bow seat there, Vire Obakowu for Royal Holloway. So we know that they've got the power in that double scull to move through the field. They're in bronze medal position at the moment, but can they fight off the mighty lighties from Durham University, who have come punching right back here in the final 200 metres? It's going to be between Durham and Royal Holloway for the bronze medal. Gold currently still with Edinburgh in this championship double sculls event, but Reading now on the bottom of your picture. They are moving. They need to put the burners on here if they want to stand any chance of winning this championship gold medal. Have Edinburgh spent everything too soon? We're through the red boys now. Royal Holloway, they are flying. Look at them at the top of your picture. We knew that they would have something left here at the end. Vire Obakowu in the bow seat, the championship gold medalist from the singles, now pulling her crew to an attempted victory here in the championship double sculls. They've gone from 4th, I think, through to silver. Edinburgh clinch gold, and it's Reading who are the ones that are rode through for the bronze medal. Durham look absolutely devastated there. They were sat in a podium position for 3/4 of that race. It's then the University of Nottingham that round out that field, and not even a celebration, just exhaustion there from Perry McCluskey in the stroke seat for Edinburgh University. No, but still, smiles on faces. That was our final A final of the day, the final medals to be awarded. We'll be moving into the minor final soon, and there is that replay. That was one of the biggest accelerations I've ever seen from a crew there. Royal Holloway moving into silver medal position behind Edinburgh, leaving Reading at the bottom of your picture to go for bronze. Well, certainly not a disappointment there for rounding off the medals here at the British University Championships.
So just coming on your screen now, we have the men's beginner doubles. So this is the start of the minor finals, and this is the F final for the men's beginner doubles. So in lane number 1 we have Derby University. Next to them there is Aberystwyth University, followed by the University of Liverpool. Teesside over there in lane number 4, that's Teesside B, and then right next to them is Teesside A in lane number 5, and then that's Queen Mary in lane number 6. So we're just waiting for some 500 metre splits to see where they're all at coming down the course.
I just think it's incredible that we've got an F final here in a new event at the British University Championships. When does that ever happen, right? Enough entries to create a full 36 boats going side by side until the very end of the day. And, Liverpool University have been fighting hard in this F final through to the 1,000 metres to keep their top spot. You can see the 750 metre marker in the background there. It's then Aberystwyth in lane number 2 who are keeping their composure for second, ahead of Derby in the front of your picture there for third.
Yeah, I think the enthusiasm from all the beginners, their willingness to enter, put themselves in crews and really go out there and do their universities proud is absolutely amazing. Having not been rowing for that long at all, it takes a lot of dedication and a lot of time to pick this up in such a short period of time, so it's absolutely fantastic to see an F final out today.
So all of these beginners, they would have only started rowing at university in the last year. They're not necessarily freshers. That's the one thing actually that is great about this event, is you can pick up rowing at any time at university and still compete in the beginner event as long as you've not been rowing for more than a year, Grace.
Yeah, I think definitely due to the COVID pandemic as well. So I know over at Birmingham, a lot of our beginners are second years or even third years because they couldn't join in that first year due to the coronavirus pandemic cutting a lot of races and sports short. So it's really, really great to see this year so many beginners in all beginner programs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that just a demonstration that people just want to race, right? Like how many entries we've had in this new event. People just keen to get side-by-side racing underway. And this is a really good performance here for Liverpool University. And we've talked a lot about Liverpool actually this weekend because they've had really good success at the intermediate level. They've even had a crew or two entering championship. And this is where it all stems from, right? Is, a lot of clubs rely on their beginner population to create their seniors in years to come.
Yeah, definitely. And investment in the beginner program, really putting in that work there really does pay off in the future years. It's absolutely great to see Liverpool pulling ahead there and doing a really fantastic job. starting as a beginner myself in 2019, it really amazed me how quickly you can pick rowing up, and also how inclusive a lot of clubs are and how welcoming the sport is to newcomers.
Yeah, definitely, and all of these people here contesting this final, Liverpool, Aberystwyth, Derby, Teesside, and Queen Mary, I'm hoping that they'll be back again next year, right, in some of our intermediate events. They found rowing. I know certainly the guys from Teesside, wonderful to have them here. They were racing in the singles earlier in the weekend. I know that one of their coaches, Kate O'Sullivan, was saying that they've all just really enthusiastically sprung into this weekend. They've been so excited to get out here on the water and test themselves against the other universities, and travelling down from the northeast of England to put themselves up against universities from all over, right? So Aberystwyth in second place. We don't see them much contesting in the sort of intermediate and championship events, but to be sat here in second place in the F final, they've had to get ahead of a number of crews in order to be able to do that.
So we're just seeing now them coming through their final 200 metres, and I can see the University of Liverpool pulling through these red buoys. They've got a lot of clear water on the crews around them, which is really great for this double. So they're coming into the last 150, and I can see them putting that extra bit of power. They want to get a really good time here. Just in this lane at number 1, there seems to be a little bit loose of steering there from Derby. They're just about to hit a buoy, but still an absolutely great row from them today.
Yeah, and that's the other thing you mentioned. They really want a good time. A lot of these individuals, they'll want to see where they would have placed in the higher finals as well. If they didn't have quite as good a time trial. Liverpool just celebrating their victory there in that F final. Lovely to see. Aberystwyth over in second. It's then going to be Teesside over in third place, and they look absolutely exhausted. The strokeman goes back there. A punch in the air from the bow person. Derby, Teesside and Queen Mary round out the field in that F final of the men's beginner double sculls. And like we say, just wonderful to see how much that means to some of our new rowers to this sport, and we hope to see them back again next year at BUCS Regatta.
So there it is, just one more time. That's the winner, University of Liverpool, for the F final for the men's beginner doubles.
Now with the E final here of the men's beginner double sculls, Northumbria in 6, Glasgow in 5, Aberdeen in 4, Queen's University Belfast in 3, Warwick in 2 and Bath Spa in lane number 1.
So for a lot of these beginners out here today, this might be their first regatta. And however, for maybe some of our intermediate and champs, they may have rowed as juniors. None of these beginners have rowed before university. And although a lot of them want to go out there and win, it's also fantastic to just be there and really enjoy the opportunity, really enjoy the racing.
Yeah, and I think it gives an opportunity for some of the smaller universities, like we just said in the previous race. There's a much more kind of eclectic mix of universities competing in these minor finals and in the beginners especially, regardless of final level. Bath Spa, a name that, we don't see again racing in too many of the other big events. Northumbria with some beginners here, wonderful to see. And these are the future of our sport, and we hope to, keep diversifying, keep getting more universities. It was great to see the London School of Economics with their first ever entry here at the regatta racing today. So more new universities is exactly what we want. And as we come through 1,500 metres gone, it looks to me like it's lane number 4, Aberdeen University A. They're just 3 in from the left of your picture who have got the lead in this, the E final of this men's beginner doubles event. Very close for second though. I think at the moment the honours sits with Queen's University Belfast C. They're just to the right of Aberdeen, but you can see they're creeping up from the left hand side, lanes 5 and 6, Glasgow and Northumbria wanting to get in with a shot of the top places in this event.
there we have it, just sometimes through the 1500 metre mark. So they've got 500 metres to go, and that's Aberdeen there, Northumbria and Queen's University Belfast. Really, you know, dominating this field, really pushing for it for them first 3 positions. I also think it's, you know, really good to be thinking about where these beginners at will be in another year's time when they come back to BUCS Regatta after another year of training, another year of determination, and it's always great to see for yourself, you know, how much you improve, and that's so rewarding.
Yeah, so rewarding for these beginners to keep a track of their improvement. And that's the other thing that's so important about racing the minor finals, is you can take a measure of where you were in your beginner year, then when you go on to your next competition you'll get a bit of a sense as to where you are, and you've got a marker to aim for, you know, a line in the sand to come back to. And Aberdeen out here in the lead, they've travelled a long way to be here, they want to get an overall placing in this event, and oh gosh, just a small sort of dip there, not quite a full crab, but they've managed to recover well, get themselves back balanced with a level platform to head through the red buoys that signify 100 metres to go, and they've still got clear water, so they panic here for them.
Yeah, so just coming into the red buoys now, we can see Northumbria and those fantastically coloured boats that they have, accompanied right there by Warwick University, it looks like, just coming in there. What a great finish this is, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, a little bit of a steering woe there for Aberdeen University over the line, but they crossed the line, which is the most important thing first, but they are drifting across in towards Northumbria, who have just completed their E-final in this event. Here are the final placings. Look, sorry, those ones are wrong that you can see just on the screen at the moment. We'll bring you the official times in just a moment. It was definitely Aberdeen across the line first, followed by Northumbria and Glasgow. But a great win there, a little punch in the air from the bow of the Aberdeen University crew, Daniel Black-Boada and Benjamin Daniels. That duo, despite that little bit of a detour at the end, adding a few more metres to their race, they still managed to clinch the win. No rest here as we move up through the finals of the men's beginner double sculls, and it's the D final now of this men's beginner doubles. De Montfort A in 1, Manchester in 2, St Andrews in 3, Durham University B in 4, Kiel in 5 and Leeds in lane number 6. So these were the standings at 500 metres. In the top left-hand side of your picture, it was Durham that led out De Montfort. It was then St Andrews in lane number 3 that sat just ahead of Manchester, Kiel and Leeds. But this Durham double currently with a comfortable margin over De Montfort, whose beginner programme has been building through the years, and they've been producing some great intermediates and even some championship individuals over the course of this weekend, which has been fantastic to see. And like we said in the race before, it all starts here at beginner. And Grace has moved on from commentating with us here on the live stream, and I've been joined now by Fergus Mainland, who's going to take us through to the end of the day with these minor finals. Fergus, good afternoon.
You're right. I know, I can't believe it. We've got about 2.5 hours of racing to go, and we're just chatting actually beforehand. We were saying all of a sudden it's so long since we've just had like the championship girls quads finals on Saturday. That's like 3 days ago now. It's flown by, as it so often does, and here we are, and we've got some really cracking minor finals to go through.
Yeah, and as we've seen over the course of the last few days, the minor finals, because they've been determined by the time trials, have produced just some pretty gobsmacking events, to be quite honest.
So many of them. We saw yesterday in the last couple of hours. It just came down to the last 100 metres, last 250 metres, and what we saw was really well executed race plans from the vast majority of the crews, from beginner right through to the intermediate level as well. And we're seeing the exact same thing again today. We're seeing from these crews here, so through that 1,000 metre mark, just 6 seconds separating the entire field, and it looks like we're going to have another cracking final out of this one.
Yeah, and like we keep saying, this is a brand new event, this men's beginner double sculls. We've had F finals, we're going to roll all the way through to the C final here. A huge amount of entries, and Durham University, a programme with a lot of history in beginner rowing, a lot of big programmes. This is the Durham B crew that has made it through to this D final, so unsurprising to see them leading this field as a slightly bigger programme, but still behind them on either side they've got St Andrews on one side, they've got Kiel on the other, and you know, like we said, not much separating this entire field, so it's not just the big programmes that are in the mix here in this D final. Into the final 250 metres come these men's beginner double sculls, and Durham University are being wound in by the race that's going on behind them. St Andrews being warned for their steering, being told to move away from Durham into their own lane. So difficult to do as a beginner, steering these rather fine boats.
Well, not just beginner as well, we've seen it right the way through to the championship events, people weaving from side to side, not quite managing to keep their boat in a straight line. It has such an impact on your rhythm, on your speed, and obviously how much further you've got to travel down the course. But at the moment, Durham University is the best of the crews at the moment. They're leading as they go through the red boys, 100 metres to go, but St Andrews aren't giving up yet. They're going to dance with the buoy line all the way to the finish line, but they're going to keep winding it all the way through. Going with them though, Manchester still battling for that third place position with the likes of Birmingham, but out in front, Durham University looks set to take first place in this final.
Would have been so easy for Durham to get rattled by St Andrews, just weaving around, putting the pressure on, and they're going to get overlap, I think, by the finish line, which was a real commendable effort there for St Andrews. You can just see how much power they had to put down. It was causing them to wobble a little bit. It's then going to be Manchester University in lane number 2, and a tight finish here for Kiel with Leeds. I think Leeds just taking the honours there of 4th place ahead of Kiel, and De Montfort University over the line in 6th. And there are your winners of the D final here in the men's beginner double sculls, Tommy Walker and Jacob Thompson of Durham University.
So we're moving swiftly on to the C final of the men's beginner doubles. We've got another De Montfort crew. This time they're in lane 1, Queen's University Belfast into Loughborough University, their B crew in 3. Surrey's B crew go next to them in 4. Loughborough's A crew in 5, and Durham University will round out this C final in lane number 6. And with these beginner events, no surprise to see the likes of Queen's University Belfast out in front. Couple of crabs there, so they're going to have to keep their composure as they go through the course. But it's been such a dominant regatta from Queen's University Belfast, and we can see they're out in front, a comfortable 6-second margin through that 1,000 metre marker over the rest of the field. But very, very tight for the minor places in this one. Surrey, the 2 Loughborough crews, and De Montfort still in the mix. And after the performance we just saw in the D final, we're certainly not counting out any crews from Durham University when it comes up to the last 250 metres or so. Loughborough University, another one of those programmes that we're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence in, starting to build up their results. We saw a really, really strong performance from their beginner quad and their intermediate quad earlier on today.
Yeah, and once upon a time, Loughborough was a really attractive place to come for top-level championship rowers. It's produced the likes of Matt Gottrell was at Loughborough University, same as Johnny Walton was another Loughborough University student. They went through a real period, both Olympians coming out of that programme. So just a rebuild here for Loughborough, and again, it all starts with the beginners. And beginner sculling, I'm sure they've been inspired by the likes of Johnny Walton who have come before them.
Well, they just named their new quad after Johnny Walton. Yes, Loughborough University still in the mix for second and third place in this C final of the beginner doubles. Queen's University Belfast, though, look to be untouchable as they come up to the final 500 metres of this final. Going with them the likes of Surrey University, another programme that's had a huge deal of success at this year's BUCS Regatta, picking up medals across all 3 days. They'll be looking to see this double place as high as possible, as will all the crews.
Yeah, placing as high as possible. This is the highest minor final ranking you can get from the time trial. So if you've time trialled, you've ended up in the C final, you want to prove that you should have been in the AB semis. And so, a lot of sort of pride on the line, a lot of pressure to be able to perform. And Queen's University Belfast dealing with that best at the moment. It's then the two Loughborough crews in 3 and 5 respectively that sit in second and third, heading through 1500 metres, and then a roundup of Surrey, De Montfort and Durham in the minor places. But like I say, this is looking at places 13 to 18 overall, which
Quick
in the
maths.
grand scheme of things, considering that we had
Nearly 50 doubles.
Yeah, over 40 entries, I was going to say, in this event. Coming between 13 and 18 is quite commendable.
Really, really impressive, as is this sprint finish that Queens are putting together. They're saying to the rest of the field, nope, you haven't got a chance of catching us, as they come into the final 120 metres. It is the Loughborough B crew, however, flipping the script and leading their A crew as they hit the red boys. Those two Loughborough crews just edging out Surrey over the past couple of 100 metres or so, and it looks like it will be Queen's University Belfast who will take first place in this C final, position 13, and then it will be both of those Loughborough University crews. Two fantastic results there, getting your doubles into position 14 and 15. So there we see it, Queen's University Belfast through the line, followed by Loughborough B. Loughborough A will be followed by Surrey University if they can just hold their composure for a few more strokes. And then we'll have the two crews on either side of the lake, the first of which will be De Montfort in lane number 1, and then wrapping up this C final will be Durham University's top boat, top beginner double.
So there is the Queen's University Belfast double in that the C final, the last final of our new event, the men's beginner double sculls. Next up, we've gone from a full 6-boat final down to a 3-boat final in this, the men's intermediate lightweight pairs event. So just a C final here, and these are the only crews that did not make the AB semi-finals. In lane 3, Swansea; in lane 4, Leicester; and in lane 5, Lincoln. Well, it looks like we've only got 2 crews racing in this event. We were expecting 3 here, Swansea, Leicester, Lincoln, as we said. It appears to me that we've got Lincoln on the right, Leicester on the left, I'm going to go with. Oh no, sorry, wrong way around. I think we've got Swansea and Leicester here. I don't think we have Lincoln.
Spot on there. Just 0.7 of a second separating these 2 pairs. And of course the lightweights, they'll have been at the course far earlier than any other competitor, and for those lightweights who have been racing every single day, they'll be managing their weight accordingly. And they'll have been here first thing in the morning to get themselves weighed in. 72.5 kilos for these lightweight men today. And as 2 boat fields go, this one's turning out to be quite the contest. Sometimes we see over the past couple of days the margins can just stretch out as one crew gets out in front and is able to dominate. We've got a cracking race between Leicester and Swansea.
Yeah, especially in the small boats, right? It's a bit easier for it to be a closer race in the big boats, but in the small boats you often find that, you know, the speed can be very variable, given that, you know, it's only 50% with each athlete of power that's going into propelling the boat along, so it can be very, very variable. But look, we've got a really good race on our hands here. Swansea on the right of your picture, Leicester on the left. Swansea, I think, currently still with the lead, but in saying that it is, you know, usually a much greater distance between the smaller boats, it's also a lot easier to close that gap.
Oh, massively, massively. By the time you get to about a length out in an 80 or so, you'd normally be thinking, oh, game over, no way we're going to be able to pull this back, particularly as you go through the 1,000 metre marker. But you know, a length down through 1,000 metres in a pair, just over a length or so, as the camera panned round, maybe 2 lengths actually, yeah, 2 lengths back. It's doable actually, and we saw it in the A final of this event actually. We saw Newcastle coming down from about 2 or 3 lengths of clear water on Oxford University to row through them and take pretty incredible bronze medal actually.
Yeah, and I would expect Leicester will just be sticking to their planned race pace. It's, you know, it's really important in a pair, especially because of that. The amount that the pressure, the amount of impact that the pressure has on the steering for it to go in a straight line, it's absolutely imperative that you stick to the amount of pressure that you've agreed to, and that you are able to not, you know, hoof it round. Going in a straight line is much more important than putting down a heap of power and turning the boat at a right angle. So we pick this back up here. Swansea University doing everything they can to stay on top of the water in a pair, which I feel is difficult enough in itself.
Well, it's what you're aiming for, isn't it?
If you're tuning in, if you've never rode one of these contraptions before, it is so difficult. It is certainly, I think, one of the hardest boats to master out here on the water. So kudos to Swansea and Leicester, who performing that task extremely well, and Swansea just tapping it along beautifully in these flat conditions here at Nottingham. Exactly the kind of conditions you want to row a pair in.
Yeah, we've been really lucky with the conditions all 3 days actually. We had glorious sunshine on Saturday, and yesterday was flat as a pancake, and it's the same again today. So actually Nottingham doesn't get much better than this for a 3-day event. But as you can see there, we're now through 1,500 metres, well inside the last quarter of this C final of the intermediate lightweight pairs. This lightweight pair category, of course, has been reclassified, switched from a championship down to an intermediate event. The first year it's an intermediate event, same as the lightweight quads as well.
But it still yielded a huge amount of entries, you know, to have a C final in a lightweight pairs event. I don't know if we would have seen that too often in the championship level. I think it's encouraged a lot more athletes from the smaller universities to put an entry in.
It certainly makes it a far less intimidating event, and I think we saw that with the number of entries we had in the women's lightweight quads. A good number of entries, and it actually says to, I think, the smaller universities who perhaps wouldn't challenge in championship, they can take a look and see intermediate and actually say, you know what, let's have a go in this. Let's have a go.
Yeah, and I think, it's so difficult, I think sometimes when the only intermediate lightweight event that was on offer was the intermediate lightweight single in years gone by, and if you were an up-and-coming lightweight, there's no kind of training ground and breeding ground for you, no stepping stone for you to try and test your mettle against other like-minded individuals in universities and same sort of level before you then go and try and take on the Olympians, to be quite frank, that race here at BUCS in that championship category.
Absolutely. It's been a really, really good bridge builder, I suppose, to give everyone an opportunity to race in small boats, medium boats, at every level as well. The Swansea University coming up to the finish line. They finished best of the rest, winners of the C final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. Leicester aren't giving up, and they'll be racing all the way through to the finish line. So they have a very commendable second place in this C final. So we're sticking with sweep rowing next. However, we are moving on to the women's intermediate coxed fours. This will be the F final. So now on screen with that F final of the women's intermediate coxed fours, University of East Anglia are in 1, Newcastle's C Crew in 2, Surrey University in 3, Southampton's A boat in 4, University College London in lane 5, and the second Surrey boat in lane number 6. So we are through the 1,000 metre marker. It's been a fantastic start for Surrey B on the far side of the course from us in the tower. Going with them about a half length back, that crew from Newcastle University. And then the rest of the 4 crews looking fairly well packed up for what should be a very exciting second 1,000 metres.
Again, this was the most highly competitive event of the day, so we're moving into this F final, the women's intermediate coxed fours. I must say, there were a number of crews eliminated from this. 61 entries into this women's intermediate coxed fours event. So this is only the top 36. So we're determining places from 20. Oh gosh, no.
Go on, quick maths.
No, quick maths.
31 through
31
36.
to 36. For some reason, I thought we were saying 8s rather than 6s then. My brain starting not to function here on the final day of BUCS Regatta. It's been a long 3 days for all of us, but great to still see the racing going, still see the spectators in the background here on the tents of the National Water Sports Centre. And look, what a great sight here. 6 boats side by side, and it's still the University College London crew that lead the way. We when we caught up with this, Surrey just caught a little crab, I think, at the 1,000 metre marker, but they've recovered well. They're on the left hand side of your screen there. But the tough position for them to be in next to the leading crew from UCL.
Absolutely, I think this is going to be an absolute blinder of a finish from all 6 of these crews. It was so close to that 1,500 metre marker. I think either one of these crews could step up and do it. University College London, your current race leaders. However, keep an eye out for Newcastle in lane number 2. Going with them will be the 2 Surrey crews, one in lane 6, one in lane 3. That margin at the moment UCL have over the rest of the field, just 5 seconds. By about a length and a half, they've just got clear water. That's so important, that clear water. It'll give them a little bit of breathing room to be able to control the rest of the field. But that Surrey crew and that Southampton crew will be pushing Newcastle all the way to the finish line. So I think we're just going to see the entire field close up to about a length or so of UCL, and then it's just going to be a drag race for the last 100 metres.
Well, Newcastle certainly not quickest out of the blocks, but they've been working their way slowly through the field from 5th into 2nd, and they are currently straddling the gap between UCL and the rest of the boats in this race. But like Fergus said, I think we're going to see an absolute stormer of a final here between Surrey, Southampton, and the other crew from Surrey over on the far side, on the left-hand side of your picture. It's Southampton in the centre there. Surrey C to your right, Newcastle on the furthest right of your screen, and Newcastle still continuing to try and push back here for a sprint finish.
Yes, we've got 120 metres to go. University College London out in front, Newcastle charging, trying to get overlap to see what kind of damage they can do in the red boys. But going with them though, Southampton holding off the charge that's coming from University of Surrey in the middle of the course. However, closest to us in the tower, University of East Anglia aren't giving up and are challenging for that 3rd or 4th place position. The second of the Surrey crews on the far side, they've gone through the gears as they come into the red boys, 80 metres to go. But it's University College London out in front, Newcastle holding on to that 2nd place position ever so slightly over at Southampton University. But Surrey have crabbed, they're out of the mix. It will come down to Newcastle and Southampton for that 2nd place position, and it will be Newcastle holding on by about half a length. Southampton half a length over at the 2nd of the Surrey crews on the far side of the course. East Anglia take a well-deserved 5th position, but disaster there for Surrey University as it falls apart in the last 50 metres.
So a great finish there for the University College London crew over in lane number 5. But look at this finish here. Newcastle very swiftly finished, followed by Southampton, and then the University of Surrey in that very close finish. We are already on to the next race here. This is the E final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s. UEA A in 1, Birmingham A in 2, Loughborough in 3, Glasgow in 4, Cambridge C in 5, Exeter A in 6.
And through that 1,000 metre marker, halfway through, it was University of Cambridge who had their bows in front. 2nd place was the University of Birmingham, just a couple of seconds back on Cambridge, so still got overlap as we come into the 2nd half of this race. Going with them as well, University of East Anglia, University of Glasgow, and it's followed by Loughborough and Exeter wrapping this one up. But there's about 5 seconds separating this entire field, so no more than a couple of lengths, Camilla.
Yeah, the time trials doing their job, getting us with crews that are of similar speeds into the right finals, and yeah, it's going to be a tough job to claim your place in this E final. And if you can hear some loud cheering coming over the speakers here from our cameras at the National Water Sports Centre, that's because the Victor Ludorum prizes are being awarded. Now, the Victor Ludorum, if you're tuning in at home and you have no idea what those words mean, it is the overall prize for the most successful university for each of the categories. So there's a women's category, a men's category, and an overall Victor Ludorum. And it's on a point system. The universities rack up points with the finishes in each of these events: beginner, intermediate, and championship. They earn points for the higher up they finish. And so the winners of those events, in the women's Victor Ludorum, it was Cambridge University with the overall win. In the men's Victor Ludorum, and the overall Victor Ludorum just collecting their prizes now, and hence all the cheering, is the University of Edinburgh. What a great weekend. We've said it time and time again for them. So well done and congratulations to the University of Edinburgh. Now, next, back to the water and back to the racing, and Cambridge University here are in lane number 5, just continuing to push on ahead, and they're going to hear the cheers of Edinburgh as they come through this final 250 metres. They'll be G'd up by the crowd.
Yeah, those Cambridge women who have just collected their Victor Ludorum, and they'll be on the banks cheering so loudly for this Cambridge crew, because they have stepped on and shut down this race in the last 500 metres or so. They've stretched out, they've got clear water over at the rest of the field. What a good thing that is, because it's so tight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in this one. We've got University of East Anglia, Birmingham, Loughborough. We've got Glasgow University and Exeter still in the mix for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's no more than a canvas now separating the rest of the field. Cambridge have got this win wrapped up, but I reckon it looks like Loughborough, Camilla, are charging. They're charging for the line, as well as Birmingham next to them.
This is going to be the closest finish we've had today. Look at this, a blanket over these crews, all in alignment. You could draw a line across the lake, and behind Cambridge, we're going to have to watch out very closely here on the finish line. It's going to be bow balls for Birmingham, I think, then followed by the University of East Anglia. I think it was then Loughborough ahead of Glasgow and Exeter, but we'll wait for that to be confirmed. What a stunning finish there in that, the E-final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s. Wow, we certainly had to keep our wits about us there, Fergus.
That was such a composed sprint from Birmingham. With East Anglia coming up on them, they had Loughborough as well challenging. They'd held their cool sort of from that 1,000 metre markers. The rest of the field just caught up with them ever so slightly, and were able to pull it out the bag and get 2nd place in that F final. Really impressive stuff though from Cambridge, just to get clear out of that sprint, because it just caught up so quickly with them in the last 150 metres.
Yeah, and here is that finish. Just look at this. Have you ever seen a finish like it here today? 5 crews all in alignment, coming across the line, just centimetres separating Birmingham, UEA and Loughborough, Glasgow and Exeter. Wow, I hope we're in store for more of those kind of finals through to the end of the day. It's now the D final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s, and at this point it does look like we've got a close race on our hands.
So we are back with the D final of the women's intermediate Coxed 4s. We've got the cheers of Edinburgh University collecting their Victor Ludorum, but we are riding with this D final. York go in lane 1, St Andrews go in 2, Leeds in 3, Cambridge in 4, Oxford University in 5, and Cambridge flanking them in lane number 6. So they're through the 1,000 metre mark. We've got York out in front, getting the better of the Oxbridge crews in 2nd and 3rd place, St Andrews in 4th, Leeds in 5, and Cambridge wrapping this up in 6th place. So again, 9 seconds separating them. It's going to be another close race for that 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with Leeds looking to push up and challenge for those minor positions, but certainly not counting Cambridge out after some of the sprints we've seen across the whole of this regatta.
Yeah, great to see more close racing here on the course.
So we're hurtling through this third 500 metres. A really impressive start from the likes of Leeds, being chased down by Oxford and Cambridge.
I think it's York University in the lead here, and a great weekend by York as well. I think we must give praise to them for some fantastic performances in intermediate women's especially. They had a great double,
Really strong double
in the finals earlier that almost got a medal, so close in the women's intermediate doubles, but here in this D final of the women's intermediate Cox Falls, showing a bit of depth, strength in depth as they always say, and I expect this is, you know, good indication that more things to come from York in the future.
Yep, York will be completely fired up after their Roses varsity with Lancaster just happening last week, so they're in fine competition mode, and we can see them, lane one closest to us in the tower, absolutely motoring as they come into the last 250 metres. Moving up the pack though, it is Oxford and Cambridge over in lanes 5 and 4 respectively, but in the middle of the field, just watch out for the charge coming from Leeds and St Andrews. They're trying to rein in Cambridge University, but it's Oxford who looks set to hold on to second place as they come into the last 200 metres.
They do, but I'm favouring St Andrews here. Look at the boat speed there from St Andrews University. They're one in from the right hand side of your picture, and they are moving with gusto on to Cambridge University. They've got Oxford still to pick off, but this is going to be another really close final here behind York in the D final of the women's intermediate Cox Falls. York coming in towards the final red boys. They'll be counting those down, but behind them Oxford are being reeled in by the rest of the field. We'll have to look for the bows over the line once again. Race after race in these minor finals, it's overlap between each of the crews. I think Oxford have established about 3/4 of a length, but it's going to be so close between St Andrews and Cambridge. I think St Andrews potentially just on the line there, Fergus. I don't know what you thought.
St Andrews on the surge there, just getting their bow ball, and I think no more than a bow ball or so ahead of Cambridge University, who in turn pipping Leeds into 5th place there. The second of the two Cambridge crews wrapping things up on the far side of the course. We can see there on the screen your winners of this D final, University of York. So you can see there, as we can see on screen, that's York University coming through clear water over the rest of the field. Oxford University taking second place, but just look at that margin, no more than half a canvas or so, and then a canvas back to Leeds.
Great to see some of the volunteers here in the finish tower helping us out with running the day. And there we are. That's us here in our commentary box here at the National Water Sports Centre. A hello from Fergus and I, who are bringing you all of this late evening and afternoon action to wrap up the day's racing. And we're going to jump back to the C final of the women's intermediate Cox Falls, the final in this event. We've got Exeter B in 1, Imperial in 2, Aberdeen in 3, Liverpool in lane 4, Bath A in 5, and Nottingham in lane number 6.
So with this C final, we are through the 1,000 metre marker. We've got Aberdeen and Liverpool out in front. Aberdeen rowing a rhythm that is absolutely solid as granite in this C final. Going with them though, the likes of Imperial College London sat in lane 2, Bath University's top crew in lane 5, And flanking them on both sides is Exeter in 1 and Nottingham University in lane 6. And we can see there the times on screen. It was Aberdeen University 0.4 of a second through that 1,000 metre marker with Exeter. But again, just a length separating crews through 1,000 metres. We're going to get another absolute barn burner in the second half of this C final.
Well, you can't have 61 crews enter an event and not have some crews that are going at pretty similar pace. So I think we were always in for a treat with these women's intermediate Cox 4s finals.
2 minutes. Race 470, men's intermediate coxless pairs, final F.
Right, so we've got 500 metres left in this C final of the women's intermediate Cox 4. As a reminder, we've got Exeter in 1, Imperial in 2, Aberdeen, your current race leaders, in lane number 3, Liverpool in 4, Bath University in 5, and Nottingham in lane number 6. And this one's going to come down to the absolute wire. Aberdeen have been absolutely solid in this third 500 metres, as have Bath. They've rode through Exeter and are now sitting in second place, which would put them 14th overall. Imperial College Liverpool very much not out of this. Liverpool slap bang in one of those middle lanes for a reason, one of the fastest qualifiers into this C final. However, they're being made to work by Bath and by Aberdeen, who are flanking both of them at the moment. Aberdeen, fastest qualifiers into this C final, and they're absolutely proving that right now as we come into the last 250 metres.
I think if you were to look across the lane widthways, you wouldn't see much of a gap between Aberdeen, Liverpool, and over in lane number 5, Bath University. Overlap between these crews. Exeter on lane number 1, just to the furthest right of your screen, also moving with quite some pace, but I don't think anyone's going to disrupt the rhythm here that Aberdeen University set up in that first 500 metres as they go into the Red Boys. Big challenges still to come from Bath University as they try and hold off Liverpool into these final 25 strokes or so. But all looking fairly set. Exeter moving through from the outside lane, lane number 1. They're whizzing through Liverpool University and trying to go for Bath. This is going to be quite a dramatic finish here. Exeter
absolutely motoring, and they've done it in the last 20 metres. What a well executed move from Exeter University to take second place over at Bath, which pushes Liverpool down into 4th place. Imperial will settle for 5th, and it will be Nottingham University on the far side who will take 6th position. Dominance from Aberdeen University in the C final. But what a miracle from Exeter to pull through and secure 2nd place. 14th overall, and a performance they can be very, very proud of at BUCS Regatta 2022.
Yeah, there was only 0.3 of a second in it between Exeter and Imperial at 500 metres to go, and by the end that was a huge amount of acceleration. They extended that by quite some way. What a finish. So what should be a 4-boat final here in the men's intermediate pairs F final. It looks to me like we've only got 3 in attendance, and just waiting for them to come a little bit closer for us to find out who those are. I think it's Bath C on the right hand side of your screen, Bath Spa in the middle of your picture, and Bournemouth. So we're missing Strathclyde B. I can't see any of those distinctive spots from Strathclyde, Fergus.
Yeah, gutted to be missing Strathclyde. They've had a cracking regatta in the lightweight event so far, actually. One of the standout lightweight programmes at this BUCS Regatta. Picking up medals across the board, small boats, big boats, everything. But missing them from this final, we've got the Bath Derby happening at the moment between University of Bath and Bath Spa University and Bournemouth. Trying to spoil that Bath party, I imagine.
A race of the Bs. Bath starts, Bath Spa, Bath and Bournemouth. The 3 Bs, and well, nothing to choose between them really at halfway. We were talking earlier about pairs, usually being quite far apart, but barely a canvas to separate these 3 crews. I think Bournemouth currently with the advantage, but not a comfortable one.
No, absolutely not. And Bath Spa and Bath will be looking to push through over the course of this next 500 metres. Trying to lay down the gauntlet to Bournemouth and say, actually, do you know what, we're quick enough. We're quick enough to row through you. We're quick enough to push on through. And what you've done in the first 1,000 metres just isn't enough for you to be leading this race at 1,500 metres. That's what will be going through the heads of the Baths. Bournemouth University will be looking to capitalise and keep pushing on.
And a little bit of wayward steering there from Bournemouth could cost them greatly. We've seen over the weekend, in fact, how steering can either make or break your race, and especially in the pairs, they're so sensitive to any changes. It can add quite a bit of distance, and in fact, I think that little steering change from Bournemouth has allowed Bath Spa in the centre of your picture to capitalise and try and move on. But we'll keep an eye on these crews as they make their way towards us here in the finish tower. They're about to hit 1,500 metres gone, and nothing much to separate them still.
Which is why that steering is going to be so important in this last 600-700 metres or so. I mean, just looking at the fours finals that we've had just 10-15 minutes ago, the margins that we had at the finish, if you start weaving down the course and you start adding distance onto how far you travel, well, it's going to make the difference between winning and losing this final. So Bournemouth have got to make sure they stay composed over the course of this next 600 metres, more composed than they are at the moment, because otherwise it's going to cost them this final. We can see Bath and Bath Spa are now starting to row through them, but Bath Spa as well, they're having steering issues. So at the moment I'd put my money on Bath rowing through both of them to win this. If they're able to keep their composure, keep a cool head, and make sure they're applying their power correctly up at the front end and really loading up the spoon together. Just as I say that, though, they veer off to the other side.
Commentators curse Fergus Main, and look at that, they're veering in towards Bath Spa. Sabotage, perhaps. They've seen what's happening on their left-hand side, and they just think, look, I want to get a piece of the action. Look, we're going to get some blades very close here between Bath Spa and Bournemouth. The umpire is warning both crews, it seems, to move apart, to move back towards their lane. I think that's the right call there. It seemed like both were veering towards the central buoy line.
Gosh, it's like the boat race, isn't it? We're going to get some blade clashing and all sorts here at Home Pier Pond. But as we come into the final 250 metres, it's the turn of Bath University. They're going to be weaving in and out the buoys, so they've got to keep their cool heads. All we've just said for the past 200 metres has just been thrown out the window. They're not taking on any of our advice, and they're just going to absolutely chuck the kitchen sink at it. And to be fair to them, it's working. Bath University with a lead over Spa and Bournemouth with about 150 metres to go in this F final of the men's intermediate pairs. However, Bournemouth University aren't done. They've got the kitchen thing still to throw at it, and they've got a few more gears to go through, but they're still getting warned by the umpire. The flag is out again. They're veering back over to the other side of the lane. I don't know if they're going to hold on to second place.
This race has had everything in it. We've had warnings, we've had steering issues, we've had every crew in the lead at some point in this race. It's been quite dramatic, but Bath University, as Fergus correctly predicted, at about 500 metres gone, if they could keep their cool and keep their boat in a straight line, they would be victorious. And they've listened to at least some of your advice, Fergus, because they've now got clear water. But look at this race for the line here between Bournemouth and Bath Spa. It's going to be a bow ball in it. Let's look at the finish line camera. I think Bournemouth have got just enough in the tank to hold out over Bath Spa, but my word, that was quite remarkable.
I loved that race. What a cracking final 300 metres from Bath University. They were just able to steer. The steering wasn't perfect, but you don't need perfection. All you've just got to do is be able to do it better than anyone else in your final, and that's exactly what they did.
We're on to the E final of the men's intermediate coxless pairs. We're going up through the finals of this event, from the F final to the E final, and this a full complement of athletes. Bath B in 1, Durham E in 2, Liverpool B in 3, Durham D in 4, Strathclyde C in 5, and Loughborough in lane number 6.
We've found Strathclyde choosing to race this E final, so don't worry, fans of Strathclyde University, your crew is racing and they are leading through the first 500 metres of this E final. Second place at the moment is Liverpool University, who currently lead Durham, who sit in third place at the moment. So we can see there all crews heading through that 1,000 metre marker. Strathclyde University continuing to extend their lead over the rest of the field.
Well, we might have a full complement of athletes here, but sometimes 3 boats can make for an even better race. A much more spread field. This is more like what we'd expect to see in pairs racing, much more disparity of speed, and we'll get those 1,000 metre times through to you ever so soon. But as Fergus said, what a great start here for Liverpool University in lane number 3, who power away from us now into the lead and into that nice chevron shape that we often get, because the lanes are seeded from the time trial, the fastest crew in the middle and outwards to the outside lanes. We always get a nice spearhead, a nice arrowhead, and Liverpool leading the way on that.
That's a cracking shot, that one, from the top of the tower. You can see right the way down to the start. We've still got crews paddling up for their minor finals. We've got a few lining up on the state boats at the moment.
And we've just had a pull off there from the Bath University B crew. We're not sure quite what's happened to them, but they've pulled off into lane number 0. So we'll focus on the 5 crews at hand that we've got. So our new order from right to left is Durham E, Liverpool B, Durham D, Strathclyde C, and Loughborough.
And through that 1,000 metre marker, still holding on to first place. But actually we can see Bath University, they have gone back into lane 1. They're going to have another crack. So Bath University are back in the running for this F final, but out in front, some questionable steering again from our leading pairs at the moment. It is Liverpool University out in front, choosing that no, they don't actually want to race in their lane, but they're drifting back over into it just now. Second place at the moment is held on to by Durham University. Both those crews rode through the early race leaders Strathclyde University, who are in turn struggling to hold on to that third place position, with challenges coming from Durham's D pair and Loughborough University on the far side of the course. So with 120 metres to go, Liverpool University have well and truly wrapped up this E-final of the men's intermediate pairs. Durham University, Durham's E pair, Durham's 5th pair in this event. What absolute depth they've got, is holding on to second place. They're coming through the red boys, 100 metres to go. Strathclyde University desperately trying to hold on to third place from Durham's 4th pair, who are continuing to charge. They're going through the gears, winding, chucking everything at it, trying to overhaul Strathclyde University. Liverpool will finish first. Durham's E pair look to hold on to second place. Strathclyde University will hold on to third place in this E final. All they've got to do is cross the line. They do that in third place, half a length on Durham, who gave it absolutely everything, and Loughborough University will finish in 5th place. Sadly, Bath are back out of lane 1. It looks like they will be paddling to the finish line, and that will wrap up this E final of the men's intermediate pairs. The next one on the course will be the D final. So for those of you catching on, yeah, there's a pattern to this. We're going through E final, D final, C final of all of the events that we've had today. So it will be the D final of the men's intermediate pairs. You can see them on screen now, with Kent University in 1, Nottingham Trent in lane 2, Swansea in 3, Aberdeen University in 4, Nottingham in 5. So we've got the Nottingham clash. They just had their varsity in the past couple of weeks, Nottingham Trent and Nottingham University. And another Trent crew in lane 6.
Well, Fergus and I have been absolutely spoiled for racing here in the minor finals. Look at this shot through the 1,000 metres. We've got overlap between every single crew. Nottingham Trent currently leading out, but Fergus, who's your pick of the rest?
Aberdeen. I'm going to pick Aberdeen. I'm going to channel my inner Carol Wallace, who sadly isn't with us this weekend, and I'm going to go with Aberdeen. I'm going to pick the Scottish crew, because I've got a really big Scottish chip on my shoulder.
Mark, are you okay? What's the problem? What's the problem? Keep on clearing the pontoon.
So really tight through the 1,000 metre marker, just 3 seconds, no more than a length, as Camilla said, separating all 6 of these crews, 0.3 of a second between your leaders. Nottingham University in lane 5 and Aberdeen in lane number 4. That's going to be a really strong tussle, both of those crews able to push off next to each other in lanes 4 and 5 respectively. And Camilla, when you've got the 2 fastest crews next to each other in a race like that, they can really feed off each other, off the energy, can't they?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Aberdeen and Nottingham increasing the distance between the rest of the pack because of that fight going on for the first and second. You know, unless everyone sort of pins themselves to those leading 2 crews and moves with them, you know, that little fight there between the neighbouring lanes is going to create a change in speed, a change in gear, and it's going to push them further clear of the pack if everyone else isn't careful. But look, I think Nottingham Trent certainly will want to beat Nottingham, more so for the, as you say, the sort of varsity kudos. So they'll have eyes firmly on ensuring that they beat their local rivals. So I don't know, potentially still, look, barely anything separating our remaining 5 crews behind our leaders, who we will see in a minute. I think is actually, in fact, still with lane number 5, Nottingham University.
Yeah, Nottingham University stretching out in front. They've been able to push past Aberdeen over the last few hundred metres. Going with them, though, looks to be Swansea University coming up to the mix, challenging for that second place position, putting real pressure on Aberdeen, who sit in lane number 4. And in turn, they're dragging up the likes of Nottingham Trent, their C crew, in lane number 2. So we're coming up to the final 250 metres. Nottingham University on home water. They've had a really strong regatta at Nottingham University, challenging in a lot of the championship events right through to the beginners as well. So really strong performance from Nottingham University. But if they want to finish on a high and win this D final, they've got a challenge to hold off from Swansea University, who are still pushing him. Nottingham Trent trying to get one up on their rivals as well. Both Nottingham Trent crews actually in lane 2 and 6 respectively. Aberdeen University are not done, they're not out of the mix. They are going up through the gears, but they've got to be careful of this boy line in this last 120 metres. Nottingham University doing everything they can to hold off the challenge that is coming from the rest of the field, but Swansea University trying to find a gear, but Nottingham Trent in lane 2 are responding, and it's going to come down to the line once again. Both Nottingham Trent crews look to be pushing through Swansea and Aberdeen. It looks like it could well be a Nottingham 1, 2, 3. It is Nottingham first, and Nottingham Trent 2 and 3 pairs have pushed through the rest of the field and will take second and third as Swansea stop before the line to push themselves into 5th place behind Aberdeen, with University of Kent wrapping up that D final. Whoa, what a
Fergus, you need to take a breath. That was very exciting. There are our winners. Nottingham University, who managed to get themselves out of the chaos going on behind them. And there it is. If you didn't catch that last few strokes of the D final of the men's intermediate pairs, there it is for you. Just how close all of these races have been, back to back to back to back. Fergus, what a treat it's been for the end of BUCS Regatta.
It's been awesome, and I think it really sums up all the racing that we've had throughout the entire competition. We've had repêchages that have been so close, that have come down to just canvases on the men's side, on the women's side as well. The beginner stuff has been fantastic. Yeah, of course there's been standout crews who have taken races by the scruff of the neck and absolutely dominated. That's what happens with sport. But then also you get absolute corkers like we've had all afternoon. I mean, who says minor finals are boring? This is awesome, and we'll be looking for more of the same with the C final of the men's intermediate pairs. Liverpool University in lane 1, Bournemouth in 2, Glasgow in 3, Bath in lane 4, Exeter University in 5, and the University of East Anglia on the far side of the course. And at the moment, Camilla, Liverpool University, absolutely flipping the script and saying, do you know what, we're lane 1, one of the slowest qualifiers for this final, but come at us.
Well, do you know what? That's exactly what the Olympic quad did in Tokyo 2020, right? Is they said, look, we're in lane 1, we've got no expectations, we're going to just take the race by the scruff of the neck, and they came away with a silver medal. So your race lane does absolutely not denote where you should finish in a final. You've just got to believe and make it happen. And Liverpool, well, it's not just flipping the script, Fergus. They have completely torn up the rule book because they are so far ahead. You know, I'd almost say that they're not catchable at this point in time.
It's a big claim. It's a big claim with 1,000 metres to go in a pairs race. But I think I'm with you, actually. I think Glasgow University are going to have a challenge holding off the likes of Exeter and Bath. Bath and Bournemouth will continue to push up and challenge for those 3rd, 4th place positions, really putting pressure on the crew currently in 3rd place. But at the moment, it is all things Liverpool.
Look at that, you're not used to seeing that, are you? Over on the far right of your screen, Liverpool University. Out in front, you're often looking for the centre lanes, like we say, which are the faster seeded from the time trials, but it's all the way over in lane number right where the action's happening here for the lead in this C final of the men's intermediate pairs. And this combination in lane number 1 made up of Jack Lockett and Piers Hunt.
And I had the pleasure of singing praises of Liverpool yesterday after the really strong performance that their women's squad have put together all season long, and we're seeing this again from their men as well. I seem to remember picking up a pennant at the either Forest Head or Head of the River as one of the medium academic clubs, and they're putting all of that training to good work here as they come into the final 250 metres of this C final. Still holding on to that lead of about 5 or 6 seconds over Glasgow University, who haven't been able to overhaul that margin that Liverpool have held on to for most of the race. Exeter University and Bournemouth, again, not quite able to match Glasgow's pace in this third 500 metres, and Bournemouth doing everything they can to cling on to a lead they've got over the second of those Exeter pairs. University of East Anglia, over on the far side of the course, aren't out of the mix for that 4th, 5th, 6th place battle, and they'll be doing everything that they possibly can in this last 200 metres now to overhaul Exeter and Bournemouth. However, out in front, Liverpool University. It's not for the first time we're having to see it, but one of these pairs have got to be careful of this boy line as they come through the dying stages of this C final. But now we're starting to see a sprint coming from Glasgow University, perhaps too little, too late, but Glasgow University are chucking everything at this sprint to do everything they can to overhaul Liverpool University, trying to capitalise on some of that wavy steering that's coming through. But I don't think Glasgow are going to be able to do it. It will be Liverpool who hold on to first place. Commendable sprint from Glasgow University, but only able to close it down to a length or so. Next it will be Exeter University, who are able to cling on to that second place position. We'll then have Bournemouth through in 4th place with the University of East Anglia, and then this C final will be wrapped up with Bath University there in the middle of your screen. So a cracking performance there from Liverpool University's Jack Lockett and Piers Hunt, doing very, very well to hold off the charge that came from Glasgow University in the last 150 metres. But we're moving on from pairs. We're sticking with the men's intermediate category, but this time it will be intermediate quads. This is the F final of that event. Leeds will go in 1, Cardiff in 2, Strathclyde in 3, Nottingham Trent in 4, Sussex in lane 5, and Hertfordshire over on the far side of your screen, the left hand side of your screen, in lane number 6.
This is the F final at the 1,000 metres of the men's intermediate quad. So we've rounded off pairs. We're back onto the bigger boats. Men's intermediate quads. Leeds in 1, Cardiff in 2, Strathclyde in 3, Nottingham Trent in 4, Sussex in 5, and Hertfordshire in lane number 6.
Yes, we've got just over an hour's worth of racing to go here at BUCS Regatta 2022. We're in the dying stages of day 3, but the racing is only hotting up, as we've seen from all of the minor finals so far over the last couple of hours or so. It's been some incredible stuff, and Nottingham Trent will be looking to replicate some of the successes in finals that we've seen recently. Sussex University. They'll be trying to spoil the Trent party, just a second or so back on them, and then the rest of the field as well, no more than a couple of lengths separating this one through the 1,000 metre mark. It's great to see, Camilla, actually, Sussex University challenging in some of these minor finals. Sussex University, not a name we're often familiar with when it comes to university rowing, but to see them placing in these finals when a huge number of crews aren't actually qualifying for these finals is a really good achievement.
Yeah, a huge achievement, and right up there in second place in this F final. And great to see more clubs taking up sculling as well, because I feel like in years gone by, the sort of bigger programs tended to scull, you know, and then some of the smaller universities would have singles, but great to see big sculling boats from smaller universities being developed. And I think that it's a really good sign that we've got a full contingent here in all 6 lanes of this F final of the men's intermediate quad sculls. But to bring you an update from the 1,500 metres, and there you go, just how close this is. 1,500 metres, and barely a second separating first to fourth. It's going to be oh so close, and we'll find out who's in what position in just a moment's time as these times populate. To me and to my eye, it still looks like potentially the University of Leeds in lane number 1, but in fact Nottingham Trent University. Do you know what? I'm not sure about that actually, Fergus. I think it's Leeds in the lead.
Do you know what I think it is? I think it's Leeds University charging towards that 250 metre marker to go, but Sussex and Nottingham Trent are very much on their tail, as are Leeds pushing in lane number 1. But what an absolute surge there that we are seeing. We are seeing from Strathclyde there in the middle of your screen. Strathclyde University absolutely charging, just like their lightweights were and their pair was not so long ago.
Yeah, Strathclyde is they're the kings of sprint finishes. We've seen it across all of their lightweights, and here in this intermediate quad, go faster spots, as I like to call them, here on the Strathclyde Lycras. As they go into the Red Boys, they are going to have to watch out to their left as Nottingham Trent use the home advantage here to try and surge their bow balls through, but it's going to be too little, too late here for the pink of Nottingham Trent University as Strathclyde come into the line of this F final of the men's intermediate quadruple sculls. Strathclyde followed by Nottingham Trent. It's then going to be a blanket finish between Sussex and Leeds. I think Sussex potentially just there on the line, and then trickling in to complete the field. Hertfordshire University will look back on Cardiff, who finish in the final slot of this F final of the men's intermediate quads.
Do you know, I think Strathclyde needs to do a kit redesign, and for every win you get an extra polka dot. So it means by the end of your rowing career, if you've had a really, really successful rowing career, you could have dozens and dozens all over your chest to show that you're a really well decorated oarsman or woman from Strathclyde University. Or if you haven't had a particularly good one, you haven't done much rowing, you've just done the social side, you just get one big spot in the middle.
I think that's a really good idea, Fergus. Maybe you should follow in your father's footsteps and design the Strathclyde University all in one. And great to see. Well, we've had so many kit redesigns over COVID, I can barely keep up. So many new swish bits of kit, and we love to see it here. But Strathclyde sticking with the classic spots as they have done for the last 25 years. Next, on to the E-final of the men's intermediate quads. It's Lincoln University in 1, Nottingham C in 2, Birmingham in 3, Manchester in 4, Reading C in 5, and Heriot Watt in lane number 6.
tremendous sprint from Bristol University, putting them back up into second place. Lane 1 Magic back at it again. And suddenly we find ourselves with 2 races to go. We will next be bringing you the D final of the women's intermediate double sculls, and then the final race of BUCS Regatta 2022 will be the highly anticipated C final of that event, the women's intermediate double sculls, which is setting off in about 4 minutes time. But on the course is that D final. Those crews competing, you can see them coming into shot now. Cardiff in lane 1, Cardiff's B crew, Plymouth in 2, University College London in 3, Reading's C crew in lane 4, Birmingham in 5, and Hull in lane number 6. And
the times you're seeing on the screen are from the race previous. We'll be updating and populating the times of these cruisers. They're about to hit 1,000 metres gone, so the halfway point in this race. That to me looks like the characteristic colours of University College London in the lead there, right at the front of your screen. Not to be confused with the purples of Reading in lane number 4. They sit in second through that halfway point, and appearing out of nowhere there in the foreground, that's Cardiff in lane number 1, just trying to keep to form with that lane 1 little bit of magic sparkle. They're going to hold third place through the 1,000. It's then Birmingham in lane number 5 that are in 4th, along with Plymouth, who have had a cracking weekend. Great to see them in the D final. I think we had a couple of those Plymouth beginners actually earlier in the AB semi-finals. So Plymouth have come here in force.
yeah, cracking stuff from Plymouth, and they are certainly not out of contention. Just a couple of seconds separating them from Birmingham and Cardiff, which would put them up to third place with a well orchestrated third 500 metres from them. Your race leaders though, University College London, sitting in lane number 3, do look to be pushing out. We can see them charging towards us at the finish line in the tower. A really well put together first 1,000 metres for University College London.
Yeah, Alice Cousins and Pippa Biggs of the University College London here representing. And if you're watching from UCL, they've had a great start here in this D final of the women's intermediate double sculls. But looming pressure from Reading University, who sit in the lane next to them. And we were talking about this earlier, Fergus, that that kind of next door neighbour relationship that you have with the other fastest crew that qualified from the time trial can be quite daunting.
Yeah, it definitely can be, but I think for a lot of the universities, they'll take that challenge on. They'll know that being in lane 3 as University College London are, it's like, actually, do you know what, we're the crew to beat, so we're going to set out and leave a marker on the field.
An inset in your picture there, bottom right hand corner, that is the final race of the day, attached to the start, ready to go off on time at 5:54 p.m. We're about 30 seconds away from that. Everyone looks attached and ready, so I don't want to jinx it too hard, but I think we're about to kick off the final race of the day. So if you're here tuning in, ready to watch your friends, family, children in any of these races, we're about to get underway with that final race of the day inset. But now back to this, the D final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Still UCL plugging away ahead of Reading University. Birmingham winning the best of the rest competition in front of Cardiff. That was very close going through the 1,000. Birmingham just deciding that was a little bit too close. Cardiff now having to fend for the minor places with Plymouth and Hull, but UCL's Alice Cousins and Pippa Biggs here just trying to step on and on from their great first 1,500 and see if they can put their final sprint to good practice.
I was about to say UCL have gone to try and stick that final nail into the coffin of Reading University, but Reading have also stepped on. They are now going through the gears. They're stepping up and up. The rates going up into the high 30s as they try and mount one final charge onto the almost insurmountable lead that University College London have put together over the course of this 1,800 metres, and they're doing it, they're giving it a damn good shot. Reading University doing everything they can to overhaul University College London. They're back, they've got contact, and it looks like they're just trying to break through. University College London have got nothing left to answer this sprint that Reading University have been throwing at them for the past 100 metres, and it is absolutely working for Reading. They have drawn level with the race leaders. University College London led from start to finish in this D final of the women's intermediate double. They give one more crack of the whip and they are just able to hold on to Reading University. They will have to settle for second place, Reading, and this race for third and fourth will be won by the crew from Cardiff, despite the best efforts from Birmingham. Plymouth will finish in fifth place, and on the far side of the course it will be Hull University who bring an end to this D final of the women's intermediate double sculls. And so we find ourselves with one final to go. This is the C final coming up for the women's intermediate double sculls. We've had dozens and dozens of time trials, of semi-finals, repêchages and finals all throughout the 3 brilliant days of BUCS Regatta 2022, and it all comes down to one race that is now underway. We have Edinburgh University in lane 1, St Andrews in lane 2, Cambridge University B in lane 3, Glasgow Caledonian University in lane 4, Bath University in 5, and on the left hand side of your screen, Newcastle University's B crew go in lane number 6.
So the final race of the day of the largest student rowing event in Europe. That's here at the British University Championships, and it was Bath University with a smidge of a lead over Cambridge at the 500, but in fact even smaller a margin over Edinburgh University in lane number 1. You can just 500s always look very close. It's a very short margin of time. We'll get a better idea as they come towards halfway.
Yes, we can see Bath University just starting to etch out, trying to break that clear water, get clear water ahead of the rest of the field. However, at the moment, Edinburgh University have made that a really hard piece of work to do, and have virtually drawn level with Bath University, just 0.3 of a second separating those two crews as they go through the halfway mark. 1,000 metres to go in this C final. And let's see what sort of flair, what sort of energy the rest of this field can bring to it. We're expecting fireworks from so many of these crews in the last 500 metres. It's the trend we've been seeing across these minor finals.
And we've got to remember these individuals have waited since this morning's time trial to culminate in this final race of the day. They're going to give it absolutely everything they've got because they've waited around for so long. And this is the top end of the minor finals. This is the peak of the minor finals here in the women's intermediate double sculls. Bath and Edinburgh separated by 0.3 of a second. It was Bath at the 500, it's Edinburgh at the 1000. What do we think is going to happen here in this third 500?
This could go absolutely anywhere, and I think particularly looking at those 1,000 metre times as well, you've got the likes of University of St Andrews still to come into the mix, just a couple of seconds back, so they haven't quite broken clear of the likes of St Andrews and Glasgow Caledonian as well. Cambridge University still in that mix as well, sitting in 5th place at the moment. We're going to need a huge third 500 from Newcastle University to bring themselves back into contention for those top couple of places. Newcastle going in lane 6 on the left hand side of your screen. You can just see them in this shot, this spectacular shot where we can get all 6 crews in and see them hurtling down towards this finish line.
Yeah, we'll be getting the 1,500 metre times in a matter of seconds. They're just moving towards that next timing marker, and I mean, no really sizable moves in that third 500. No one really, kind of grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and going, yeah, I want to put myself out in first. Bath having to keep Edinburgh on a very tight leash. 3 seconds to separate them. I think Edinburgh are the closest boat to breaking clear water at the moment, but yeah, really not much, as you can see, between the rest of the field, and it is Edinburgh that will go through 500 metres to go with the comfiest of leads on the field. But Bath, well, they're sandwiched in between Edinburgh and St Andrews in lane number 2, who you can see there in the light blue, one in from the left hand side of your screen, but it's all going to tighten up in this final sprint.
Yep, one last time we're going to have an almighty sprint from all 6 of these crews. There is just 7 seconds separating this entire field from first through to 6th. Your leaders, Edinburgh in lane 1, 7 seconds up on Newcastle on the far side of the course. Edinburgh University are going to have to do everything that they possibly can to maintain this lead that they've established over the past little bit in this race and ensure that they are able to hold off a charge that comes from both Bath and St Andrews.
And for the first time this weekend, we've got a nice little tail breeze moving these athletes along. It's almost like they're really keen for these guys to have the best race possible, to zoom down this course. And Edinburgh University are making a pledge to be the final winners of this weekend in this C final of the women's intermediate doubles. But what's going on in the middle of the course here? It's Bath at the moment ahead of Glasgow Caledonian. Glasgow Caledonian being caught by Cambridge. St Andrews slipping back here. I think St Andrews have run out of energy.
Yep, St Andrews have got nothing left to answer, both Cambridge and Glasgow Caledonian. Edinburgh looking to top off their Victor Ludorum weekend with another win in this C final, but the race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bath University just holding on by half a canvas over Glasgow Caledonian. Cambridge charging as well, but here comes St Andrews, one last burst flying. Bath University will take 2nd, but I think Cambridge just pipping Glasgow Caledonian, who in turn get one up on their Scottish counterparts from St Andrews University. And on the far side, Newcastle University will wrap up this C final. Well, there's certainly one final photo finish that we've got to see from that one, Camilla.
Yeah, that was quite the race to end the day and the weekend on here at the British University Championships at BUCS Regatta 2022. I would say we've saved the best till last, but I think we've just had races like that the whole afternoon session here. It just goes to show all the way through from the A finals down. Just great competition, great to see people racing side by side, and look at that for a final race of the day. Cambridge by not much more than a bound ball ahead of Glasgow Caledonian and St Andrews. It was right down to the line. They've waited all day for that race and it did not disappoint.
Yeah, and it really is quite poetic having Edinburgh University winning the final race of the day, the C final. Their men have had a hugely triumphant weekend, winning the overall Victor Ludorum, and they won the men's Victor Ludorum, they won the overall Victor Ludorum, and they'll be leaving Nottingham in shades of baby blue after 3 very successful days.
Yeah, what a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. If you're still with us here on the stream, thank you for tuning in. It's been our pleasure to take you through all of the racing since Saturday through to Monday, and we hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023, once again on the bank holiday weekend in May, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening and the rest of your bank holiday. Thanks very much.